Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 1201: How to release a film ahead of the awards season? I think both films are very promising projects, and it's worthwhile to complete their distribution no matter what. Although Mike Medavoy had already joined TriStar Pictures, he was, after all, the one who brought these two films to fruition, and it was only right and proper that he wanted to see them completed. So he still called Mr. Kluge, the richest man in the world, in an attempt to make a final push. Potential? Unrealized potential is worthless. Kluge had already been ridiculed enough by his friends, and the smug pride he felt when acquiring Orion had long since vanished. He didn't have a good attitude towards his old subordinate. I've seen clips from both films, and from what I've seen, they both have Oscar potential. Especially since Ronald is overseeing both, his understanding of directing is unmatched by any other Hollywood producer. He knows best when to intervene directly and when to trust the director and lead actor. This ability is crucial to ensuring the final artistic effect of the film. In my decades in the industry, I've never seen a young person handle this so perfectly. Mike Medavoy wanted to try and persuade Kluge. Although he had left Orion, his name would still appear under the executive producer's name on the films, and moviegoers would remember him. I'm talking about box office potential. Kluge cursed. He had invested in so many films, even if they received Oscar nominations, what good would it do for the box office? Before he bought large sums of Orion stock, the company's Amadeus and Platoon won multiple Oscars, and the box office was decent because of the awards. But since he became the big boss of Orion, they hadn't won a single film for 4 consecutive years. A nomination? Nominations and awards have a very different impact on box office performance. Not to mention Milos Forman, director of Amadeus, whose meticulously crafted Valmont over the past 2 years has bankrupted him. He invested in Orion hoping for an Oscar win to synergize with his cable television business, rather than continuing to lose money. Okay, if Mr. Kluge doesn't want to continue distribution, then according to the contract, we can transfer the film rights to Ronald. To cut our losses, Mike Medavoy fulfilled his final obligation to the billionaire Kluge. He then persuaded Kluge to let Ronald take over the overall rights to both films. After that, neither the awards nor the box office success of these two films would be related to Orion. Although they still had to use the Orion Pictures logo because of their MPAA filing. Okay, let's start our plan this way. Ronald was confident he could recoup his investment in the two films. He immediately established 2 project companies and took over the ownership of both films. However, while Ronald was confident, Columbia Pictures lacked confidence. Or rather, it was their CEO, Peter Goebel, or Vice President John Peters who lacked confidence. They stated that they had just purchased the overseas and television distribution rights from Orion and did not have the spare funds or schedule to take over the distribution of 2 films that required significant public relations investment for awards. Anyway, the two were very close, and Ronald couldn't tell which one was at odds with him. Goebel might have had factional issues with Ronald, a friend of Dago, because he was recruited by former chairman Akio Morita. Frank Price, whom Ronald recommended, became president, which posed a subtle threat to him. He also had a small entity within the company, TriStar Pictures, with his own team, Mike Medavoy had recently joined, to manage. Peters might have been resentful because Price, whom Ronald recommended, had replaced him in his original position, leaving him relegated to vice president. Or perhaps it was because Ronald had snatched Kim Basinger, whom he had previously pursued relentlessly, and then recommended her to the Batman cast, her meteoric rise now beyond his control. In any case, no matter how the two communicated, they insisted that Columbia's film release schedule was already set, especially during the year-end awards season, and couldn't accommodate Ronald's 2 new films. Actually, this reason was quite plausible, and Ronald was indeed left speechless. These big-budget films have their release dates confirmed more than a year in advance at screenings in Las Vegas. The 7 major studios have a coordination mechanism to avoid films of the same subject matter or genre clashing. To compete for next year's Oscars, Columbia planned to release 2 films with potential Oscar nominations in November and December. One was Misery, directed by Ronald's friend Robert Reiner, adapted from Stephen King's novel of the same name, also a psychological thriller. The story is quite interesting. The protagonist is a best-selling novelist who is held captive in his home by a female fan. Written by Stephen King, it has a certain comedic charm. Another film, titled No Words to Ask Heaven, was directed by Penny Marshall, a close friend of Ronald's and who had previously directed Diane's film. This film is based on a true story, telling the tale of a New York doctor, Thayer, who used medication to revive patients suffering from encephalitis between 1917 and 1928, only to have them quickly relapse into ankylosing spondylitis. Both films are distinctive, adapted from best-selling books or memoirs, heavily reliant on the performances of the directors and actors, and budgets ranging from $20 to $30 million. They are typical mid-budget films aiming for the Oscars. The most significant characteristic of such films is their year-end release. This is because the 1991 Oscars were established to recognize films released in 1990. The films that leave the deepest impression on the judges are undoubtedly those released closest to the voting period at the end of the year. Since Jane Fonda's Homecoming revealed this secret, the year-end release window has become increasingly crowded for award-contending films. Ronald knew both directors and knew it was impossible to persuade them to relinquish their scarce release slots. Left with no other option, he consulted with his Daydream distribution manager, Michelle Canold, and public relations consultant, Michael Gray, to discuss whether he could handle the distribution of both films himself. It's extremely difficult. As you know, the year-end slots are all booked in advance. Orion was in turmoil before, and their booked slots weren't locked in. Now, the Big Seven have snatched up a lot of them. Especially Warner Brothers Scorsese's Goodfellas, and the up-and-coming producer Miramax's The Deadly Gamble. They've already secured their spots, taking up a significant portion of the year-end slots. This guy, Mr. Kluge, if you want to sell the company, why didn't you tell us sooner? We won't talk to Warner Brothers, but we can't possibly lose to Miramax, can we? Their boss was sucking up to me at Cannes a few years ago. Ronald was increasingly dissatisfied with this billionaire. Orion's business, though small, should be handled so casually. If you don't care, just give it to someone I want to handle. Even if some theaters are willing to screen our film, the battle for public relations and marketing is unlikely to be optimistic, said PR consultant Gray, who also believed the odds were slim. Like release dates, PR resources before the Oscar nomination season are limited, and these resources are often tied to the Big Seven studios. For example, the 2 famous Chicago film critics, Roger Ebert and Gene Sisco, have a fixed number of films recommended in their weekly review columns. The Big Seven studios often reserve those review slots in advance to boost their awards chances. While Ronald could usually get his reviews booked by them, it wasn't so easy during the fiercely competitive year-end season. Like theater resources, this wasn't a problem that could be solved simply with money, at least not in the short term. The meeting reached a stalemate. Ronald could, of course, not release the film during the year-end awards season, but doing so would not only cause 2 very promising award contenders to miss their chance, but also, since neither film relied on star power for commercial success, failing to enter the Oscar race would have a significant impact on box office performance. After much discussion, no good solution could be found. Perhaps postponing for a year and participating in the next Oscars would be a compromise. But who knows what might happen within a year. The fact that Valmont, which had previously decided to postpone its release for a year, ended up with nothing, also made Ronald feel there was a risk involved. How about we take a break, watch a comedy, relax? Canold suggested a recess. Everyone was a bit sleepy, and inspiration often comes when you're relaxed. Ronald nodded in agreement, pointing to the videotape cabinet in the corner of the office, where many videotapes were collected and used for reference. Let's watch something that doesn't require much brain power. Canold didn't want to watch comedies that required mental effort, he just wanted to relax. His hand reached for David Zach's slapstick masterpiece, Flying Sky. Let's not watch such vulgar movies. Do you have any more sophisticated comedies? David Simpkins, who was in charge of scripts and production, disliked this kind of lowbrow film and reached for Dustin Hoffman's My Fair Lady. If you want something stylish but not too brain-taxing, I recommend this one. Michael Gray, also a film enthusiast, pointed to a South African film from the early 1980s. The Gods Must Be Crazy. This film didn't generate much buzz when it was released in America. Cannell and Simpkins, not yet in Hollywood, hadn't seen it in its entirety, so they sat down to watch it properly. I've even met the producers of this film. When they came to America, it was during the sanctions against the white South African government, and they almost didn't get a screening here. Ronald smiled, recalling the embarrassing situation when The Gods Must Be Crazy tried to get a screening in America, but no one was willing to show it. The film's investors, the South African film distributors, the Trotsky family, had faced numerous obstacles in their distribution efforts in America. Ronald suddenly remembered. They had faced the same situation. Theaters were unwilling to screen their films for political reasons, but they persevered, negotiating with theaters individually for 4 years, gradually turning the film into a box office winner. What if we distribute it ourselves instead of through theaters? Ronald asked suddenly after the film finished playing. Self-distribute? That's impossible. This isn't the era before the MPAA rating system. Michelle Cannell, who is very knowledgeable about distribution, wasn't enthusiastic about the idea. In the early days, theaters in different states didn't have unified standards, so film distribution was fragmented. Each producer had to deal with theaters in different states and cities individually. The MPAA rating agency, the famous Hays Code, was established to standardize screening standards across states. Only then did national theater chains emerge, eliminating the need for distributors to assemble their own teams and travel through states with film prints. There's no law requiring theater chains to sign screening contracts with theaters, right? Ronald asked. No, America is a free country. The reason no one does it is because it's too costly. Wait, Michelle Cannell suddenly understood. The so-called high cost was compared to the mature theater distribution system. Since theaters didn't have time to release Ronald's 2 films, organizing it herself would actually be cheaper. If that's the case, how much will the marketing and public relations cost? Ronald asked consultant Gray. That would be more expensive, but if you don't do a simultaneous nationwide release, then a lot of the materials can be reused. A simultaneous nationwide release is a standard practice due to the theatrical release system and the increasing popularity of videotapes. Because most movies have large-scale distributions, if they aren't released simultaneously, viewers who see the movie later might see pirated videotapes first. But those are commercial films with stars. These 2 movies need the Oscars to boost their popularity, so there's not much of a concern about that. If we release them in different states at different times, we won't need to print so many copies, which will save a lot of money. Suddenly, everyone had a new idea. You guys work on it and make a feasibility report, Ronald said, gradually realizing that it was feasible. Everyone went to plan the release of the 2 movies. Afterwards, the plans were compiled and brought to Ronald. Although he had a good idea, the cost still made him frown. Releasing a movie is definitely not a joke. The production and transportation of the film copies, marketing in various locations, public relations for the Oscars, and the cost of assembling a team to promote the film in theaters across the states, even with Ronald's connections in Hollywood theater chains on the East Coast and his acquaintance with the Palm Tree theaters, invested in by Saudi princes, the enormous expenses easily exceeded $10 million, approaching the film's production costs. No wonder mid-sized studios trying to challenge the permanent distribution business have lost a fortune, Ronald sighed, looking at the numbers below the report. He now understood why Orion had lost so much money so easily. Please click the link below to join the reader group. The answer to join is the name of the book's protagonist, Ronald. Chapter 1202 is Ronald's time to be blessed by God coming to an end? After Daydream's 2 project companies completed the transfer of ownership of Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs, Daydream, following MPAA regulations, published 2 low-key statements in the Hollywood Reporter's business section, completing the re-registration of the film production company. Then, they began assembling a team, starting in New York and New Jersey, slowly meeting with theater owners across the country, attempting to sign individual distribution contracts. Although Ronald did it discreetly, this unusual move still spread throughout Hollywood circles. Have you heard? Ronald spent over $10 million to make a Western. Ha, a Western. Did this guy edit old films at the Oscars and fall in love with John Ford, the famous Western director? An actor spread gossip about Ronald at a party. I heard it was $19 million, another actor whispered, actually secretly hoping others would hear them discussing the fall of a famous Hollywood director, the illusory thrill of being far smarter than him. What, $19 million? That's just for publicity. I heard it's over 25 million. Ronald added 2 more investments. Think about it, a Western, directed by one actor. The first actor mysteriously peddled the gossip. Don't spread these rumors here. A muscular man with a smirk stopped the gossips, looking down on them for talking about a successful man behind his back. The crowd fell silent. After all, the newcomer was Sylvester Stallone, the Hollywood action star behind the blockbuster series First Blood and Rocky. We were just joking. Sylvester, the actor who had been spreading the gossip, couldn't help but lower his voice, meekly agreeing with Stallone. Wasn't he rumored to be at odds with Ronald? Why was he siding with Ronald? You have to be accurate, or you'll get sued. Stallone's words carried weight. Jack Nicholson had sued Warner Brothers because he thought the box office revenue figures were inaccurate. Warner Brothers definitely overstated its overseas box office results. Nicholson was well prepared. His high-profile legal team, including Mickey Cantor, had already gathered evidence. They threatened to release all box office data in court if Nicholson didn't pay the full share he was owed. This was unacceptable to Warner Brothers, as they had taken Hollywood's creative accounting art to the extreme in order to fabricate losses and avoid paying dividends to marginal investors. Many revenue items used the practice of setting up affiliated companies, ridiculously reducing Warner Brothers' revenue. For example, Batman merchandise, such as t-shirts, toys, and posters, only recorded $2.9 million in revenue. In reality, licensing a co-branded credit card cost as much as $500,000. Another example is the film's theme song, Bat Dance, sung by Price, which topped the charts, but Warner Brothers only recorded $380,000 in revenue from this item. Therefore, when Jack Nicholson sued for overstating box office revenue, Warner Brothers had no choice but to reach an out-of-court settlement and obediently pay the relevant dividends. This story spread widely in Hollywood, and the actors, upon hearing Stallone's accusation, fell silent, trembling with fear. What do you mean, over 25 million? Actually, it's 22,800,000. Ho ha ho ha, Stallone thought he'd made a hilarious joke and laughed heartily. Ha ho ha, the ordinary actors had no choice but to laugh along. Stallone's career had been sluggish since the box office failure of One Down the Mountain, the film about truck drivers' arm wrestling, directed by Minahan Golan. However, his new film last year, Raging Tiger, co-starring Kurt Russell, grossed $54 million domestically, with overseas box office expected to exceed $100 million. Now Stallone felt he had returned to the level of an action star, and his arrogant demeanor returned. When speaking to his agent and director, he became that big mouth again, able to spout nonsense that was taken as gospel. However, these actors really couldn't do anything about Stallone. Being chosen by Stallone to play a supporting role in a film was a huge boost to their careers. Ha ha ha, a Western with over $20 million, I'm laughing so hard I'm crying, Stallone began wiping his eyes. He's really going to self-distribute it? Pshwa, Terry Temer of Warner Brothers, a high-ranking executive who strongly advocated for Jewish interests, also found Ronald's actions quite amusing. Hollywood, since the invention of sound films in the first half of this century, had already run out of space for independently distributing large-scale commercial films. Unless it's a small-budget production like The Gods Must Be Crazy or Dirty Dancing, theaters wouldn't be willing to buy it to fill gaps in their schedules. This film, Dances with Wolves, which was publicly advertised as having a production cost of $19 million, a registered production cost of $23 million, and industry insiders estimated at over $30 million, couldn't possibly secure more than 2,000 theaters with such piecemeal efforts. A few hundred theaters showing a film might have offered a sliver of hope 10 years ago, but now, with a release period generally shortened to 3 to 6 months, a film that doesn't reach at least 1,500 theaters on its opening weekend is basically destined to fail at the box office. What scripts did Minahan pick? Robert Daly, the company's head, though never publicly discussing his ethnicity, was a very active advocate for his community's interests. He was also a major funder and promoter of the Anti-Defamation League, ADL. Despite its grand and universal name, this league was actually a Jewish-controlled organization, primarily opposing anti-Semitic sentiment and largely ignoring discrimination and defamation against other ethnic groups. Forrest Gump, The Fugitive, and Other People's Money, Temer reported to his boss with a smile. Ronald is his puppeteer. Daly was quick to suspect that Ronald might be using the film as a front. Who knows? Anyway, we've lowered our expectations for these two movies. If Ronald likes them, It'll be more worthwhile to switch to Fantastic Four, Terry Temer said with a smile. Ronald's series of actions had almost become a joke in Hollywood. Everyone said that this young man had been blinded by success. In recent years, independent distribution wasn't impossible, but those that succeeded were mostly small productions. To think that he could recoup the cost of a big-budget production of over $30 million through independent distribution was definitely a sign of something wrong with his brain. Hollywood is a place that easily produces dreamers whose minds are blinded by success. After a person succeeds several times in a row by luck, it's easy for them to suffer a series of Waterloo failures. Even Spielberg and George Lucas were no exception. Now it seems that Ronald Lee's days of being favored by God are over. Forrest Gump might have been the most promising first-rate project 2 years ago. But now Rain Man has exhausted the possibilities for films with mentally challenged protagonists. The good days of adapting best-selling novels are gone forever. Even a double Oscar-winning director like Milos Forman fell into the double trap of repetitive themes and adaptations of classic works. Walmart was a huge loss, leaving him with no acting offers. Of course, if he wants it, give it to him. Trading it for Fantastic Four isn't a bad deal, Temer chuckled. Warner Brothers had a new way to its future project selections, so these two screenplays would be best given to Ronald. We can't let him get away with this, the Jewish man chuckled knowingly. Warner Brothers' lack of confidence in these two screenplays didn't mean Ronald's valuation was low. The Jewish business philosophy was, if you're willing to pay $100, and I sell it for $99, that's a failure. How much? $3 million? They only paid Winston Groom, the author of the novel, $350,000 for the rights. Ronald received the news from Minahan. Warner Brothers offered $200,000 for the Other's Money screenplay, plus a deal for the co-production rights to Fantastic Four. This price was reasonable, considering Other's Money would ultimately belong to Minahan. However, the asking price of $2 million for Forrest Gump was far too high. It was clear the other party vaguely knew that Ronald was behind Minahan, and this offer was a trial balloon. They're willing to negotiate down to $3.5 million for my Fantastic Four, and I'd find it hard to refuse, Minahan stammered on the phone. He clearly wanted to accept the price. Selling the film for $3.5 million without even releasing it, after deducting Roger Corman's production costs and profits, would still net him a little over $1 million. For his shell company, 21st Century Pictures, this was a lifeline. So that's why they multiplied the copyright fee tenfold. That's what they were waiting for, Ronald understood. Warner Brothers Temer was being provocative. You used Roger Corman to produce Fantastic Four in 3 weeks, and now you want $3.5 million from Warner Brothers? Well, sorry, we know you're interested in Forrest Gump, so you'll have to pay the original price. You can agree to their offer, but I still need to consider whether to buy the rights to Forrest Gump. I'll pay for the others. Ronald hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. $3.5 million wasn't something he couldn't afford. If he could quickly and decisively buy the film, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Although the price was exorbitant, the scenes from his dream were incredibly powerful, aligned with his creative interests, and subtly reflected the content of his debut screenplay. Ronald was now wealthy enough to indulge in a few whims. Moreover, this record-breaking price was also a good topic for hype. A record-breaking Hollywood adaptation of a satirical comedy novel's rights would attract audience attention even before filming, and this could be used as an advantage to persuade other investors and stars to join, potentially resulting in significant losses. However, the price from the two overt or covert Jewish executives at Warner Brothers might not be the final price. Ronald had dealt with Jews extensively and could understand their business acumen to some extent. By agreeing to this outrageous condition, which seemed illogical, he was essentially sending them a signal: you've found Ronald's weakness, you can raise the price. They could then increase the transfer fee, demand more from Minahan, or change the transfer to co-production. All sorts of escalations were foreseeable. More importantly, Ronald's covert manipulation of Minahan would be exposed. He would then have to face Warner Brothers directly, and if they said they wouldn't do business with him, Ronald would have to raise his offer to get the script. Honey, what are you worried about? Diane noticed Ronald's frown and put her arm around his shoulder. She had just finished yoga. She was working very hard to regain her figure after giving birth. Not only did medical experts create a diet plan, but yoga instructors also came to her home to provide guidance, and even Demi Moore often came to be her postpartum yoga partner. Nothing. Ronald looked up and kissed Diane. Today she was dressed like she was from a Jane Fonda aerobics video, her high slit leggings soaking through her chest, a faint scent wafting out. Was the investment in Dances with Wolves too big? Should I? My game's profits just arrived. Diane leaned gently against Ronald. Ha, I'm not that bad, Ronald laughed. Demi told me, everyone's saying your production cost close to 30 million. Distribution must have cost some too, right? Not that much, Ronald explained to Diane with a smile. The production cost was 23 million, the filed figure, but 9 million had already been pre-sold in Europe through distributors. Additionally, Bannon from Wall Street and Douglas Jr. had led a group to invest. Adding all that to the money, plus Kevin Costner's forfeited salary for a share, and the bridge loan from Credit Lyonnais, the amount Ronald himself needed to escape was less than 7 million. Adding in the distribution costs and the public relations budget for next year's Oscars, the impact of Dances with Wolves on his cash flow wasn't significant. He could easily make a living from a quarter's worth of video sales of his dance videos, or from the rise in Coca-Cola and Microsoft stock prices. However, since Diane was so eager to help him out, Ronald wanted to reciprocate. Minahan got a script from Warner Brothers called Others Money, and I'm planning to buy it. Would you like to play the lead role, huh? Diane's eyes lit up. Her husband was giving her a script and promoting her as the lead. Wasn't this a scene she used to dream about? Who's the male lead? Tom Cruise or Michael Keaton? Diane rattled off several popular male stars. It's a comedy. The male lead is an unattractive man, even somewhat ugly, but he's very good at business, HMPH. Diane frowned more and more. Ronald was too petty. Was he jealous that she was working with a handsome man? This is just the effect of the script, it doesn't detract from the female lead's outstanding scenes. You'll understand when you read the script, Ronald replied with a smile. HMPH, how about Tom Hanks? I'd like to work with him again. Chapter 1203, the B-movie that knocked down the box office champion, A Beautiful Woman. Huh? Pretty Woman got knocked off the top spot at the box office by a B-movie. While eating breakfast, Ronald glanced at the Hollywood Reporter's weekend box office rankings. Disney's Pretty Woman had fallen to second place. That's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They opened in over 2,000 theaters, which is a bit higher than Pretty Woman's 1,500. It's normal, it's their opening weekend. Richard also looked at it, indicating he understood. New Line Cinema, how's their distribution capabilities? Ronald noticed a small company called New Line Cinema listed as a distributor. These kinds of companies were common in the 1970s, making a living by distributing European art films, with far more nudity than Hollywood films, in drive-in theaters. But in the late 1980s, with Hollywood adding the PG-13 rating and the demise of drive-in theaters, they gradually disappeared, like Roger Corman's New World. Seeing a film at the top of the box office that wasn't distributed by any of the 7 major studios, Ronald wanted to learn from their experience. Robert Shire founded this distribution company at the age of 27, initially showing art films at universities. He was heavily in debt in the early 1980s, but a good classmate of his, Michael Lynn, not only helped him restructure his debts but also bought the rights to 2 blockbuster horror films, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre and A Nightmare on Elm Street. For the past 2 years, he's been making a living off the horror franchise. Richard had done some research on New Line Cinema, and he recounted the company's history to Ronald. However, I don't quite understand this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. When I went to see it last night, I realized it's just a B-movie adaptation in rubber suits. It doesn't seem that different from Fantastic Four, huh? Ronald was skeptical and planned to see it at the cinema at noon. Do these suited comic book adaptations really have that much appeal? The audience in the cinema frequently burst into laughter. Many were fans of the original comics, and quite a few teenagers were there for the spectacle. The plot and action sequences had a distinct Hong Kong martial arts style, and some of the dialogue was humorous, making it a perfect choice for young couples to watch on the weekend. Ronald, of course, saw more than the audience. He not only discovered the high level of involvement of Hong Kong's stunt team, but also found out that the film's producer was Golden Harvest from Hong Kong. The film was cleverly shot, as most of the scenes were at night. This meant that the 4 actors in rubber suits, alongside the Green Turtles named after historically famous artists and scientists, didn't have many continuity errors. This was much better than the suit worn by the Rockman in Fantastic Four, which often had to be filmed under natural light, and many fight scenes required changing suits. taking several times more effort, but the final result was still inferior to this dark-skinned Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Jackie, this movie was made by Golden Harvest? You guys are really amazing. It's #1 at the American box office now. Back home, Ronald dialed Jackie Chan's number in Hong Kong, immediately congratulating them on their success. What turtle? I don't know. Wait a minute, let me ask my buddies. Hey, have you guys heard about a movie about some kind of turtle, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Jackie, who was having dinner with his buddies, casually asked the Chan stunt team at the table. Boss, yes, Golden Harvest paid to film it in Hollywood, but the pay isn't much, really? Wait a minute, Jackie Chan stood up. He thought he'd heard Ronald say it was #1 at the weekend's box office, so he quickly grabbed his cell phone and went to the back room to confirm. Of course it's true. Second place is Pretty Woman, which I produced. All those handsome men and beautiful women were beaten by your small $12 million production. It grossed $25 million in its opening weekend. How much? $25 million? How much will Golden Harvest get? Jackie Chan got excited when he heard the number. There are different adjustments. For the opening weekend, we can probably get about 70%. Wait, is it $25 million for the first weekend? Jackie Chan quickly calculated and realized that this one film alone was more than all the money she had earned over the years, even from injuries. Why don't you come to America to check it out? I can introduce you to some people in Hollywood, but I might not be able to accompany you the whole time. My son was just born. Oh, congratulations. Ronald has a successor. I'll ask Sister Gianna, buy the tickets, and then I'll go see it. Jackie Chan, who had always wanted to go back to Hollywood, had been intimidated by the language and cultural barriers, afraid of being tricked into playing a supporting role like Killer How again. But one phone call, and the numbers from Golden Harvest's production topping the box office charts in America, had piqued her interest. Don't keep Sister Giotto busy. I'll arrange a private jet to pick you up. I know how to do that. Just wait for my call. Ronald had always liked Jackie Chan's action films, and his trip to Hollywood was a good thing both professionally and personally. If Fantastic Four hadn't been sold to Warner Brothers, could they have done well even with just an internal copy? David Simpkins, Ronald's script supervisor, also knew about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' box office success. Like Ronald, he was unimpressed with the production quality. It was just a normal B-movie exploitation film. How could it have done so well at the box office? It's hard to say, but it's pointless to talk about it now. The deal is done. Ronald pointed to the script he'd bought with other people's money, asking David Simpkins to advise him on adapting it from a stage play into a film script. The stage play script, to adhere to the unities of time, place, and action for easier stage performance, simplified the characters to 5. The most important was Jorgensen, a long-established New England industrialist and the second-generation owner of a cable factory, Ronald's Gregory Pye character. Then there was Garfinkel, a Jewish capitalist on Wall Street who acquired a company, the clown played by Danny DeWitt in Ronald's dream. The third character was the one telling the story, Mr. Coles, the general manager of the cable factory. Of course, the film couldn't be shot like that. More characters had to be added. Ronald and David Simpkins discussed it at length and decided to add cable factory workers and some supporting characters from Garfinkel Company. Naturally, the role of the daughter of the cable factory owner Jorgensen's mistress and secretary, a practicing lawyer in New York City, was Ronald's initial idea when he bought the script, to please Diane. Ronald also spoke with the screenwriter, Jerry Sterner, who was overjoyed to have a director like Ronald who could make such a realistic commercial film like Working Girl. Sterner told Ronald about his mindset. This film, which promoted America's long tradition of respecting entrepreneurs, was a critique of the negative stereotypes of businessmen on Broadway created by the conspiracy of left-wing college dropouts. Now, in Hollywood and on Broadway, artists with left-wing ideas absolutely make up the vast majority. The kind of uplifting films that celebrated self-made entrepreneurs who led a group of people through hardships to build a great empire are almost extinct. A group of screenwriters, actors, and directors who have no understanding of business operations simply add a villainous role to any entrepreneur in their story. In short, when conflict escalates, they just introduce a wicked capitalist to commit all the evil. Ronald also felt that this trend was not good for society as a whole. There are good and bad people among entrepreneurs, just like ordinary workers. The continuous negative portrayal of a particular industry in film and television is never a good thing for bridging social contradictions and strengthening consensus. Screenwriter Jerry Sterner, clearly a pure Anglo-German white man, gives a glimpse into this in his film's depiction of a Wall Street liquidator. Named Garfinkel, a very Jewish name, he loves donuts, wakes up alone every day, and has no one to share his wealth with. The cable factory owner, despite having an illegitimate daughter, an affair with his secretary, poor management, and refusal to take measures to protect himself from a hostile takeover, is a failure, yet he is a pillar of society. This correction is actually going from one extreme to another. It's as if factory owners are inherently bad, and even if they've done many wrong things, they are still the most devout people under God. Ronald marked these characters with stars in pencil. He had to revise their backstories. The factory manager, Jorgensen, is no longer the virtuous figure, but rather someone with flaws like autocracy and tyranny. And the Jewish liquidator involved in the takeover, beneath his seemingly dull exterior, harbors a deep longing for love and to be loved. This film, in fact, somewhat rehabilitates American bankers and industrialists who have faced much criticism in recent years, showing their weaknesses and helplessness from another perspective. Like ordinary people, they also face accusations and grievances from their families, and the unrequited love of their partners. Therefore, they must handle these situations with great care. Ronald didn't have many clues yet, just piecing together the fragments of the story. "Ronnie, Jackie's plane is almost here," Diane reminded him. "Okay, let's go pick them up." Ronald smiled and put his arm around Diane. "Have you chosen a male lead for me?" Diane glanced at the script, her heart pounding. Working with a superb actor could be her chance to have her acting skills recognized by critics again. "I contacted Mr. Gregory Peck. He's interested and asked to discuss it in detail after I finish revising the script." Peck always liked playing these conscientious American roles. "I mean, the young one," Diane pouted. "I had Nissa to make a list. Let's meet them one by one." Ronald opened a drawer and took out a list filled with the names of Oscar-winning actors. Al Pacino, Dustin Hoffman, Danny DeVito, Tom Hanks. Diane noticed that they were all talented actors, and few were good-looking. Garfinkel's role is one of initial setbacks followed by a rise to fame, so we need someone of average looks. If I cast Tom Cruise or Warren Beatty, the audience probably wouldn't hate them at first, Ronald explained. "I know, let's go pick up Jackie." Diane glanced back at the list. Al Pacino and Tom Hanks seemed to be the most handsome among them. "Jackie, sir." Ronald greeted Jackie Chan at his doorstep, who had arrived on Sony's private jet. This time, he and his wife, Sister Giotto, had come under the guise of a vacation. They hadn't brought any of Golden Harvest's management or stuntmen, for fear of leaking the news. "This is my nephew. Come, Uncle Jackie has a gift for you." Jackie Chan looked at little Roger's chubby face and liked him very much. He had Sister Giotto take out an expensive jade guanine pendant with a red string and put it on little Roger's head. "You little rascal, you have such an air of nobility," Jackie praised little Roger, translating it to Ronald through Sister Giotto. "Unlike my son, who, besides having double bones, particularly thick bones, like me, is slow to learn to read and just gets into trouble, wouldn't that be perfect for taking over your action star career?" "Ha ha ha." Jackie, without even adjusting to the time difference, energetically chatted with Ronald about Hollywood movies. The last time he came to film, he was playing Killer Ho, but the director looked down on him, making him a supporting role, causing his first foray into Hollywood to end in failure. "Is this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie really that good?" Jackie Chan got back to the point. "Absolutely. It outshone all the beautiful women in the Disney movies I produced." Ronald showed him the newspaper. "Can I go see it?" Jackie was a man of action, and immediately wanted to go see the movie. "Aren't you going to rest first?" "I can't sleep. I slept enough on the plane. I'm so impatient, I just want to see this movie." The box office in America is truly amazing. After watching the movie, Jackie Chan was left only with exclamations of admiration. The martial arts in this movie were actually quite mediocre, and he didn't understand the jokes either. On the way back, he kept muttering $25 million, $25 million, Golden Harvest really gets that much? Jackie Chan's mind was completely consumed by the box office. "Definitely. You could easily choreograph more action sequences than this. American audiences have never seen your kind of acrobatic action film. Let me tell you, your movie's VHS tapes are selling like hotcakes in rental stores." "Really?" I haven't seen a single penny of it. Jackie Chan felt increasingly resentful. Doesn't Golden Harvest give you a share? Ronald was also surprised. In Hollywood, the Screen Actors Guild handles everything. Actors never shortchange each other. Ronald explained some aspects of the film distribution system, and Jackie Chan was shocked. It turned out Golden Harvest had been deceiving them all along. Golden Harvest always claimed that overseas distribution costs were too high to be profitable. Only in Japan did the box office revenue become more legitimate, allowing Jackie Chan to receive a share, plus the endorsement contracts from Japanese companies, so he could recoup some money. As for America, Southeast Asia, and Europe, there's practically no return on investment. You don't have unions, never mind, don't you protest a Golden Harvest? Ronald was also shocked by the backwardness and recklessness of the Hong Kong film industry. We can't even see the accounts for overseas costs, it's all up to Mr. Zhu to decide the price. Over the years, not only my company, but also my fellow apprentices Golden Harvest satellite companies, haven't seen a single penny of overseas box office revenue outside of Japan. Not all movies make money, but Golden Harvest really hit the jackpot with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Ronald stroked his chin. How so? Jackie Chan asked, already determined to use Ronald's connections to start developing the American market. This movie actually stars a bunch of unknown actors. Because they're wearing rubber wigs, their faces aren't even shown. Only the female reporter gets a few close-up shots. So, nobody in the audience recognizes these people. The audience only recognizes Einstein, Michelangelo, and those tortoises. What are they going to use to negotiate later? So, Golden Harvest's sequel will still be profitable, then Golden Harvest will make a killing, right? Jackie Chan scratched his head. In recent years, after his serious injury, he hadn't been working as hard as he could. Rather than risking his life for Golden Harvest, he'd rather develop his career in Hollywood. No rush? You can stay in Hollywood for a while, and I'll help you slowly explore the industry here, Ronald chuckled. If Jackie Chan really came to Hollywood, with his video rental rate, he'd definitely make a name for himself. Chapter 1204 Finding a Shield for Black Jews. Jackie Chan had surveyed Hollywood's production and distribution systems, but he hadn't yet made up his mind to leave Golden Harvest, where he'd been so well taken care of, and forge his own path in Hollywood. His wife, Jiao Ji, however, was keen on Los Angeles. The climate was pleasant, there was a large Chinese population, and most importantly, she remembered her son's mischievous nature. He was now of elementary school age, and she wanted to transfer him there to have a Western-trained teacher. Ronald had Nisida and Richard meet with Jiao Ji and Jackie, recommending several prestigious public and private schools. They ultimately chose John Thomas Day Elementary School, a private school near Beverly Hills that emphasizes privacy and holistic development, not just academic performance. Diane also persuaded Jiao Ji to buy a house near Beverly Park so she could keep an eye on their child. Jiao Ji was very interested and decided to buy an apartment, becoming Ronald's neighbor. Jackie Chan spent several weeks researching Hollywood, but his biggest concern remained the language barrier. He doubted whether his comedic action films would be successful there. Ronald strongly urged him to make films in Hollywood, where there was a substantial Chinese audience, as well as many Black and Latino viewers who enjoyed his videotapes. Many Latinos didn't understand English, and Black people disliked predominantly white actors and storylines. Jackie's comedic fighting style, however, transcended language barriers. Jackie was about to return to Hong Kong to prepare for his new film and have a serious talk with his former agency, Golden Harvest. Years of overseas distribution and videotape sales had yielded no returns, and this couldn't be allowed to end there. Since the Screen Actors Guild in Hollywood guaranteed its members benefits, Ronald introduced Jackie Chan to apply, but he had only played supporting roles years ago, which wasn't enough screen time. Ronald had to enroll him in the Stunt Performers Guild first, allowing him to enjoy America's mandatory union protections. His sister, Jiao, didn't return with him. She bought a house, settled down, brought her son over, and handled school transfers, keeping herself very busy. Ronald also returned to his normal work rhythm. The script for Other People's Money became increasingly interesting with each revision. The film's plot was actually structured as a suspense thriller. Initially, Wall Street banker Garfinkel wants to acquire the New England Cable Company. The final step is to persuade shareholders to agree to the merger. The company owner, Jorgensen, mobilizes employees and shareholders to resist, culminating in a showdown at the final shareholders' meeting. Interspersed throughout are scenes of Jorgensen seeking legal counsel from his illegitimate daughter, Kate, and Garfinkel's pursuit of Kate after falling in love at first sight. In short, it's a classic Hollywood suspense structure. Ronald became increasingly enthusiastic as he revised it, especially the final speech scene at the shareholders' meeting. At first, Jorgensen seemed poised to win through emotional appeals and a tragic narrative. However, Garfinkel unexpectedly appealed to money, arguing that making money and establishing a business should generate profits for shareholders, thus persuading them. He had dreamt of incomplete fragments of this dialogue before, and now he filled in the gaps with ease. After completing the first draft, Ronald sent the synopsis and the script of the climax of the final speech to all his entrepreneur and executive friends, asking for their feedback. He quickly received excellent feedback. Ed Bastian, president of his company, the New York Daily News, called Ronald excitedly to tell him that these were the two most insightful and essential passages about the true nature of business he had ever seen in any movie or TV series. Ronald's personal lawyer, Lindsay Dahl, lauded the character of Kate Sullivan, saying she was the embodiment of a female lawyer in New York. She looked forward to seeing the character on screen soon and hinted that Ronald should consider paying her royalties, because she felt many of Kate's storylines were based on her. While Ronald might have attributed these responses to their service and the resulting praise, another call made him feel that he might have actually written something remarkable. That was Warren Buffett, the investor whose reputation soared after investing in Coca-Cola. The first thing he said to Ronald when he picked up the phone was, "Ronald, you saved me an hour of reading corporate financial statements today." The last two lines of dialogue in this script were simply fantastic. "Haha, I didn't expect you to like my script so much. This kind of affirmation gives me even more confidence. You know what? You remind me of when I first bought Berkshire Hathaway." Buffett rarely talked to Ronald about his past. When he closed his investment fund and switched to using a limited liability company as his investment vehicle, he acquired a company whose main business at the time was manufacturing shirts, Berkshire Hathaway. This company's shirts were once one of the best brands in the American market, deeply loved by senior white-collar workers. It could be said that it maintained considerable competitiveness even when Hong Kong textiles invaded the market. However, the state government was very unfriendly to this company. Not only did the union frequently cause trouble, demanding higher wages, but because it was a textile company, it also had to pay considerable pollution fees to continue operating. When the quality of textiles in Hong Kong rapidly improved, the labor unions and local government, which had initially charged exorbitant fees, were unwilling to lower costs to help them weather the storm. Ultimately, investment guru Warren Buffett invested year after year in the company's textile business, only to receive one of the worst returns on investment, one of his worst investments. Eventually, Buffett reluctantly shut down the textile business and focused on transforming Berkshire Hathaway into an investment company. This marked the beginning of his investment journey, yielding returns far exceeding the market average. "I'm not complaining about any particular ethnic group, but the way you Hollywood artists," Buffett was referring to Jewish people, "constantly vilify business leaders is very bad. This country is actually made by business leaders and lawyers. If America loses this social atmosphere that respects entrepreneurial heroes, the end result will only be that no one makes money." Buffett also subtly alluded to the particularly left-wing style of Jewish people, who portray business leaders and bankers as villains, antagonists, and people to be overthrown. That's why he was so fond of the final shareholder meeting scene, and unusually, he started reading the script during work hours instead of looking at the reports. He was also very satisfied with the part where Garfinkel used rigorous financial analysis to persuade the shareholder meeting and the board of directors. Costs within the financial statements must be considered, and so must costs outside the statements. I was fooled by those hidden costs, which is why I kept the shirt business for over a decade. If I had closed it earlier, my wealth would have grown much faster. Berkshire Hathaway's shirt business was put in a very passive position by unions, environmental groups, and local governments using lofty reasons to try and profit from it. In good times, increased costs, though painful, are manageable. But in bad times, the pollution fees collected by the government, the fees charged by environmental organizations, and the wage increases demanded by unions are unlikely to decrease. These costs are always easier to increase than to decrease when it comes to weathering a crisis for the company. But the shirts you used to produce were of very high quality. Is it not even possible to target the high-end market? Ronald, still not very knowledgeable about business, had to ask Buffett. Unlike the cables in the script, shirts are consumer goods, and they can actually survive by occupying the high-end market through branding and quality. Hey, Ronald, you still don't know enough about businesses. You need to read more financial statements. Buffett wasn't chatting with Ronald as a film director, but as a potential investor. He lectured Ronald that if a business's return on investment is worse than your average return on investment, then even if you still make money, you're still losing money. And let me tell you, the decline of an industry is easily overlooked. In the era when horse-drawn carriages were replaced by automobiles, the last whip factory to go bankrupt must have made the best whips, high quality, low cost, high profit, and might even have been able to acquire the second or third best whip factory in the industry. But when the entire industry is eliminated, it's a matter of one night. That's very well said. You don't mind if I put this passage in Garfinkel's final speech, do you? Ronald felt that what Buffett said was similar to what he had in his dream, but the metaphor was even better, and he quickly asked for permission to use it in the movie. This is business philosophy from America's top investor. It greatly enhances the film's realism. Hey, no problem, but don't let anyone know I said it. No problem, Ronald agreed with a smile. Having gained Buffett's approval, Ronald revised the script again and this time sent it to several well-known Jewish male actors in the industry. Leading the group was Michael Douglas. Ronald pretended to invite him to play the role of Coles, the general manager of the New England cable factory, who is both the narrator and a crucial figure in winning shareholder votes. Coles wants to become general manager and take over the factory after Jorgensen retires. However, Jorgensen always says he'll hand it over to him when it's his turn. With this uncertain future, Garfinkel offers a price higher than the market value to acquire his shares, immediately winning over the management team. Listen, Ronald, I'd love to work with you again, but why don't you ask me to play the role of Garfinkel, the Jewish banker? Michael Douglas asked him. I considered having you play this role, but you've already played the classic Jewish banker Gecko in Wall Street. Don't you want a more complex and multifaceted business drama? Besides, Garfinkel likes donuts and Coke, and he's quite ordinary looking. You're too handsome for the role, ha 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 ha, Michael Douglas laughed wildly. Could it be that Ronald didn't want his wife Diane to play his love interest? I'll think about it. Ronald, okay, I'll wait for your decision. If you pass, I'll look for someone else. Ronald made it clear that he was his first choice. Also, if there's a chance, could you send the script to your father for review? I'd like to know his opinion on the character. Kirk Douglas was still a representative of old-school Jewish people in Hollywood. Ronald's approach to Michael Douglas was also partly to use this family of leading Jewish actors to suppress any potential opposition from Jewish circles regarding the various ugly aspects of the Jewish banker Garfinkel in the script. No problem, I'll deliver it to you personally. I think he'll like the script. Michael Douglas was well aware of Ronald's thoughts. However, since the other party respected his family so much, he felt comfortable and agreed to help mediate. Contrary to Ronald's fears, Kirk Douglas didn't object to the script. On the contrary, he quite liked it. It's very well written. Although the character isn't likable at first, he ends up with a female lead and even wins the boardroom debate. If I weren't retired, I'd love to play Jorgensen. Ronald will be happy to hear that. I thought you'd object to the script. Michael Douglas was also a little surprised. You don't understand, we Jews rely on being cautious. Kirk Douglas already knew he couldn't stop Ronald's rise. Previously, Ovitz had been ineffective, and he couldn't introduce Ronald to a Jewish girl to marry and recruit. But even if they couldn't be on his side, there was no need to become enemies. Besides, Ronald's considerable respect pleased the old man. Michael, let me tell you, we Jews used to have more influence in Hollywood than the Italians, but is there a movie about Jewish gangsters now? Artistic works are about subtle influence. Jews aren't just greedy, they're also very business savvy and can attract the most beautiful girls. That's the message this script wants to convey. Ronald, this young man, has a great grasp of Hollywood's diverse characters and the psychology of the public. You should work with him more often, you won't regret it. Kirk Douglas pulled his blanket tighter, having not encountered such an insightful young man in a long time. My father also really likes it. He said if he weren't retired, he'd like to audition for Jorgensen. Michael Douglas called Ronald back to report the situation. Haha, then I'm relieved about the script's quality, Ronald replied with a laugh. It seemed a Jewish man had given his approval. He still has one thing he wants to remind you of, Michael Douglas added. Garfinkel is too Jewish. Can you change it? It's a bit of a stereotype to associate Wall Street swindlers with Jewish people. My oversight. Let's change it. How about Garfield? Ronald changed to a surname commonly used by people of Anglo-German descent. After discussing it with Michael Douglas, he changed Garfinkel to Garfield on the computer. Will this change prevent the audience from thinking he's Jewish? David Simpkins asked Ronald. No. But it's approved by the Douglas family, so who can say anything? Ronald smiled. In the first half of the 20th century, discrimination against Jews in America was no less severe than against Europeans. At that time, many Jews changed their surnames to Anglo-German forms. Garfinkel changing to Garfield was a common occurrence. So much so that when someone heard the name Garfield, their first thought might be Jewish. Ronald wasn't really trying to vindicate Jews, he just needed a scapegoat because the script described typical negative traits of Jews in the public eye: not handsome, cunning, greedy. Chapter 1205: The trend of large-scale cancellation of TV series. After numerous discussions with David Simpkins and other screenwriter friends, Ronald and Simpkins finally made an important decision. He decided to make some moderate changes to the part of the film he saw in his dream. First, he didn't want Danny DeVito to play the lead role of Garfield because DeVito's comedic performance largely relied on his instantly funny appearance and strong speaking skills. This was a rather realistic business drama, and adding too much comedic element would dilute the overall dramatic theme and create a disjointed viewing experience. Second, he also decided against portraying the overly sexy and glamorous female lead from the original work. Based on Ronald's experience dealing with lawyers and Wall Street elites, these people could be beautiful or handsome, but not the kind of brainless or naive pretty face. The actress in the dream was too sexually charged, making it hard for the audience to believe she was a successful Wall Street M&A lawyer. For example, in Ronald's Working Girl, when they were secretaries, Melanie Griffiths and Joan Cusack could never be too sexy. However, when playing a manager, Griffith had to tone down her sex appeal, tying her hair up to project a shrewd, sophisticated, and understated sensuality. Diane couldn't simply flaunt her sexiness, she needed to transform into a successful career woman, possessing beauty within the acceptable bounds of the American business world. In other words, she could gain some advantages through her looks, but she couldn't directly sell her beauty like Vivian in Pretty Woman. Overall, Ronald intended to adjust other people's money into a business drama with romantic comedy elements. Such a script required two essential characteristics for the male lead: first, someone who could create chemistry with Diane, and second, someone with a comedic flair who could evoke sympathy from the audience. Based on these two elements, Ronald began sending audition invitations to suitable people in Hollywood. He ultimately selected three main candidates. The first was Billy Crystal, whom Ronald had previously directed. His When Harry Met Sally had been a huge hit in America, and female audiences particularly appreciated his charm. His comedic talent relies primarily on his dialogue rather than his appearance, making him a very good choice in terms of box office appeal. The second is Michael Keaton, who rose to fame with Batman, but his previous role as the protagonist in Gung Ho was a commercial film where he petitions Japanese automakers to reopen a Detroit factory, leading to a series of cultural clashes. The third is undoubtedly Tom Hanks, who grew up working with Diane. He and Diane have proven their on-screen chemistry. However, their commercial and dramatic abilities haven't been effectively proven. Ronald basically sent out scripts to them in this order, testing their reactions. However, before waiting for Billy Crystal's reply, Ronald received an unexpected offer. NBC suddenly contacted Ronald, wanting to offer Working Girl a full-season broadcast contract and inviting his production team to negotiate the terms. So it was a replacement spot. At NBC, Ronald and the head of the writing team, Lawrence Connor, met with Rick Ludwin, the head of primetime dramas. They learned that the reason NBC suddenly changed its mind was due to a significant drop in ratings this year, leading to the cancellation of 3 long-running series and 6 new ones. 3 of these series had started airing in 1985 and 1986, before the writers' strike, and had achieved good ratings. However, after the strike, ratings plummeted last year, and this year's performance was even worse, with advertising revenue drastically reduced, forcing them to hastily end with the finale. One of these series, called Follow Me, was a family comedy about an alien creature named Follow who looks like a wild boar. Follow is somewhat reminiscent of E.T., ugly but kind, with superpowers. His spaceship crashes on Earth, where he is helped by a group of kind people. A show called My Two Dads tells the story of a 12-year-old girl whose mother tragically dies, and how two single men who both pursued her, a financial advisor and an artist, jointly raise the orphan. This concept is actually inspired by the blockbuster film Three Dads, One Kid. Both shows utilize time-tested formulas for box office success, the core concept of a hit movie, repackaged and adapted for television. Since the beginning of this year, both shows have suffered a dramatic drop in ratings, and the writers' creative efforts have been futile. If the first two shows only disappointed NBC, the third one truly alarmed them. This show, Apartment 227, is a sitcom about two gossipy black women living in a Washington, D.C. apartment and their family story. Such ethnically focused hit shows are generally more resilient than typical white family dramas, as black people tend to be more forgiving of black stories. However, this longest-running series, which attempted numerous rescue measures, including numerous black guest appearances, has also fallen below its limits. In addition, 6 other new series that premiered last year, all highly anticipated after the strike, tragically failed to even finish their first season. This dragged down NBC's overall ratings, putting immense pressure on their leadership, particularly Rick Ludwin, head of late-night dramas and talk shows. He had to start looking at the canceled shows to see if there were suitable replacements. Reminded by late-night show host David Letterman, Rick Ludwin remembered that NBC had lost its year-long streak of weekend ratings champion status to Ronald's Oscars. He pulled out the pilot episode of Working Girl, watched it for a while, and decided to replace it with the new Daydream series. Well, after discussing the temporary replacement of Working Girl, Ronald remembered Bannon's request, that Seinfeld, the 5-episode pilot last year, didn't get good ratings. Sigh, but if this trend of massive ratings decline continues, maybe I'll have to give them another try. With perfect timing and circumstances, signing the broadcast contract didn't take much time. Ronald and Lawrence Connor received the contract for the first season's 12 episodes that very day. They had a few weeks to continue producing the series after the pilot, so they immediately assembled the cast, including the lead actress Sandra Bullock, and the writing department restarted, throwing themselves into filming against the clock. God, I can act again. In a New York coffee shop, a waitress received a page and called her agent to get the good news that her starring role in the TV series was being reshot. She exclaimed on the spot, prompting the owner to quickly stop her. Sandra, what's going on? Your waitress got the lead role, a customer reminded her from the side. After a moment of silence, the owner began to applaud Sandra Bullock, and eventually everyone in the coffee shop joined in for the lucky girl. Sandra Bullock performed a classical theatrical bow, immediately removed her waitress apron, and rushed to the Los Angeles studio as soon as she received the plane ticket the production team had booked for her. A few days later, Ronald saw the young woman at the studio, where the makeup artists and hairstylists were adjusting her hair. Ronald consulted with the director and writers on set, and found Sandra Bullock's performance full of passion, which had energized the entire crew. Doing what you love can indeed spread that passion to those around you. Well done, Sandra. Ronald went over to encourage her. He was also deliberately establishing Sandra Bullock's status within the production team. Because television dramas have longer shooting schedules and greater pressure to meet deadlines, staff often treat people differently based on their status. Ronald's direct encouragement helped Sandra avoid many of the messy power struggles within the production team. After all, Daydream was rushing to air on NBC's national network, leaving no time for crew gossip. This seemed to give the crew the wrong impression, making everyone think Sandra Bullock was the big boss's woman, which inadvertently achieved Ronald's desired effect. Everyone worked together, avoided infighting, and focused on meeting deadlines while maintaining quality. Why are all these TV shows suddenly cancelled? Ronald, holding several videotapes, fast-forwarded through the cancelled NBC shows. This unusual phenomenon made him uneasy. After comparing the quality of the 3 shows at their initial airing with their pre-cancellation quality, Ronald felt there wasn't a significant difference. There hadn't been any major personnel changes or strategic shifts within NBC. He had also confirmed with NBC executive Rick Ludwin that the large-scale mid-season cancellations and replacements were indeed due to a sharp drop in ratings. The writers' strike had been over for so long, it couldn't still be affecting the quality of TV production, could it? Ronald seemed to have grasped a glimmer of inspiration, but was still a step away from being able to articulate it. Frustrated, he frantically pressed the remote control on the VCR, repeatedly fast-forwarding and rewinding, hoping to recapture that vague feeling. Ronnie, do you even want to watch this? Diane was annoyed by his actions. Ronald made an apologetic gesture. I'm trying to figure out why these shows are suddenly not getting any viewers. Never mind, I'll go to the study. Roger is asleep. Diane waved her hand. She quite liked My Two Fathers, and they had just gotten to the part where the two possible fathers were taking DNA tests to reveal who the biological father of the child was. Diane picked out 2 more tapes and went to the next room to watch them. Ronald simply turned off the remote, put the ejected tapes back in, and tossed them into the box next to him. Sometimes, thinking too much and too hastily prevents you from grasping the essence of the problem. Just then, Billy Crystal finished reading the script for Other People's Money and called to arrange a meeting. Hi, Billy. Hi, Ronald. The two met at a cafe near Beverly Park, exchanging hugs and greetings. Billy Crystal's Oscars hosting was highly acclaimed, making him one of the most praised hosts in the last 5 years. His reputation in the industry was rapidly rising. Compared to before, he was receiving significantly more project funding and scripts. However, he still really liked the script Ronald had sent him. The success of When Harry Met Sally was unparalleled by any of his previous films, and he looked forward to collaborating with Ronald again. I'd love to play Garfield. Billy Crystal immediately expressed his interest. However, I just secured funding for my new project and I'm still looking for a distributor, so regarding scheduling, I don't know when you plan to shoot this movie. It'll start filming in the second half of this year. Is this your project? Ronald reached for the script in Billy Crystal's hand. Is this the cowboy film project you mentioned last time that you were planning to invest in? Yes, I've always wanted to make a different kind of cowboy movie, a deconstruction of the traditional cowboy western, and also a recollection and tribute to the past cowboy westerns in the new era of urbanization. Billy Crystal spoke about his project very smoothly. He had practiced countless times when looking for funding, and now it was very fluent. If you're still looking for a distributor, I can recommend Columbia and Disney. Ronald probably guessed what Billy Crystal meant and simply brought it up directly. That's great, but in that case, I might really not have time to act in your movie. Ronald quickly flipped through Billy Crystal's script. Urban Hicks, the script for this movie is truly excellent. Modern cowboys no longer perform the traditional work of herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. With large-scale urbanization, high-income urban professionals are increasingly willing to experience the countryside. The life of the cowboys depicted in movies, and hosting these city dwellers for tourism, has become the main source of income for the cowboys on the ranches. This movie tells the story of several seemingly defenseless urban professionals who take on the cowboy lifestyle, their pretense turning into reality. They actually rely on their courage to herd the cattle to their destination and rediscover something precious they lost in city life. If Billy Crystal is only starring in this movie, then filming 2 movies this year wouldn't be a problem. However, if he also serves as a producer and is responsible for financing and distribution, it will be difficult to get him to handle 2 films simultaneously. Especially since this is his first time doing this kind of work, it will definitely require a lot of time and energy. Ronald nodded, indicating that he was aware of the scheduling constraints. This is common among established Hollywood stars. It's determined by the nature of the film production industry and doesn't affect their friendship. Does my daydream have an investment share? Ronald turned his attention to investing in his film. Of course, I'd love to. Your investment is a great endorsement, and it will make my future fundraising much easier. Billy Crystal, of course, wouldn't refuse. Thank you. Ronald flipped through the script and suddenly noticed a seemingly decorative supporting role. A city career woman, troubled by her own emotions, also joined a cowboy tour. She was harassed by the cowboy guide, and the 3 male leads were too afraid to stand up for the pretty girl, which led to the arrival of a real cowboy, a man who would change and teach them the true meaning of cowboy life. Hey, Billy. Could I arrange an audition for this female character? Ronald asked, pointing to the character named Bonnie. But isn't Diane busy preparing for your new film? Or do you want to wait until I have some free time? I'm not recommending Diane. Ronald chuckled. Actually, he thought the film was of good quality, and the decorative role suited Helen Slater's shallow acting style. In this kind of comedy, it wouldn't matter if she overacted a little. No problem. I'll send the script before the audition. This role is very important. She's the one who triggers the key plot twists. Billy Crystal understood immediately and made a promise. As long as he's not completely incapable of acting, the role is his recommendation. What did Billy say? Diane, who had just finished feeding her son, asked Ronald as he returned home. "He has his own projects, and his schedule doesn't fit. I've already had someone contact our second choice, Michael Keaton. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 1206 The Death King's confession allows the beautiful woman to reclaim the top spot. Michael Keaton was somewhat surprised by the explosive reaction to his role as Batman. He's a star focused on acting, someone who truly wants to be an actor. While he didn't sign a lucrative profit-sharing contract like Jack Nicholson, he would still receive a significantly higher salary for the first Batman film and for the sequels already in development. As an actor known for comedy, Keaton actually longed to act in serious dramas. He expressed his desire to his agent, preferably in Shakespearean plays or scripts reflecting American reality. However, his agent strongly recommended another purely commercial film script, the kind of film that positively glorifies business leaders, reminiscent of the 1950s. After reading the script, Michael Keaton discovered that his agent's strong recommendation stemmed from an offer from the then popular director Ronald Lee. After reading the script, Michael Keaton hesitated. Offers from big-name directors don't come easily, even for someone as newly famous as him. He wasn't opposed to the script, but he had reservations about the subject matter, which had been abandoned after the hippie movement's rise to prominence in Hollywood in the 1960s. In contrast, another Disney-funded film script he received, titled A Good Cop, tells the story of a police officer who, after his partner is murdered by a drug addict, wants to adopt the addict's 3 orphaned daughters. However, he is rejected by the child welfare agency because his house is not big enough. In desperation, the officer robs the drug dealer, uses the proceeds as a down payment on a house, and donates the rest to child welfare organizations. This kind of script is more safe, conforming to the steady, predictable values of Hollywood since the 1960s and 70s. It explores the contradictions between people and the system, the gap between reality and theory, and the dogmatic notion that good people don't always do good. In contrast, Other People's Money is relatively riskier. The entrepreneur, a beneficiary of society, and the banker, whose reputation has recently been tarnished, are both portrayed as positive characters in the film. In reality, this film doesn't have true heroes and villains. Compared to a script like A Good Cop, which is nominally complex but has a simple core, Ronald's script is more modern, seemingly divided into good and evil, but actually possessing a profound core. Keaton is now famous, and what he wants most is to play roles he likes to his heart's content, and then earn more money in the Batman sequels. He's not too keen on playing a Jewish vampire banker, as the role carries the risk of not being well received by the audience due to performance, coordination, directing, and editing. While playing a good cop challenges the boundaries of law and morality, audiences actually love watching lone heroes who avenge their partners under pressure and adopt their partner's daughters. It's actually less risky. That being said, he couldn't simply refuse an offer from a famous Hollywood director with a phone call. Michael Keaton still personally visited Ronald's house. "I have a suggestion for you, Mr. Garfield. Have you dumped Bart?" Diane and Keaton held a mock audition at home, reading a dialogue from the end of a film. Kate Sullivan wanted to bring in Japanese capital to get the New England cable factory to switch to producing new products, car airbags. Garfield, however, was more interested in dating Kate, the woman he had already fallen in love with. You sell the cable factory back to Jorgensen and the worker shareholders, switch to airbag production, and you can get $28 a share. $28? I think $30 a share is better. $30? Do you think so? Yes, we'll discuss this at dinner. I'll see you in an hour, HMPH, tomorrow at noon, lunch, 1 p.m. Strictly, only work-related, okay. Strictly, only work-related. This was a scene from a script where the two were talking on the phone, but Michael Keaton's eyes were incredibly expressive, as if the woman's face was right in front of him. Ronald, filming the scene with a home video camera, couldn't help but think that Keaton was indeed suitable for a role that, while undeniably handsome, was unsuccessful in love. The audience wouldn't find it strange. My schedule is like this. A Good Cop will start filming sometime between July and August. I really like your script and the role. If you can make some time adjustments, I'll consider it. I'll contact your agent if there's any news." Ronald shook hands with Keaton and saw him out. This guy has a bit of an old-school Hollywood star vibe, and he respects himself in everything he does. Even though his schedule clashes with his own film, he's left himself some leeway. "What do you think?" Diane has already started preparing for her role as Kate Sullivan's lawyer. She's styled her hair up, bought several high-powered office lady outfits, and started imitating Ronald's lawyer, Lindsay, in her daily life. She's also increased the intensity of her daily yoga recovery classes and rented some videotapes of courtroom dramas to learn how lawyers speak. The scheduling conflict is quite big, and the chemistry between him and you is a bit strange. "I'll call Tom Hanks right now." Ronald sensed Keaton's charisma because Batman was portrayed as a super-rich heir. He's quite different from Garfield, who came from humble beginnings and built his fortune through hard work. $3 million offer. "Hasn't Ronald contacted us yet?" Warner Brothers president Terry Temer arrived at his office on Monday morning, saw the latest box office results, frowned, and pressed a button to ask his secretary. "No, Mr. Temer, we haven't received any further inquiries from him or Minahan Golan." Minahan, that cunning fox. Humph. The news that infuriated Temer was that Ronald's film, Pretty Woman, had climbed back to #1 after being overtaken by Hong Kong-produced, New Line Cinema Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for several weeks. This was no small matter. Normally, a film's weekly box office naturally drops by about 20–25%. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles opened in 500 more theaters than Pretty Woman. Moreover, these green turtles in disguise averaged $12,000 per theater over a weekend, significantly higher than the $8,000 of The Wall Street Banker and The Streetwalker, but by the fourth weekend, the per-theater box office had tied at $6,000. With the addition of over 400 more theaters added by Disney, the distributor of Pretty Woman, it regained the top spot by a narrow margin after being overtaken for 2 weeks. In particular, Temer noticed a box office drop of Pretty Woman, which was only less than 10% per week, remaining remarkably stable. In contrast, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles dropped by 25% weekly, and this week it plummeted by 30%. What does this mean? It means that comic book adaptations, unless they feature top-tier, well-known characters like Superman and Batman, experience a rapid decline in box office revenue after the initial weeks have drawn in comic book fans. And what about the other people's money film that Ronald bought through Minahan? It perfectly fits a similar formula to Pretty Woman, a realistic business drama combined with a romantic love story. It's incredibly cunning. He used Forrest Gump as a front to quietly acquire the script for a truly blockbuster genre film. Alice, this Jewish man, with a reputation for shrewdness in Hollywood, was outmaneuvered by a white man and an Israeli. How could this be? How could a 30-year-old possess such cunning? Does Ronald have some secret business classic he's studied? Is he even more insightful than the Talmud? Looking at the box office numbers, Temer grew increasingly regretful. New York Attorney General Rudy, though defeated in the mayoral election, had his junk bond kingpin Michael Milken plead guilty in federal court to 6 counts of securities and tax violations. He was fined $200 million and ordered to pay $400 million in damages to victims in the securities market. Furthermore, federal Judge Kimber Wood was extremely dissatisfied with his actions, accusing him of deliberately exploiting legal loopholes. She said Milken only wanted to commit crimes unlikely to be discovered. Someone with his power in the financial world repeatedly conspired to violate securities and tax regulations to gain more power and wealth. Ultimately, he would likely face a considerable prison sentence, more than 10 years. Milken was the most influential, and also the ugliest, of the series of mafia family members and Wall Street tycoons prosecuted by Rudy. Numerous reports discussed Milken's imprisonment. Legal experts estimated that even if he were paroled, he would certainly spend at least a year in prison. This is extremely unusual for a billionaire like him, demonstrating that America's legal system is still just and fair. Coincidentally, the main character in Pretty Woman, Edward Lewis, is actually doing the same business as Milken. He raises funds to acquire America's renowned shipyard by issuing junk bonds in an overly loose bond market. Instead of operating it, he later sells it directly to Japanese investors. However, unlike Milken's shamelessness, Edward Lewis is a compassionate man. He sees his own weaknesses in Vivian, a prostitute, and reconciles with his irresponsible father. He then changes course, not only refraining from dismantling and selling the shipyard that has built numerous warships for the Navy since World War II, but also investing more money to keep it afloat and continue its thriving business of building warships. This contrasting narrative has sparked discussion among people outside the entertainment industry. Add to that the shipbuilding program inherited by the current president, meaning that Edward Lewis, before the stock market crash caused by monetary tightening, luckily escaped the trap thanks to his love for Vivian. Instead, he profited handsomely from the shipyards by expanding the Navy's warship fleet. Coupled with a legendary love story between a banker and a prostitute, and the captivating chemistry between Richard Gere and Julia Roberts, word of mouth drove even more men and women to the cinemas to see this romantic comedy business thriller. Damn, how did this guy manage to predict all the social hot topics during the film's release? Tamer put down the Wall Street Journal and the Hollywood Reporter. Some people's luck is truly undeniable. How did you predict that Milken would be convicted during the release? I saw many newspapers saying he was very likely to be acquitted. Tom Hanks, who also saw this amazing effect on the box office success of Pretty Woman, was equally astonished. When he was invited to discuss other people's money, he couldn't help but ask Ronald about this. If I told you it was all a coincidence, would you believe me? Ronald smiled and handed him a can of Coca-Cola. Yes, I definitely would, but it's a bit unbelievable. Tom Hanks laughed, took the can, opened it, and took a sip. If this wasn't a coincidence, it would require an astonishing ability to predict society, the law, and the film market. I definitely felt it, especially after the positive reviews of Working Girl. It seems that moviegoers are tired of the simplistic business dramas of the past and want to see something more realistic. You know, the number of white-collar workers living in big cities has increased dramatically. They are the backbone of society and experts in certain business fields, and they marry late, so they like romantic comedies. But as for Milken, that's purely a coincidence, Ronald explained slowly. He was most satisfied with the auditions of Tom Hanks and Diane. Hanks was indeed handsome, but he also had certain qualities that ordinary people could empathize with. Ordinary viewers tend to overestimate their own looks. If someone is as handsome as Tom Cruise, they can only imagine transforming or being reincarnated to look like him. Hanks' appearance, however, is the kind that most men would think, I'm about that look. This film, Other People's Money, needed an actor who could evoke a range of emotions from dislike to understanding, sympathy, and finally acceptance from the audience. Hanks and Diane's previous on-screen romance and growing up provided a foundation, which was well received by the audience. From many perspectives, Ronald was very satisfied with Hanks' acting ability. He had previously underestimated his acting skills. Especially in the scene where Michael Keaton and Diane auditioned, Keaton only conveyed the affection of talking to a lover on the phone, while Tom Hanks practically started flirting with the receiver. Rita was very supportive of me playing this role, but I had to be with her the week she gave birth. I think you can understand, Hanks' new wife, Rita Wilson, is a Greek Orthodox Christian, and this is their first child. Ronald smiled and glanced at Diane beside him. He understood the request, of course. Sure, I think my agent can call yours. By the way, are CAA agents really that capable? Tom Hanks suddenly asked Ronald as they shook hands. After losing to Rain Man at the Oscars, he'd been wanting to switch to an agent with stronger awards public relations skills. That depends on who it is. Not all CAA agents are loyal to their clients. I can introduce you to my agents, you can talk to them all and make your own judgment, okay? Tom Hanks thought Ronald's words were very mature and prudent, no wonder he'd achieved so much at such a young age. Bye, Diane. Tom Hanks made his signature expression from the movie Growing Up and took his leave. Chapter 1207 Beautiful Women May challenge the annual box office champion. Why did you fall for someone else? What do I lack compared to Sidney Pollack? Ronald's film Ghost had completed its final production and was about to be screened on a small scale. Then news came that Lindsay Dolan, the Paramount vice president who had spearheaded the project, offering Ronald a generous profit-sharing package and leading the studio's own massive investment, had resigned. She was driven out by Paramount's tedious office politics. The discrimination against women in management at major Hollywood studios was blatant. Although Lindsay Dolan had worked like a one-man show for the past few years, working over 10 hours a day and juggling several projects simultaneously, after the films were completed, the promotion didn't come his way. He was expected to continue being a hard-working, tireless workhorse. Lindsay Dolan refused to accept this. Of course, a producer who could work so hard, choose his own scripts, and know which director would bring out the best in his work wouldn't go unappreciated. Having just resigned, she was already poached by the renowned Jewish director Sidney Pollack's company, Mirage Pictures, to serve as a producer. Hey, Sidney has a lot of very insightful scripts, and I can be closely involved in the script writing process and work in the editing room, if needed. I can oversee every aspect, Lindsay Dolan replied to Ronald's joke with a laugh. She had actually considered joining Ronald's Daydream, but the consecutive releases of Daydream Stars and Stripes series of low-budget B-movies had left her disheartened. Making those kinds of films every day would be incredibly frustrating, wouldn't it? If you came, I'd definitely invest in art films. Whatever genre you want to shoot, whatever director you want, whatever lead role you audition for, I don't care. Think about it, kick out that old man Sidney Pollack, and I've got all the positions ready for you, Ronald said with a wry smile, half-jokingly, trying to win back this excellent producer. Daydream's most capable producers were two women, Polly Pratt, experienced and ruthless, and Rachel Talalay. Lindsay Dolan, a producer with a keen eye for art and a knack for working with directors, would be a great addition to the team. You're not kidding, Lindsay Dolan hadn't expected Ronald to value him so highly. I've already agreed to Sydney, but I'll remember your invitation, long term, Ronald smiled. Producers also have their specialties. The two actresses in romantic dramas were a little lacking. The test screening of Ghost was excellent. Almost all the female viewers cried when Sam turned around at the end, said goodbye to Molly, and flew into the end of heaven. I haven't seen such a moving film ending in Hollywood for a long time. Then why did you quit your job? Why not continue working at Paramount for a few more months, and after my film is released, it'll give you a significant advantage. That's what Wallard thought, but what came out was, I'll pray for the film's box office success. Since having children, Ronald sometimes went to church on weekends. This made him more like a traditional American success story. Some people are good at getting things done, others are good at building relationships. If Lindsay Dolan understood these things, she wouldn't have resigned before the release of the film she was leading. She would have been willing to gamble everything. But if she understood these things too well, Ronald wouldn't have wanted to recruit her into Daydream for such an important role. Sidney Pollack probably felt the same way. I heard you're preparing a new film? Another romantic comedy? Have you found a good distributor yet? That's not something you should be considering. Ronald shook his head with a smile. Although she was capable, she was too stubborn in not even some ways. Regarding distribution, even though you've left, I've still asked Paramount to have you participate in events in Los Angeles or New York. Pick one that's convenient for you. Patrick Schwitz and Demi Moore will both be there. Ronald remembered how enthusiastically Lindsay Dolan had insisted on dancing with Schwitz. Thank you. Sure enough, Lindsay Dolan happily chose a time. The film would be released in July, and in addition to screenings, there would be a series of television interviews. With his own television station, integrating publicity resources became much easier. The distribution of other people's money was no longer a concern. Columbia Pictures, Disney, and even Warner Brothers, which sold the script to Ronald, all extended offers to distribute the film. The reason was simple: Pretty Woman's box office potential exceeded everyone's expectations. In the second week of May, the film had already surpassed $100 million in domestic box office, its momentum heading straight for the year's box office champion. This was truly like a bombshell dropped into a closed room within Hollywood. Until last year's When Harry Met Sally, romantic comedies were still considered a low to medium budget genre. Since Jaws and Star Wars ushered in the era of special effects, every year's box office champion had to be related to special effects production. The few years' box office champions without much special effects were all low points in the annual box office curve. The last purely romantic comedy to win the year's champion was Love Story in 1971. It was a tragic love story about a rich boy and a poor girl who defied societal constraints to be together, only to have the girl tragically die of illness. This sparked a viewing frenzy back then, with everyone bringing handkerchiefs to the cinema to cry. It played in theaters throughout 1971 and continued until 1972, grossing $100 million. However, Pretty Woman achieved the same feat in just 7 weeks, breaking $100 million at the domestic box office. This was undoubtedly related to changes in film distribution models and economic development, leading to a resurgence in the film market. But romance films are typically low to mid-budget, with the bulk of the budget going to star salaries. This film, starring Richard Gere, only had a budget of $14 million. To put that in perspective, even last year's box office champion, Batman, took 10 weeks to barely reach 100 million. And its budget was a staggering 50 million, not even counting the 60 million in royalties that Jack Nicholson took. Low budget, short shooting schedule, short post-production time, yet incredibly lucrative. All Hollywood producers are currently pondering the same question: is the traditional romantic comedy of the prince and princess living happily ever after making a comeback? Even if the prince lives in a luxury hotel penthouse and the princess works as a prostitute on the street, the core formula remains the same: two seemingly impossible lovers ultimately come together because of love. With weekly box office surges, Richard Gere is receiving twice as many scripts, and Julia Roberts' salary offers have doubled. Director Gary Marshall is also highly sought after by numerous studios, though everyone still trusts his romantic comedy directing abilities. Besides the soaring salaries, the star power he can attract is also rapidly increasing. From washed-up male stars and newcomer female stars, he quickly transitioned to veteran male stars and established female stars, and even faster, moved towards Oscar-winning actors and actresses. Breaking news: he's already started collaborating with Paramount, discussing a new script with Michelle Pfeiffer, Warren Beatty, Sally Field, and Al Pacino, among others. Of course, aside from those uninformed studio executives, those who truly know the inside stories of Pretty Woman's filming are mostly pointing the finger at Ronald. From casting the director to the subsequent filming, Ronald strongly supported the movie. He was also the one who initially saw the potential in the script and invested in it. Coincidentally, his own directorial work, Ghost, is also about to be released. However, Hollywood is an industry where being first is crucial. If they waited until Ghost was released to collaborate with Ronald, they'd only be catching his Ferrari exhaust fumes. From Moonstruck to When Harry Met Sally, and now Ghost, Ronald has directed 3 atypical romantic films: a love story of middle-aged people, a love story of urban singles, and a tragic love story. His latest project, Other People's Money, is a classic Hollywood romance. Two seemingly incompatible people come together because of love. Having tasted success, Disney and TriStar Pictures, run by two of Ronald's old friends, offered incredibly favorable terms. They not only invested in the film's production, but also provided prime box office slots and top-tier marketing treatment. As for casting, script revisions, and final editing, they would handle whatever Ronald needed. However, Ronald was somewhat dissatisfied with TriStar and Disney's domestic distribution capabilities. TriStar Pictures was essentially a subsidiary of Columbia Pictures, and much of its distribution power had been integrated into Columbia during the acquisition. Disney, in terms of live-action films, could only produce small to medium-budget productions and release in less than ideal slots. With Pretty Woman, they only managed a 1,500 theater premiere during the sluggish post-New Year period, and subsequent expansion proved difficult. As for Paramount, he was reluctant. This studio, once the most powerful 5 years ago, was currently in a period of internal turmoil. His Ghost, scheduled for the later part of the summer season, was facing difficulties due to Lindsay Dolan's departure, the lack of a truly effective vice president, and several high-ranking executives eyeing the company's profits and engaging in self-serving practices. His communication with Paramount regarding distribution wasn't smooth. As for Warner Brothers, who wanted to rekindle their partnership, Ronald again offered the adaptation rights to Forrest Gump as a condition. However, this move again made the Jewish executives see it as a bargain, and they refused to lower the price, infuriating Ronald and leading him to blacklist them. If all else failed, Ronald planned to propose that TriStar and Disney jointly distribute this Other People's Money. After all, such collaborations between studios weren't unheard of. Two mid-sized studio distribution departments combined could rival the largest distribution departments. The most regrettable thing was that Columbia Pictures, which he had facilitated, had hired the Jewish director Peter Goebel. Dealing with this Jewish group is always fraught with difficulties. Their various intricate schemes and winner-takes-all mentality make you feel like you're negotiating with a venomous snake. However, in Hollywood, it's impossible to avoid dealing with Jews. Ronald had to be careful, because this group was remarkably united. They tacitly suppressed non-Jewish professionals. A serious falling out with them would be very troublesome. The next morning, Ronald was revising the script when the fax machine beeped, and a black and white photograph was printed out. Then he received an international call from Cannes. "Hey Ronald, did you see the photo I sent you?" Martin Scorsese's voice came through the receiver. "Marty? It's evening where you are, right? What kind of photo is this?" The fax machine's resolution was very low, and the photo lost a lot of grayscale. Ronald could only vaguely recognize the master Akira Kurosawa sitting in the middle, and Scorsese standing to the side with his meticulously combed hair, clean-shaven beard, and overly elegant demeanor, making him somewhat unrecognizable. Did you see that? Ha ha ha, this is a dinner to celebrate Mr. Kurosawa. Did you see everyone holding a glass of champagne? Oh, no wonder. I heard that Professor Kurosawa directed The Dream, which you starred in, and that was the opening film of Cannes? Congratulations. Ronald assumed it was a group photo of the film crew. Martin Scorsese hadn't managed to present Kurosawa with an honorary Oscar at the last Academy Awards ceremony. This time in Cannes, he was by the master's side every day, so he was definitely the focus of the media. Ronald knew this was a way of showing off to him, so he quickly offered his congratulations. Ha ha ha, can't you recognize the handsome guy next to me? Look closer, and the young man in front of me, oh dear. Ronald picked up the fax and examined it carefully in the sunlight. He finally realized that this wasn't a film crew photo. Everyone in the photo was a famous director, each holding a glass of champagne, paying homage to Akira Kurosawa, the only person in the photo with a seat, sitting in the middle. Next to Scorsese was Bernardo Bertolucci, the last emperor of the 1987 film industry who dominated the global scene. The docile young man squatting next to the master Kurosawa was Steven Soderbergh, the young director who rose to fame last year with Sex, Lies, and Videotape, winning the Palme d'Or at Cannes. The others standing nearby were also world-renowned directors. Ronald could barely recognize Andrzej Wajda from Poland, Vittorio Tavani from Italy, and others in the low-resolution photo. It's really enviable. I wish I could be in Cannes and take a photo with them. Ronald thought Scorsese had some lingering issues from last time, so he deliberately said something to cheer him up. Ha ha ha, you're not qualified, Ronald. Scorsese seemed a little resentful. Why am I not qualified? Ronald thought. Scorers can't be that vengeful, can he? Does he really value Kurosawa's approval that much? Didn't you notice? Never mind, the fax isn't very good. Let me tell you. This list includes past winners of the Cannes Palme d'Or. Ronald was genuinely jealous now. He hadn't achieved much in awards. And Scorsese himself had won the Cannes Palme d'Or for Taxi Driver. Ronald-san, Kurosawa's voice came from the other end. I'd like to say a few words to him. Kurosawa took the microphone. Ronald-san, thank you for your hospitality in Los Angeles last time. I've missed you dearly. I'll look forward to seeing you in Cannes. Look at that, that's the demeanor of the master, Ronald said to Diane, who had come over after hearing the voice. Master Kurosawa encouraged me to work hard and win the Cannes Palme d'Or, much better than Scorsese's jealous showing off. Chapter 1208 Gregory Pike's Plans. Ronald and Diane sat in front of the television, waiting for the premiere of the TV series Working Girl, the first drama produced by Daydream Tour on NBC's national network. Let the River Flow, Carly Simon's theme song once again connected with the title Working Girl. Ronald even spotted the opening scene of the movie version he directed, with a ferry slowly moving between Manhattan and Staten Island in the morning sun. The Hollywood Reporter, the Los Angeles Times, and the New York Daily News all had ads for the Working Girl premiere in their television sections. Sandra Bullock's smile occupied about half the ad. Several of Ronald's housekeepers, the nanny, the cook, the gardener, and others, were also watching the show in the next room. Partly because it was produced by Ronald's company, and partly because Sandra Bullock's appearance appealed to them, they wanted to see if the plot was any good. After 10 minutes, Ronald yawned. It was really quite boring. The TV series removed the fast-paced narrative and the harsh realities of Manhattan's work environment, which was extremely unfriendly to women, from the film version. Instead, it presented a more tender and affectionate portrayal, as if all the gentle, kind-hearted professionals on Wall Street had flocked to the female lead's side. Even the villain schemes, compared to Sigourney Weaver's arrogance and domineering nature in the film, seemed like the level of high school cheerleaders. Sandra Bullock was giving a great performance, but Ronald's eyelids were already drooping, and he was starting to doze off. Diane had been preparing for her role and had been taking care of the child herself for some time, so she was still a bit sleep-deprived. Diane lowered her voice and gestured to Wang Ma, who had come to take over caring for little Roger. She gently covered Ronald with a blanket and then took out her script to read. Ronald was half asleep, feeling as if he were in an old, dilapidated house, suddenly feeling a warmth, as if a close person had covered him with a blanket. Comfortably, he picked up the remote and pressed play. A light on one of the machines flickered a few times, and then a school scene appeared on the television. It featured many American-style high school beauties, interspersed with some Hong Kong-style martial arts moves. One of the beauties crashed through a second-floor railing, tumbling down to the first floor alongside a fanged monster. This hard-hitting martial arts style was clearly a Hong Kong invention. Buffet, another beauty downstairs, cried out in fright. This beauty downstairs looks familiar. Ronald recognized her. She was indeed a teenage actress he knew. Alison Hannigan, who played Kim Basinger's daughter in My Stepmother is an Alien. The girl named Buffet became even more dashing. She wielded a katana, and like Toshiro Mifune in Akira Kurosawa's Yojimbo, she used stillness to overcome movement, swiftly and decisively finishing off the fanged monster with 2 swift strokes. This looks familiar, but I can't quite place her, Ronald thought, seeing the character named Buffet. Her large eyes reminded him of someone he knew. Let the River Flow, the first episode of Working Girl had finished airing, and the theme song was still that lyrical ballad praising Neo Babylon. Ronald was woken up. What time is it? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Oh dear, did we wake you up, boss? I told them to be quieter. The housekeeper, Wang Ma, happened to be passing by and came over to pick up the blanket Ronald had fallen to the floor. What, do you all really like this TV series? Ronald glanced to the side. The staff were all watching TV in the break room. Is it the TV series you directed, boss? I see those Mexicans really enjoy it. The female lead is so pretty, but it's not as good as your movies. I see. Keep an eye out for them and let me know what TV series they like. Ronald felt that his taste seemed to have diverged from theirs. He didn't know if he had changed, or if they just naturally preferred soap operas. He took out his notebook and described the dream in detail. This time, he dreamt of a TV series. Could it be that TV series would become increasingly important after the 1990s? Bud, your mother told my aunt that you're getting married to your girlfriend. The next day, as usual, Bud drove Ronald out. Before getting into the car, Ronald specifically asked his loyal driver in the lounge. Yes, she's pregnant, and my mother said we must get married first. Bud flashed a bright smile. His girlfriend also worked for Ronald, and the two had a good relationship. It was finally time to get married. Here, Ronald tossed him a bunch of keys. These are the keys to the apartment next to my house. Your family will be having a baby soon, and you'll need a convenient place to live. The apartment is registered under my aunt's charitable foundation, so you don't need to worry about property taxes. As long as you're still willing to be my driver, you can stay here. Bud had bought a house in his hometown in Stanton and rented an apartment in Los Angeles, but it was a bit far from Ronald's house, so he often stayed at Ronald's house for convenience. Apartments near Beverly Hills, whether rented or bought, were beyond Bud's means. Reminded by his aunt, Ronald quickly made some arrangements to relieve his worries. Oh, thank you. Little Bud was a little excited as he took the keys and rushed over to hug Ronald. His whole family worked for Ronald. They were his loyal followers. What about Mr. Dan, the bodyguard? Little Bud thought of his usual bodyguard partner. He wanted to show off the keys to others, but then he realized that this might be Ronald's reward for his loyalty all along, not necessarily the kind that bodyguard Dan would receive. He used to work for the president. His income is higher than yours. He doesn't need to worry about these things. Dan is a professional. Ronald deliberately cultivated relationships with close associates like Little Bud. Dan received much higher pay from him and didn't need this method. Little Bud was particularly focused on driving today. The car arrived at Holmby Hill, one of the best locations in the Beverly Hills. Gregory Parker had a French-style manor here. The gray stone buildings and the huge lawn all showed the love of the master for the mistress. Gregory Parker's second wife grew up in the United States, so buying this place also served to alleviate his homesickness. Furthermore, Gregory Parker's love of gardening, horse racing, and wine resonated well with the local lifestyle. Ronald spotted Gregory Parker playing with his golden retriever on the lawn. Parker wore an old pullover and thick corduroy trousers, exuding the air of an old-fashioned wealthy man, a stark contrast to his austere, internationally minded image in China. My old friend, Jimmy Stewart, is a master of jokes. He told me over a decade ago that once you're 70, you're patching things up everywhere. After playing with his golden retriever for a while, Gregory Parker sat down to rest on a chair on the lawn. His health hadn't been great this year, The burly man who had handled all the fight scenes back then had lost some weight due to illness, and his oversized clothes now looked rather baggy. Ronald strongly urged Gregory Peck to play the lead role of Jorgensen in Other People's Money. Peck liked the script after reading it, but was unwell and couldn't immediately agree. It wasn't until several weeks of rest that he gradually recovered. Ronald's visit was also to check on the handsome actor's health, and it seemed there was nothing seriously wrong. "Darling, why don't you come in and talk to Ronald?" Peck's wife, Veronica, was actually an entertainment reporter who interviewed him during the filming of Roman Holiday. After filming, Gregory Peck quickly began dating her. He then divorced his first wife and married his young wife the next day. The two have been quite loving and have a son and a daughter. The film is currently in pre-production. We've found a cable factory on Rhode Island, which perfectly matches the situation in the script. For the other towns built around the factory, we can film on my hometown, Staten Island. Ronald detailed the location scouting to Gregory Peck and even showed him some photos from the set. His serious attitude greatly pleased Gregory Peck. Even when filming To Kill a Mockingbird, Hollywood didn't put in this much effort. It seems agreeing to Ronald's offer was the right choice. Ronald even brought a costume designer for Gregory Peck. The costumes she prepared were made to fit his previous measurements, and now, like his own clothes, they looked a bit too big on Peck. However, this was a lucky coincidence. Jorgensen is a businessman with good intentions but limited resources, facing environmental protection and the trend of industrial hollowing out. His strategies are actually helpless and doomed to failure. This slightly aged and decrepit image matches the character of Jorgensen very well in appearance. "When can I meet the lead actress?" Gregory Peck, after finishing his costume fitting with Ronald, reverted to his humorous nature. He hadn't even met Diane since accepting the role. "That might not be appropriate. You, Diane, and Hanks, who plays Garfield, shouldn't meet before rehearsals begin. I need that sense of unfamiliarity," Ronald explained with a smile. Diane's character, Kate, is actually the illegitimate daughter of Jorgensen and his secretary, Ms. Sullivan. She worked hard, got into law school, and escaped the strange fate of being the child of someone not in the Jorgensen family but related to the small-town factory manager, Mr. Jorgensen. Tom Hanks plays Jorgensen's nemesis, the villain who wants to acquire and destroy the cable factory. However, both Hanks and Jorgensen have a righteous air about them. If they get to know each other beforehand, it will be difficult to portray the tense, murderous tension of their first meeting. "Darling, why did you agree to this role?" Veronica Parker was also puzzled. Gregory hadn't made a movie for years, only doing TV series that didn't require much energy. This year, however, he suddenly agreed to film 2 movies. One was Martin Scorsese's remake of Cape Fear. This film originally starred Gregory Peck. He and the other 2 original leads, Martin Balsam and Robert Mitchum, also made cameo appearances in the new version. Robert De Niro and Nick Nolte reprised the roles originally played by Mitchum and Peck, respectively. Another film is the business drama Ronald, and it's been a long time since Gregory Peck has seriously played one of the leads in a film. "I wanted to do something meaningful for my favorite role, Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird," Gregory Peck said, patting his wife's hand. His image in Hollywood is that of a charismatic, successful, white man who opposes discrimination, pursues fairness and justice, and is embodying traditional values. But recent events have left even a veteran star with this image somewhat bewildered. Jews are increasingly dominating Hollywood, black stars are complaining about the Oscars not distributing awards proportionally to them, certain minority groups are acting recklessly, and the very people he once protected and fought so hard for are now discriminating against others. So, years later, when he passes away, will the values he held so firmly back then still be correct? Will future generations laugh at him for it? Gregory Peck was deeply worried about this. At that time, would Jews, black people, these groups who were discriminated against back then turn around and criticize his past role for not treating them equally enough? Therefore, when Ronald offered him this film, Other People's Money, he quickly agreed to star in it. It not only echoes his past outcry against Jewish discrimination, although now, most Americans can only bitterly complain about Jews dominating the media, entertainment, and finance industries, rather than accusing them of racial discrimination, but also offers a profound reflection on the earliest white people of Anglo-German descent to this land. If he could play a memorable role in this film, he wouldn't have to worry about being forgotten and ridiculed later. Ronald then began preparing for his new film. Time flew by, and the busiest summer movie season arrived. The third installment of the Back to the Future series premiered first, but unlike the well-received second film released at the end of last year, which filled many gaps in the first movie's plot, this third film became a western completely unrelated to the first two. Marty and the Professor returned to the era of westward expansion, and although the plot was still exciting, fans were greatly disappointed, with box office revenue dropping by 48% after just 1 week, almost halving. The other sequels, Another 48 Hours, Grease 2, and RoboCop 2, failed to maintain the original's success, with opening weekend box office results disappointing both producers and audiences. Only Total Recall, the first major film after Columbia Pictures' acquisition, starring Schwarzenegger, achieved relatively good results. Pretty Woman, although dethroned from its top spot, remained in the top 5 due to weaker competition, gradually approaching the $150 million mark. Disney became the most unexpected winner in this summer's box office battle. Ronald, You Have to Come to the Premiere. Joel Silver, the producer of Die Hard 2, called Ronald several times, earnestly inviting him to the grand premiere. Don't you know I have a new movie coming out too? Ronald really didn't want to go. After seeing the preview screening, he already regretted endorsing him and Bruce Willis at 20th Century Fox. From the screen, it was hard to see where the film's ever-increasing budget of over $85 million went. The plot had many contrived parts, and the actor's perfunctory attitude towards the film was visibly obvious. If it weren't for the computer-generated special effects used in the final airport battle, the climax of the film might not even have been possible. You're the producer, you absolutely have to come, at least to Los Angeles. Joel Silver was getting impatient. 20th Century Fox's attitude towards him this time was practically a reprimand. They had to do everything they could to increase the opening weekend's audience. After all, these popcorn movies weren't afraid of bad reviews. The number of viewers in the opening weekend was the key to the box office. They can scam as many people as possible, as long as they come in and buy tickets. Chapter 1209 The premiere of Thunderous Ambition in Die Hard. The end of sequels? The Hollywood box office formula is losing its power. Diane has recently resumed her love of coffee, and Ronald's morning coffee is always an espresso made by her using a coffee machine. This type of coffee was invented by the Italians, and it has one advantage: you can drink it in just one sip. Is it really that sequels aren't popular with audiences? Agent Richard brought over the latest media reports, looking at the criticisms of last week's box office, and asked, Grease 2, despite bringing back many of the original cast members, especially the sexy and beautiful Phoebe Katz, and still being produced by Spielberg and directed by Joe Dent, saw its box office plummet by 35% compared to last week. Another 48 Hours, directed by Walter Hill and starring Eddie Murphy, also failed to turn things around. This week's box office dropped by 44%, with critics lamenting the film's decline. Dutch director Paul Verhoeven's new film Total Recall is a huge hit, featuring Schwarzenegger and a blonde bombshell. However, the RoboCop series, which he made famous, saw a significant drop in box office revenue after the second film was directed by a different director, with its box office falling by 58% this week. Coupled with Back to the Future Part 3, released a month ago, sequels have generally performed poorly this summer. As a result, some media outlets and critics are starting to believe that the era of sequels as a money-making formula is over. Hey, this is because the creators weren't very serious. The producer, Joel Silver, led the way, from the lead actor, Bruce Willis, to a bunch of actors who played major supporting roles in the first film. Everyone was just looking to make a quick buck, and it set a bad example. Ronald doesn't think there's been a change in the model. Sequels are still a very powerful money-making framework. These are all old problems that have persisted since the collapse of the studio system. Because actors and directors are now freelancers, no longer working for film companies and receiving fixed salaries, their salaries fluctuate greatly depending on the success of the previous film. For a blockbuster like Die Hard, everyone's salaries increased significantly for the sequel. Because the previous director was replaced, and the new director had to rely on a sequel to make a name for himself, he was considered the most dedicated person on the crew. So you still agreed to go to the premiere of Die Hard 2? Richard took out his notebook, ready to jot it down. Yeah, I'm one of the investors and producers, so I have to go. Besides, I accepted the invitation to the premiere of Tom Cruise's new film. It wouldn't make sense to go to Tom's and not Bruce's. Ronald took the orange juice Richard was drinking, poured it into his own glass, and drank it. Honey, Would you like some coffee? Diane's figure had recovered quite well recently. She had several new outfits made, which she planned to wear to the premiere of Days of Thunder, starring Tom Cruise and his girlfriend Nicole Kidman, as a way of announcing her comeback to the public. I've had enough. I just had some orange juice. Get Richard a glass. Ronald, Tom, this movie, Days of Thunder, is about NASCAR racing, a sport beloved by the American public. It's a circuit racing series, and the cars are ordinary civilian vehicles, not the bizarre designs of Formula One cars. Americans have a strange confidence that they can win races by modifying their cars, which is why they love this kind of racing. Because of this, the stars attending the premiere today were all dressed very much like people at a racetrack. Tom Cruise and his girlfriend Kidman were inseparable, even wearing matching outfits, white stylish shirts paired with jeans. Cruise wore black rimmed glasses, and Kidman carried a black Pratt handbag. Their simple yet stylish appearance was very eye-catching. Ronald and Diane, on the other hand, had a different look. Diane wore beige trousers, a symbol of female equality, a white office shirt with a vest over it, and her long, wavy hair gave her the air of a successful female lawyer. Ronald, dressed in a light-colored suit with light gray trousers and handcrafted Milanese boat shoes, also looked like a Mediterranean business tycoon. The two looked like a successful, roguish businessman and his dutiful secretary. Immediately, photographers turned their lenses, snapping away at the two handsome couples. Ronald, what do you think of this movie starring Tom Cruise? A reporter shouted from behind. In this kind of setting, it's perfectly acceptable for non-celebrity involved not to answer. However, Ronald had a consistently good image with reporters and was willing to play along, so many reporters tried their luck. I'm like you, I haven't seen the movie yet. I'll tell you after I see it. But I always have high expectations for Tom Cruise's movies. He's the best, Ronald said, giving a thumbs up to the camera, almost like a film critic. What do you think of his performance in his recent movies? Another reporter, wanting to create a big story, asked Ronald about Tom Cruise's Born on July 4 narrowly losing to Daniel Day-Lewis. Tom is the best. When he was filming Top Gun, he was in the cockpit of an F-14A himself. And when he was filming Days of Thunder, he was in the driver's seat of a race car himself. He's a model of an actor's hands-on approach. Ronald, Diane, afraid that a reporter might ask Ronald again about his opinion on Tom Cruise's role in Born on the 4th of July, whether sitting in a wheelchair was also a form of hands-on experience, he quickly put on a smiling face, pretended not to hear, and pulled Diane into the theater. Oh, look at the way they look at each other. The movie reached a scene where Nicole Kidman, playing a doctor, examines Tom Cruise's race car driver. In a close-up, the two gaze at each other with such deep affection that it wasn't acting at all. All the audience members were convinced it was the actor's genuine emotion. Later, when their intimate scenes unfolded, a chorus of admiration rippled through the theater. Nicole Kidman's face and features had the feel of a standard movie star. Tom Cruise's handsome face and his two youthful bodies sent the audience's hormones into a frenzy. The screen magnified the most beautiful human bodies dozens of times, displaying them in exquisite detail. Even Ronald and Diane, who weren't directly involved, felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, both leads were stars and used to this kind of thing. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman's debut films included nude scenes. They sat happily in their seats, intertwined, occasionally kissing. I don't want to see your love scenes on a public screen, Diane, Ronald said, somewhat unable to bear the thought of such intimate scenes between the two on screen. Hey. I don't want our son Roger to see his mother on screen when he grows up and reaches puberty. Since having a child, Diane's thinking had changed considerably. She gradually came to agree with her father Bert's values and didn't want to do such films anymore. It's true what they say, having children changes people. Those Oscar voters just don't like me. Unlike you, the Directors Guild all voted for you. We Screen Actors Guild are just jealous and infighting, letting an Irishman win. Hey. Even the Screen Actors Guild doesn't like me. The Directors Guild might have gotten me a nomination, but the Screen Actors Guild decides who wins. After the film ended, Ronald and Tom Cruise, two Oscar losers, began exchanging their experiences in the dressing room. I don't think he acted any better than me. The most important thing is the subject matter, plus the voters like disabled people. My character is in a wheelchair, so he's not as miserable as him. Tom Cruise, who received his first Best Actor nomination this year, was very disappointed not to win and had some thoughts on the winner, Daniel Day-Lewis. Cruise played Ron Kovac, who was paralyzed in the war and almost lost a leg. Daniel Day-Lewis played Christy Brown, a person with cerebral palsy who could only move one leg. It's impossible to fairly compare whose acting is better, but Lewis's more severe disability gives him a greater advantage in acting, which might seem to laymen as superior. Many of the voting members in the Screen Actors Guild are also laymen, and many don't want a handsome actor like Tom Cruise to gain recognition for his acting while also benefiting from his looks. Actors from Britain, especially theatrical actors, have a huge advantage here. The same story, set in America, just doesn't feel as sophisticated as one set in Britain. What's your next project? Ronald was getting impatient. Tom Cruise's desire for an Oscar was no less than his own. If they kept listening, they might all become depressed. I found a story set in Ireland, the British Isles, and America, and I'm acting with Nicole. Ronald was speechless. It seemed Tom Cruise was even more obsessed, already trying to combine similar formulas for Oscar success. Irish elements, British elements, I've added them all this time. Let's see what you have to say now. Tom invited you to direct Far and Away. Back home, Diane changed into her pajamas and started talking to Ronald. I refused. This isn't my area of expertise. Ronald knew his limitations. The plot of an Irish peasant uprising, a tenant farmer's son rebelling, smuggling himself to America with a landowner's daughter, enduring hardships, and finally buying land in Oklahoma to become landowners in the New World, isn't very dramatic, and being a period drama, it requires a large investment, making it difficult to film well. Nicole seems to be trying to persuade you through me too. Tom seems to be a bit, Diane said with some concern. Hey, an Oscar, I want one too, Ronald muttered to himself. When it happens to others, you can analyze it objectively, but when it happens to you, my directing isn't bad, why didn't I win an award? Is Rain Man really better than my directing? It's just that your movie's protagonist is an idiot, which makes it seem better to laymen. When Monday's box office statistics came out, Days of Thunder only grossed $15 million in over 2,300 theaters, averaging just $6,700 per theater. This result clearly demonstrates that even the combination of Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman doesn't have the box office power of Ronald Reagan's Top Gun. The racing scenes are easily boring. The audience keeps switching between spinning and close-ups of the cockpit, lacking the adrenaline-pumping feeling of Ronald Reagan's handling of fighter jet combat. Paramount executives have already begun examining where they went wrong and are preparing to write reports. Tom Cruise, the action-packed, mechanical spectacle. Nicole Kidman, a competent, respectable actress. The score is by Hans Zimmer. The producers are also the same duo of Jerry Bruckheimer and Don Simpson. The formula for this movie's box office success seems the same, doesn't it? Is the competition just too fierce? Perhaps if Die Hard 2 doesn't do well at the box office next week, audiences will flock to see this racing-themed Top Gun. Don't forget, Bruce is the best this time too. Diane changed into another outfit, this time a black business suit, a knee-length skirt, and cute shoes. She even styled her hair up, looking every bit the powerful businesswoman. Ronald, on the other hand, wore a more formal double-breasted nautical-style jacket with metal buttons, a striped tie, beige trousers, and cadet-style shoes. This time, their style was similar to that of alumni couples attending Ivy League parent-teacher conferences, the kind who donate countless sums of money to get their children into college. Remember to remind me there won't be as many interview questions this time as last time. If no reporters ask, I'll have to linger at the door for a while. Ronald smiled, putting his arm around Diane's waist, and the two got into Bud's car. Sure enough, it was pretty much as Ronald had predicted. Today, the premiere of Die Hard 2 was attended by several times more stars than Days of Thunder, and they were all in pairs. Ronald, you're finally here. Joel Silver quickly opened the car door as soon as it stopped. Others might not know, but he certainly did. Die Hard 2 hadn't performed well in its test screenings, and to attract a larger audience for the opening weekend, he had pulled out all the stops to get as many stars as possible to support it. However, supporting other stars at their premieres wasn't a good option for A-list celebrities. Unless they were close friends in the industry or shared agents, no one wanted to lend their fame to someone else's film. If Ronald hadn't been so quick to contact a few people at the last minute, realizing his own film might flop, he might have made a huge fool of himself today. 20th Century Fox was already unhappy with him and Bruce Willis's embezzlement. If they didn't manage to get enough stars for the premiere, the blame for the box office failure would fall on him. They haven't arrived yet? Let the reporters ask me first. I've memorized all the answers. Ronald straightened the back of his suit jacket, then bowed to help Diane out of the car. Ronald, Diane. The reporters had been waiting for a long time. Apart from the washed-up star Sylvester Stallone who had just passed by, none of the stars who were supposed to come had shown up. Finally, Diane Lane arrived, and everyone rushed to take pictures. Ronald, what do you think of Bruce Willis's performance in the sequel? Oh, Bruce, he's the best. In the first movie, he was fighting terrorists in a building, and in this one, he's fighting terrorists in an airport. I don't know where else he'll get to show off his skills. What do you think of Die Hard 2? As an investor, what are your expectations? It's all thanks to Joel. I can only say that I really like this story. The director and Bruce's performances are indispensable to the story of this movie. Ronald let Joel Silver take the blame, whether it's a profit or a loss. Julia, Patrick. Just as Ronald was busy dodging the tricky questions, two more luxury cars pulled up behind the parking lot. Julia Roberts, with her short hair, hid behind her boyfriend Kiefer Sutherland, looking even thinner. The two barely answered any questions and hurried into the movie theater. The car behind them belonged to Patrick Schwitz. He looked energetic and had come with his wife. Demi and Bruce are good friends, and I'm a fan of theirs, Patrick Schwitz said, somewhat surprised that Roberts hadn't given an interview, so he filled in, answering a few questions himself. His new film with Demi Moore, Ghost, was about to be released, and Ronald had called him, suggesting they exchange attendances at each other's premieres. Chapter 1210: A love story between human and ghost, a special audience reaction. The premiere of Die Hard 2 was packed. When the opening scene, set at Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C., where New York Inspector John McClane receives a phone call from his wife on the plane, erupted in cheers and applause. They seem to really like this movie, Diane quietly asked Ronald. They like the character, Ronald smiled and shook his head. The first Die Hard film was a masterpiece, and the audience's affection for the protagonist was palpable. John McClane represented the crises faced by any middle-class American. His wife earned more than him, their long-distance relationship was in crisis. His children were attending school with their mother and weren't as close as before. His boss, colleagues, and the service industry were always working against him. And then there was the constant emergence of high technology, especially computers and mobile phones, which presented these middle-aged white-collar workers, who had just become accustomed to answering machines, with a new learning crisis. The experience they'd accumulated seemed to be rapidly depreciating with technological advancements. The old methods were no longer useful. A 35-year-old middle manager was less valuable than a recent graduate who knew how to use a computer. So, when McClane got a parking ticket at the beginning of Die Hard 2, the audience worried that his struggles from the first film would ultimately be in vain. When Bonnie Beatrice's Holly called McClane with love, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although McClane still didn't understand fax machines or satellite phones on airplanes, his old methods could still defeat the terrorists and win back his wife's love. But gradually, the audience quieted down, some started whispering, and some even went to the bathroom. Ronald sighed. The sequel's appeal to the audience was far less than the first. The most important reason for this is probably that John McClane in the sequel no longer faces life-threatening situations as he did in the first film, nor is he always brought back by Hans, played by Aaron Rickman, hailed as the smartest villain in history, after he manages to gain the upper hand against the terrorists. McClane in this sequel is more like a Rambo-esque lone hero. He's omnipotent and invincible, so the audience is less worried about him. The reasons for this are complex, including Bruce Willis's rising star status and stronger bargaining power over scripts. There's also the factor of the new director's lack of prestige and ability to control the overall situation. But the most important reason is undoubtedly the collusion between producer Joel Silver and Bruce Willis, coupled with Ronald's lax oversight of the production team, leading to a tacit understanding that everyone was lining up to make money from 20th Century Fox. They filmed whatever made big scenes and easy product placements possible. For example, in the Dulles airport scene, when Bruce Willis is on the phone, the logo on the payphone he deliberately shows is that of Pacific Bell. But this job was handled sloppily. Pacific Bell was a branch of Bell Canada focused on its West Coast business in California after the company was split up. Why would it be developing business in Washington, D.C. on the East Coast? And then there's the scene where John McClane, with the help of a fallen engineer and homeless man, tracks down terrorists. And they even arranged a scene to use a cordless drill to dismantle the exhaust manifold grill, just to advertise it. Hey? Where's that cordless drill? Seeing Bruce Willis 1 second taking off his sweater, ready to get down to business, and the next second removing the exhaust manifold grill and tossing it aside, Ronald was sweating profusely. Even though they only paid $150,000 for a few seconds of footage, they couldn't just cut out the drill like that. Where was the contractual obligation? Ronald glanced at his watch. The first scene was already 43 minutes long. It seemed the film's completion was poor due to rushing to meet deadlines. Because Bruce Willis wanted special treatment and went on vacation with his family, and Joel Silver wanted to cash in on a lot of big productions, the film was delayed. The premiere, originally scheduled for late June, was postponed to Independence Day. Even so, time was extremely tight, so the editing was rushed, and many things weren't fully considered. After the screening, Ronald noticed that many people didn't stay in the theater long and hurried out. However, this film, released early on Wednesday for the Independence Day holiday, did much better at the box office than Ronald had expected. Normally, movies are released on Fridays, but because of Independence Day, it was released early. 20th Century Fox's distribution department did a lot of work for this early release. They broke the usual Friday release schedule, contacting various theater chains and securing over 1,600 theaters from those disappointing sequels, earning $9.6 million in just 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. Hey, are they really relying on this big weekend? Ronald saw the box office statistics on Saturday morning. For its official release on Friday night, 20th Century Fox booked over 2,500 theaters, pushing Tom Cruise's Days of Thunder into off-peak hours. But the reviews don't seem too good. Richard gestured to the Chicago Sun-Times and the Chicago Tribune, the columns of two of America's most famous film critics. Roger Ebert and Gene Sisco, who had been heavily lobbied, reluctantly gave it 3.5 stars out of 4. Ebert categorized the film as a bruised forearm movie, because by the end, your forearm will be bruised from your date's constant gripping during tense moments. After praising the film's grand scenes, especially the final duel on the plane, Ebert couldn't help but criticize. He said the plot lacked logic, deliberately placing Holly on the plane to create suspense. He also said the terrorists were initially portrayed as too powerful, but their collapse after being defeated by McClane was illogical. I think the word of mouth will be problematic, Ronald expressed his concerns. Audiences in the theater weren't focused, many talked and went to the bathroom during the film. What percentage of viewers would recommend such a movie to their relatives and friends? By Monday, the box office statistics were in. Die Hard 2 had grossed over $20 million this weekend, seemingly much higher than Days of Thunder, slightly over $10 million. However, if you subtract the $9 million from the 2 days of earlier screenings, Die Hard's opening weekend was just average, not much higher than Days of Thunder's opening weekend. Examining the per-theater box office figures for both films also clearly shows this. Die Hard 2 grossed $8,600 in its opening weekend, while Days of Thunder grossed $66 million. If Die Hard 2's box office drop in its second week is also more than 30%, like Days of Thunder, then the sequel, with a production cost of over $80 million, will have a difficult time recouping its costs at the domestic box office. The production cost of the Die Hard sequel is $62 million. Any claim exceeding the figure is utter nonsense. Faced with such box office pressure, executives at 20th Century Fox stepped in to quell the controversy. Unlike the quarterly reports of publicly traded companies, the production cost of a film isn't fully and transparently disclosed. Many Hollywood blockbusters now establish independent project companies. The biggest advantage of this is risk control. Even if the film flops, it won't affect the parent company's operations. Another major advantage is the ability to hide or exaggerate costs in financial accounting. This allows the listed parent company to use creatively adjusted accounting figures to consolidate them in the publicly traded company's financial statements. The most famous recent example of this is Warner Bros., whose Batman revenue wasn't enough to cover production costs. This globally successful blockbuster ultimately lost money. However, just as Batman inflated its production costs, Die Hard 2 inflated them. Unlike Warner Bros., where Terry Tamer's position was secure, 20th Century Fox didn't have such a powerful president. Various figures are pulling out all the stops to curry favor with Chairman Rupert, the Australian. Therefore, the return on investment for a big-budget film becomes the most important KPI. Whether a film's production cost is $62 million or over $80 million, in performance evaluation, it's the difference between profit and loss, and whether the person in charge should be promoted or fired. Keep in mind, Die Hard 2 is a sequel to a highly successful film with a high probability of making money. Ronald doesn't care about any of this. The stars who attended the premiere of Die Hard 2 last week are all returning this week to support Ronald's directorial debut, Ghost, especially Bruce Willis. This is the first time he's attended the premiere of a commercial film starring his wife since their marriage. Although the two are very loving, Demi Moore always feels inferior at home. After all, Bruce Willis had already received script offers worth over $10 million before the release of Die Hard 2, and her? Still pitifully earning $1 million or $2 a month. Compared to that, she couldn't even raise her voice at home. Ronald, how's the attendance today? After dealing with the reporters at the premiere, Demi Moore secretly asked Ronald. She was most uncertain about this film. Not to mention Ronald's track record, even the male lead, Patrick Swayze, had several blockbuster films to his name, and this was her first promising leading role after giving birth. How should I know? Do you think I can keep track of all the ticket sales in America in real time? Ronald felt Demi Moore was a bit obsessed. Her biggest desire was to be a top-tier actress, and with such an opportunity right in front of her, she was so psychologically unbalanced that she didn't know what to think. Relax, come on, say hello to the guests, Ronald said, pointing to the newly arrived luxury car carrying Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. The latter had even competed with Demi Moore for the role of Molly. Demi, I heard you did a great job in this movie. Nicole Kidman, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. Her film with boyfriend Tom Cruise, Days of Thunder, was also distributed by Paramount. However, the treatment Paramount received for the two films was quite different. On one hand, there was Tom Cruise, a star with absolute box office appeal. According to CinemaScore, he's the kind of man who can get audiences to go to the theater just for him. On the other hand, the two leads of Ghost were B-movie star and, while receiving critical acclaim, had no history of leading roles in box office hits. Although directed by Ronald Raines, they didn't have much control over film scheduling. Film scheduling is a very uncontroversial matter. No matter how famous you are or how well the critics praise your acting, the biggest influence on box office and audience attendance is still the star. Moreover, Days of Thunder was a successful formulaic copy, Tom Cruise plus blonde career woman plus dangerous machinery, while Ghost was a pure love story, something that hadn't been seen in many years. Despite the insistence of the theater chain and theater managers, Paramount couldn't offer Ronald any more preferential treatment. Yet, it's all Ronald's doing. I listened to him on set. Ahem, let us in. Ronald saw the two actresses about to start arguing again. Demi Moore was clearly saying she was the winner Ronald had chosen, and Nicole Kidman was just a defeated opponent. Haha, is racing that interesting? I'd like to find a couple to drive to. The two boyfriends, husbands, were chatting quite happily. Let me tell you, the most important thing about racing is not listening to stunt instructors and coaches. They all say I can't do those car stunts myself. Tom Cruise definitely loves racing and speed. So what did you do? I changed stunt instructors, haha. After their conversation, the two happily led their female companions into the Beverly Hills Theater where the premiere was being held. Ronald let out a sigh of relief and looked at Diane. I didn't expect they still had grudges against each other, ha ha ha, that's really funny, Ronnie. Diane pulled Ronald closer, pressing her entire body against him. Why, during the movie, not a single audience member went to the restroom. When Sam kissed Molly goodbye at the end, turned and walked into the light shining down from heaven, entering where he was meant to go, the audience was even more moved to tears. Many female audience members cried out loud. This director is so annoying. Such a touching boyfriend, even as a ghost he could go to heaven, he didn't go to Earth to protect his girlfriend from bad guys. Why couldn't he give her a happy ending? After the post-screening Q&A session, Ronald and Diane slipped out of the premiere hall to see other screenings in other theaters. Incredibly, the long lines outside the restrooms were something Ronald had never seen in all his years in the industry. Especially the women's restrooms, where the average time for each person to go in was more than twice as long as during a normal movie. The movie's pacing was excellent, practically no one even left to use the restroom. And almost all the female viewers, unlike those who had just left and were chatting with friends, covered their faces and remained silent. Aside from the usual restroom breaks, they all used the large mirrors inside to touch up their makeup. This damn movie was so unbearable, it finally broke everyone down. And that damn song, how could it be so tear-jerking? Ho ha ho ha, only Ronald laughed in the crowd, drawing angry glares from those still grieving over the protagonist's missed love. He quickly pulled Diane away. Once in the car, Ronald called the head of distribution at Paramount. "This is Ronald. Shouldn't you give me the theaters for Days of Thunder and another 48 hours? Chapter 1211 Another dark horse in romance films. Ghost was truly unfavorable. Internal turmoil within Paramount, coupled with the departure of Lindsay Dolan, the film's decision-maker, meant it lost out to Eddie Murphy's Another 48 Hours and Tom Cruise's Days of Thunder in the internal competition for screen time. When Ronald was early in his career, his first film was nearing the end of a limited nationwide release. It was common for small-budget films to open in 400 to 500 theaters. By the 1990s, blockbusters were frequently showing in 2,500 theaters, and a screening in over 1,000 theaters was the starting point. Despite Ronald's involvement, Ghost couldn't compete with A-list male stars in terms of capturing audience attention. Furthermore, due to its subject matter, romantic films generally have a smaller box office base, especially before Pretty Woman swept the box office this year. But this only represents the number of theaters showing the film. As soon as the first week's box office results are released, theater managers will quickly adjust the screening schedule. Neither the star power nor the marketing materials, billboards, posters, live-action models, etc., provided by major studios are as appealing as the average box office revenue per screen. By Monday noon, the weekend's box office statistics were already in place. Data from all major theater chains was now being aggregated at the distribution company and processed and analyzed at 10 times the previous manual speed using Microsoft Office software. With just over 1,100 theaters showing the film, Ghost had already climbed to second place on the box office charts with over $12 million in its opening weekend. Its average box office revenue per screen of $11,000 even surpassed the opening weekend record of Pretty Woman, another romantic film, which had grossed $8,500. Paramount couldn't sit still any longer. They quickly dispatched executives to visit Ronald. The distribution manager admitted his mistake, admitting he had greatly underestimated the box office potential of Ghost, and stated he would immediately add more copies and quickly allocate 300 theaters from another 48-hour allocation. Ronald politely expressed his gratitude. In reality, if Paramount hadn't increased the screenings, the theater managers would have been overwhelmed by pressure. On Saturday and Sunday, so many people in Los Angeles had come to see Ghost because of friend recommendations that some theaters were sold out. Changing the schedule at the last minute wasn't practical, as other movies had also sold tickets, and if viewers found themselves relegated to Ghost, there would definitely be a lot of dissatisfaction. At this point, the only thing Los Angeles theater managers could do was change the theaters. Modern multiplexes, after all, come in different sizes. Large theaters can hold hundreds of people, while small ones can only hold dozens. This weekend, many Los Angeles theaters had their entire theaters dedicated to Ghost. Many staff members were shouting apologies to viewers who had come to see other films, directing them to the temporarily repurposed smaller theaters. Unlike most small-town and mid-sized city theaters, Los Angeles multiplexes are now gradually catching up with and surpassing old-fashioned single-screen theaters. Thanks to Prince Bunder's investment, many multiplexes in Los Angeles and New York are primarily showing Ronald's films. Theaters with only one old-fashioned single screen are powerless to change this. They either cancel low-attendance films and lose money to reschedule Ghost, or manually change the subsequent screenings, apologizing to those who haven't yet seen the film and offering refunds. Paramount's distribution department left with mixed feelings of regret and excitement, and Ronald thanked Prince Bunder. The top theaters in the two largest cities on the East and West Coasts offered preferential treatment to Ronald's screenings, which also had a significant positive impact on other theaters. Without box office guidance on the first weekend, scheduling was the most difficult aspect. Some managers of small and medium-sized cinemas have a habit of copying the screening schedules of larger cinemas. Coupled with the fact that Hollywood theaters in states like New Jersey on the East Coast are also heavily screening Ronald's films, the feedback from these two most important box office markets is actually quite good. The increased number of theaters showing Ronald's film this week mainly came from Eddie Murphy's Another 48 Hours. Behind this embarrassing practice lies an embarrassing fact: Ronald's Ghost has far surpassed all its competitors in per-theater box office. Die Hard 2 grossed over $2 million more than Ghost, but that was achieved from more than twice as many theaters showing it. Other films, such as Days of Thunder and the newly released Ford Fairlane, haven't even reached half the per-theater box office of Ghost. Another 48 Hours has fallen to less than one-fifth of Ghost's. Is your Ghost going to break the box office record of Pretty Woman? Diane, having finished lunch and put little Roger to sleep, saw Ronald compiling box office figures and came over to ask a question. Possibly, but judging from the trend, Ghost's box office is dropping rapidly and will likely continue until next year. It might not break Pretty Woman's box office record until next year either, Ronald replied, frowning as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. Then why do you seem unhappy? Diane asked curiously, forgetting her secret envy of Demi Moore for hitting the jackpot with this film. There are happy things, but also less happy things. Ronald handed the newspaper to Diane. It contained reviews of the film from two Chicago film critics. Roger Ebert and Gene Sisco, two Chicago film critics, gave Ghost a poor review, which affected its box office performance there, lagging behind New York and Los Angeles, but the smallest gap compared to Die Hard 2. The downside of ghost movies is that they are usually limited in their imagination. If a ghost could actually exist in two realms simultaneously, in the spirit world and also involved in our design of the material universe, then that ghost must be pretty terrible. Diane looked at Albert's review, giving it only 2.5 stars out of 4. This banished the image of Demi Moore's smug expression from her mind. Even with box office success, Demi was certainly not well liked by critics. The review heavily criticized Demi Moore's performance, saying her character Molly was too naive, repeatedly refusing to believe the medium's words from Whoopi Goldberg, even though Patrick Schwitz's Sam had repeatedly revealed details of their lives known only to the two of them. Albert also criticized these as idiotic scenes that forced the female lead to become mentally challenged for the sake of the plot. The only scene where Demi Moore performed well was the final kiss with a ghost played by Patrick Schwitz. The best scene in the film, touching upon people's profound belief in the afterlife, is when Schwitz is able to take over Goldberg's body and use her presence to caress the woman he loves. However, strictly speaking, logically, this should show us Goldberg kissing Moore, but of course, the film compromises, only showing us Schwitz holding her, a real pity, because the logical version is actually more spiritual and moving. Diane finished reading this passage and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Does this Albert have a grudge against Demi Moore? I don't know if he has a grudge against Demi, but I know he definitely doesn't have a grudge against money. Ronald laughed as well. The reason he gave Ghost a B+ rating was ultimately because Ronald didn't put all his effort into public relations with these famous film critics. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend money, but rather that there was a limit to the number of films each critic could review. Ronald's main public relations resources were reserved for Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs, which he was preparing to release himself. This film, Ghost, was a co-production with Paramount, so there was no need for him to take on everything and give it excessive PR treatment. Of course, Ghost is a romanticized film, quite far removed from real life, and critics' reviews are less important to box office performance than the other two more realistic films. If Ronald Raines' films received too much praise at once, critics would have to balance their praise with the film's quality. Praising too many films from one company would damage their credibility. If they insisted on doing so, their demands would be extremely high. Michael Gray also felt it was unnecessary, so he reserved the opportunity for praise for the two films that truly needed it. First of all, congratulations, Patrick. Ghost has been a huge success, a local TV reporter asked a long-haired Patrick Schwitz. With a box office exploding in the opening weekend, Paramount had arranged even more PR interviews. Television reporters lined up in a private room at the Beverly Hilton Hotel to interview the lead actors, actress, and supporting actress Whoopi Goldberg. Thank you, Patrick Schwitz, slightly tired after seeing off several reporters, still managed a charming smile. When you took on this film, did you expect it to be such a box office hit? Actually, I didn't expect it at all. When director Ronald contacted me, he worked with you on Spicy Dance, a reporter interjected. Yes, in Hollywood, you have to avoid taking a role just for the box office. Choosing scripts with that kind of goal will quickly lead you astray, and you might not even be able to act well. When I first heard it was Ronald's script, I was very interested. He's a director with great taste. After reading the script, I was moved by the profound love within it. Demi, first of all, Congratulations, another reporter was interviewing Demi Moore. Thank you. Demi's short hair had grown a little longer. She had styled it into big waves, making her look very sexy and charming. At the premiere, you watched Ghost with the audience. Which part of the audience's reaction moved you the most? Was it the comedic parts that made them laugh, or the tragic parts that made them cry? I think it was both. Demi Moore was already prepared with her answer. If the director had just treated this film as a romance, it would have been a very sweet movie. But Ronald's approach is what made the audience so engrossed. Comedy and tragedy, laughter and tears, it's like taking the audience on a roller coaster ride. This roller coaster-like emotional experience is what makes the audience love it so much. Not to mention the action scenes and the very realistic special effects. Yes, that scene where Tony Goldwyn's character, Carl, is dragged down to hell almost made me scream. Ha ha ha. Yes, I was terrified the first time I saw it too. This was your first time seeing it too. Yes, I'm always afraid to watch movies I've acted in. Patrick, Whoopi, and I worked so hard, and I was always so anxious about how the audience would react to the final product. Fortunately, this time the result was really good. Whoopi, many people are complaining that the ending didn't bring Sam back to life. Watching these two people who loved each other separate was truly moving. In another room, Whoopi Goldberg, a favorite supporting actress, was being interviewed. I think that's precisely what makes this movie great. It's about love. Not just romantic love, but a universal love. Sam stayed in the mortal world to protect Molly. It reminds me of the love parents have for their children, a love that transcends the physical. Besides being talkative, Whoopi Goldberg seemed to be influenced by something, her words becoming increasingly unreliable. But audiences love this kind of rambling, a laugh to those in the know, and profound nonsense to the uninitiated. Cheers. The lead actor's numerous interviews and the constant mention of this ghost on television programs provided an extra boost to the box office. A small miracle also occurred in the second week's box office. Midweek box office revenue is generally about half that of the weekend, but Ghost surprisingly maintained 70% of the weekend's midweek box office, a truly astonishing result. To celebrate, Ronald hosted a small party, attended by several lead actors and supporting cast members. Ronald presented a large platter with fresh Italian salami, sushi prepared by a chef who had arrived from Tokyo, and a bottle of new wine from the Capella estate. Ronald, how was my performance? Whoopi Goldberg had sobered up and realized that her television interview had been utter nonsense. She was a little nervous, wondering if she had ruined Ronald's plans. Actually, it went quite well. Michael Gray told me that your interview might have had the best viewership. I think viewers of the interview, like moviegoers, will appreciate your straightforward style. Ronald wasn't upset. The interview had gone well, so he let her say what she wanted. Besides, Whoopi Goldberg's interviews, like her acting, were never repeated. Unlike the two lead actors who gave essentially the same answers to the same questions, she also gave different answers to the same questions, making her a favorite subject for reporters. Cheers. Demi Moore was also very happy, pulling Diane aside to tell her about her triumphs. Her husband, Bruce Willis, always bossed her around, ordering her around doing things like changing diapers, and when he got impatient, he'd throw $100 at her as payment. When the weekend's box office results came out, Demi's ghost crushed Bruce's Die Hard too, and that very night, Demi threw $100 at Bruce, telling him to change diapers. Patrick Schwitz was also overjoyed. His role as the romantic lead had been a huge success, and new salary and script offers were pouring in. He had finally climbed from B-movies to the fringes of A-list leading men, and his stable could get another thoroughbred. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they got on the car and headed to the airport. Ronald's private jet was waiting there. The main cast and crew were heading to New York for the premiere and promotional events. Chapter 1212 The strange phenomenon of box office revenue rising instead of falling. The plane had just landed in New York, and Ronald and his entourage had barely stepped off the jet bridge when they were recognized by several reporters. They surrounded the cast and crew, vying to get their questions. Eddie Murphy accuses Ghost of stealing the theater's showing as another 48 hours. Ronald, Demi, Patrick, what's your response? Response? Eddie? Is he out of his mind? Whoopi Goldberg blurted out. No comment. Ronald quickly stepped forward to coordinate their statements, then had his assistant pull away Whoopi Goldberg, who had just disembarked and was still recovering from her outburst. He blocked Patrick Schwitz and Demi Moore, and the group, without a word, quickly entered the VIP lounge. "Do we have some kind of problem?" Demi Moore, who had been working tirelessly to boost the box office of Ghost, was taken aback by Whoopi Goldberg's aggressive manner. Was he about to unleash a verbal attack? "Don't worry, as long as you and Patrick don't get involved in the feud with Eddie Murphy, we'll have Whoopi handle it." Ronald had just finished a call with his agents in Los Angeles. Eddie Murphy's accusations had already caused quite a stir in Hollywood, or more accurately, had provoked extreme dissatisfaction from Paramount. Another 48 Hours was performing poorly at the box office, dropping very quickly. This was very disadvantageous for the executives at Paramount who were in charge of the film, especially since Eddie Murphy was extremely arrogant and had done many inappropriate things during the filming and distribution of the movie. 8 years after the release of the first film, Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte, the other lead actor, were in completely different positions. After the success of the original film, Eddie Murphy focused on comedy, starring in a series of light comedies, starting with Beverly Hills Cop. Nick Nolte, on the other hand, continued to act in serious dramas. Their career paths and status had diverged, and they no longer had the same chemistry as before. Furthermore, director Walter Hill had failed multiple times and had long lost any authority over Eddie Murphy. This led to Murphy using his star power to rewrite the script during filming, transforming Hill's original hardcore cop film into a softer story to suit Murphy's current image. Murphy then went so far as to violate industry norms in the editing room, shortening the 140 to 150-minute director's cut to 95 minutes. Most of the cuts were of Nick Nolte's scenes and exposition. This turned the sequel into more of a Murphy personal showcase. Moreover, he failed to comply with his contract to participate in the Another 48 Hours promotional tour, further weakening his supporters. The filming and editing went according to your plan, but Eddie Murphy refused to participate in the promotional segment, which most needed star power. "Okay, I've given the two lead actors a gag order. They won't comment on Eddie's statements. Only Whoopi Goldberg is authorized to respond here." Okay, our crew is cooperating with Paramount. Honey, are you worried Eddie Murphy will play the race card?" In her Fifth Avenue apartment, Helen Slater held Ronald close, watching him make a phone call with Paramount deciding the fate of two blockbusters, her eyes filled with admiration. "I can't say I wasn't worried." Ronald hung up the phone, smiling as he pulled Helen into his arms. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Helen had finished her documentary and returned to New York. The documentary had received positive reviews within PBS and was about to air. America coveted the market and production potential across the Pacific and was eager to improve relations. Therefore, many people were pushing for the early broadcast of this TV series, which presented a friendly tone about China. The other party had also secured the hosting rights for this year's Asian Games and desperately needed the friendship with America that this documentary could foster. Ronald understood this perfectly and immediately found a bunch of TV series and sent them to Zhu Liang, the general manager of Sino-American Cultural Entertainment Company. After Zhu Liang's selection, 3 older series were chosen: Grand Hotel, Roots, and an animated series, Robotech. These were all classics, and because they were filmed a long time ago, the broadcasting rights weren't expensive. Ronald also bought the second and third seasons of the highly acclaimed Growing Pains, and had them dubbed by a translation studio, so that American television could be brought back to the other side of the Pacific in the new 1990s. "So you only let Whoopi Goldberg lip sync with him?" Helen rolled over, leaned close to Ronald's nose, and offered her opinion. "That makes sense too." Ronald smiled and kissed her. Actually, both of them were a bit of a drug addict, so their passionate lip syncing on television wasn't really a big deal. Anyway, Whoopi Goldberg's status was far inferior to Eddie Murphy's. Both were TV presenters, and in verbal sparring, the love at first sight dynamic always seemed to have the upper hand. Besides, they were both black stars, so neither could say anything racially discriminatory. Sure enough, during the interviews in New York, Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze only answered questions related to the film. They refused to answer any questions about Eddie Murphy. The media reporters interviewing Whoopi Goldberg, on the other hand, had a blast, with a variety of black slang terms that broadened the horizons of entertainment journalists. Eddie Murphy's star status relied entirely on the box office performance of his film series. His previous films had fallen short of expectations, and he had finally found a scapegoat to prevent the blame for the box office failure of Another 48 Hours from falling on his shoulders, and if necessary, he could appeal to Hollywood's discrimination against black actors. Unexpectedly, A crazy black woman emerged, even more outrageous than Eddie Murphy. This rendered his previously effective black card useless. Reporters then flocked to Eddie Murphy for his response, and he seemed somewhat at a loss. He couldn't bring himself to accuse Whoopi Goldberg of being racist, and a direct retort would only result in her gaining the upper hand. Mr. Murphy has consistently failed in his responsibility to promote the film. Although he helped develop the plot for the sequel, compared to his star power, this film doesn't reflect the value of his salary. Just then, Paramount executives began attacking their own big stars. When it comes to taking responsibility, they always choose the biggest name. With a long-term distributor publicly complaining, the media sensed an inside story and immediately began digging deeper. I was pressured by a star. I can't name names, but I can say I was forced to make a softer film to capitalize on the success of Beverly Hills Cop. Director Walter Hill stated in a joint interview with the New York Times, the New York Post, and the New York Daily News in New York. He didn't name names, accusing someone of script rewriting and being responsible for the film's failure. Of course, everyone knows whose project Beverly Hills Cop was. You mean, Eddie Murphy made changes to the script? The reporter uncovered an even bigger piece of gossip. I don't want to name names, but anyone who's seen the first film can tell that the chemistry between the two leads wasn't right. Someone deviated from the original character designs. Now, Eddie Murphy's accusation that Paramount wasn't putting in enough effort to promote a film with a black lead actor was no longer valid. 3 people criticizing him on different fronts quickly plunged him into a storm. This Saturday Night Live star reacted quickly, immediately offering a veiled apology, refusing to say a single bad word about Ghost, instead attributing his disagreement with director Walter Hill to differing artistic views. He also didn't express any complaints about Paramount. What he really wanted to say was that movies no longer had the same long theatrical runs as before, often ending after only 2 months, which disappointed fans. Regardless, the 300 theaters Paramount allocated from another 48 hours played a significant role. The second weekend box office for Ghost not only didn't decrease, but actually increased compared to the first week, earning another $12 million. The total box office has now exceeded $32 million, making it a true dark horse. Mr. Bunder, thank you so much. Ronald visited Mr. Bunder in Saudi Arabia. It was the strong support from his investment in Palm Tree Cinemas that kept Ghost performing strongly at the box office in both the East and West Coast cities. Come, try this camel meat, air freighted from my hometown. Prince Bunder cut a piece with a knife and personally handed it to Ronald. He didn't care about anything else, he was just going to give Ronald's movie plenty of screenings. Since he couldn't see movies in Saudi Arabia, he could make up for it in America, watching several screenings every week with beautiful women. Hey, Director Ronald, is what that black actress said true? You didn't invite her at first, she got the job herself. Prince Bunder, like any other Middle Eastern prince, was full of curiosity about Hollywood. Whoopi Goldberg, during her interview, rambled on, blurting out things she could and couldn't say, since the audience and host couldn't tell which parts were true and which were false. In her rant about Eddie Murphy, she inadvertently revealed that Ronald hadn't initially approached her. Although her intention was to praise Ronald's discerning eye, this prompted Ronald to urgently call her, and on Richie Lake's talk show, he directly asked her to change her story, saying that initially, due to a scheduling conflict with another film, and later when Ghost was postponed, Ronald contacted her immediately. That's all for the show. That's how it is in Hollywood. Most of the effects you see on TV are prearranged. Ronald took a bite of camel meat. The perfect balance of charred and tender meat was incredibly delicious. Haha, when will your new film be released? I always feel like watching movies directed or produced by you is more exciting. Prince Bunder, who doesn't wear a headscarf in private, has already adopted a very westernized style of dress and lifestyle. This is Dances with Wolves, which will be released at the end of the year. I really like this movie. It has scenes of Native Americans hunting bison herds on horseback. I'm sure your highness will like it too. Ronald quickly tried to sell the film. Saudis love falcons, horses, hunting, and there are even nobles who keep cheetahs at home. Dances with Wolves perfectly matches their mentality. If they could help arrange more theaters and screenings, it would be a huge help to the distribution of Daydream's first big-budget production. Hunting bison? I'd love to see that. Make them schedule more screenings. You Americans are great in every way, except for the many restrictions on hunting. You need a permit to hunt here. The second week's box office performance, which didn't drop but actually increased, gave Paramount a lot of confidence. They pressed on, cutting another 300 theaters from another 48 hours in Days of Thunder, allocating them entirely to Ghost. Paramount's print factory worked overtime, producing hundreds more copies and sending them across the country. Overseas distribution negotiations were also intensifying. Film buyers, seeing the box office figures in The Hollywood Reporter, automatically bought many more copies, resulting in a very encouraging increase in orders from Europe and Asia. 11.9 million, the second week's weekend's box office figures were also released. A slight drop of 3 percentage points from the previous week. Paramount was already preparing a large celebration for Ronald and the main cast. I've seen movies with small drops in box office numbers, sticking very firmly to the top. But I've never seen a movie with almost no change in box office numbers for 3 weeks like this, not even one of my 20-year veterans in the distribution department. Harrison Ford and Bonnie Bradley's new film Innocent dethroned Ghost from the top spot on the third week of July by less than 500,000. But everyone knew that was just a normal movie performing normally, and Ronald's Ghost still had a good chance of reclaiming the top spot next week. This film, which didn't have a stellar opening, would probably linger in the top 3 for a long time. Keep it up, if we can take the top spot next week, we might set a record. Ronald had already returned to Los Angeles, smiling as he encouraged his colleagues in the distribution departments of Daydream and Paramount. At the celebration party, Ronald personally paid bonuses for the employees of both companies' distribution departments. He also specially invited bikini-clad women and young men dressed as firefighters to liven up the atmosphere. The staff, who had been working tirelessly on distribution for over 3 weeks, were suddenly filled with renewed enthusiasm. Ghost opened second at the box office, then surged to first, before dropping to second in its third week. If it were to regain the top spot, it would become the film with the most box office wins since its release as a non-champion. The following week, another successful commercial film sequel was released, Dragon Slayer 2, starring Emilio Estevez, whom Ronald so disliked, and Kiefer Sutherland, Julia Roberts' boyfriend. They even claimed during promotion that the film would surpass Ghost at the box office, declaring it a very good movie and worth buying tickets for. If you become a director and then look back at your own acting work, or anyone else's work, you'll have a critical eye. I think I've learned a lot from that. I think westerns are a genre with a long history, and I paid a lot of tribute to classic westerns in the film. Audiences can go and see. We all paid homage to those classic films. Emilio Estevez was still as annoying as ever. His own directorial debut was a box office disaster, yet he acted as if he'd made a blockbuster, subtly belittling Ghost. HMPH, I'll see how much you can make at the box office, Ronald chuckled. These failed actors, plus Christian Slater, who starred with Helen in the Billy King saga, Aaron Rookie, whose career has been a flop since Spring Is Not a School Day, and the rock star Joan Bon Jovi who'd always wanted to dabble in film, could this group possibly outperform Ghost at the box office? How could they possibly have your skills, darling? Diane hugged Ronald from behind. Several of the lead actors had tried to ask her out back in the day. In Hollywood, having a famous husband does indeed deter many so-called stars from coveting her beauty. Breaking news, suddenly, the interview on TV was interrupted, and the scene returned to the studio. The news anchor addressed the audience. We apologize for interrupting the program. This is a special news segment. A picture-in-picture shot jumped out from the desert background onto a highway, showing tanks, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and a large number of infantry advancing on the television screen. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1213 Aircraft carriers are Hollywood's best salesmen. It turns out there's renewed conflict in the Middle East. Iraq has suddenly invaded neighboring Kuwait. News reports claim Iraq accuses Kuwait of using advanced technology to illegally extract oil from the border region. Because oil is liquid, once Kuwait's advanced oil wells produce oil, oil that originally belonged to Iraq flows into Kuwait. As for the real reason, the television station only hinted that Iraq owed Kuwait a huge debt due to the protracted Iran-Iraq war. It is reported that elite Iraqi paratroopers parachuted into Dasman Palace. King Emir Jaber Ahmed Jaber al-Sabah has safely traveled to neighboring Saudi Arabia. The Kuwaiti Emir's guard, Led by the king's younger brother, Prince Fuad Ahmad Jaber al-Sabah, and supported by local police and chieftain tanks, successfully repelled the Iraqi Special Forces' airborne assault. However, after the Iraqi Marines landed, Dasman Palace is located on the coast. The palace fell, and Prince Fuad's whereabouts are unknown. Ronald remembered the Saudi ambassador, Prince Bandar, whom he had just met, and quickly called him to inquire about the situation. If war broke out in the Middle East, would the wealthy be afraid? Would they continue to invest in America? Could Palm Tree Cinemas accelerate its expansion? I'm sorry, Prince Bandar is currently attending a meeting at the United Nations. I'll pass on your call to him, Mr. Lee. The call was answered by Bandar's assistant. The UN was currently discussing this emergency. Ronald realized he had been a bit too hasty and chuckled, saying, "Oh, that's good. It's good that Prince Bandar is safe. Hello, is this Ronald?" A moment later, Ronald's phone rang. He wasn't the most anxious, someone else was even more so. "Hey, little George, why are you calling me?" Ronald recognized the voice as that of the president's son, Little George. "Hey, weren't you calling Prince Bandar? The Emir of Kuwait has fled to Saudi Arabia. It's so chaotic there now, we can get them to come to America." Little George and Ronald were on the same page. He had more reliable information within his inner circle in Washington, D.C. Kuwait is a small country. Although the Emir's guards had bravely defeated the Iraqi airborne forces, the royal palace in Kuwait City fell once the Marines landed. During the time the guards fought desperately, the Emir and many members of the royal family escaped from the palace. The Emir flew directly to Saudi Arabia for refuge, but it wasn't entirely safe. Who knew what that madman might do? Apart from the Emir, who stayed in Saudi Arabia for the sake of the country, the other princes were trembling with fear and boarded other planes to fly to America. Good, that's what I thought too. This time, they can feel the goodwill of the American people and understand that this is the safest place in the world. The next day, George Jr. had already flown to Los Angeles, waiting for the princes who had transferred from the Air Force Base in Japan. Kuwait's Ali Al Salem Air Base was the only territory that hadn't yet fallen to Iraq. As soon as the plane landed, a group of princes wearing black headbands and white turbans filed out. George Jr. went up to greet them. The translator beside him was Prince Bandar's assistant. "This is His Highness Prince George, the eldest prince of America." The assistant's simple Arabic made the princes realize who he was and they stepped forward to greet Prince George. Kuwait, in its time of distress, needed the Emir of America to uphold justice. The group arrived at Ronald's estate, enjoyed some fine food and wine, and immediately reverted to their playboy nature, inquiring about Hollywood gossip from Ronald. Ronald was naturally pleased and introduced them to one of America's most promising investment projects, the construction of a new multiplex cinema. Michelle Canold, the director of Daydream, even used two large display boards to explain the business models of the new multiplex cinema and the traditional single-screen cinema, which pleased the princes greatly. However, among them, only one prince appeared melancholy. Compared to his cousins, he showed no relief at escaping danger or longing for a happy life in America. His eyes held only a thirst for revenge. Prince Ahmed, Ronald approached him to chat. This prince was the most unfortunate among the many royal relatives. He was the Emir's nephew, and his father was the Emir's younger half-brother, named Fuad Ahmad Jaber Sabah. This Prince Fuad was no ordinary man. In his youth, he had followed Arafat and even served as the commander of the Kuwaiti battalion during the Six-Day War. He was currently the president of the Olympic Council of Asia and was scheduled to attend the opening ceremony of the new Asian Games next month. Upon learning of the Kuwaiti invasion, Prince Fuad personally led the Emir's guards to fight against the Iraqi paratroopers, buying time for the Emir and many members of the royal family to escape. It has now been confirmed that when the Iraqi Marines landed and attacked the palace, he was outnumbered and died a heroic death in the battle. Mr. Lee, it's not that I'm antisocial, but my father sacrificed himself for our country. I only have the pain of losing my father and the determination to avenge him in my heart. Prince Ahmed and Ronald were of similar age, and a natural affinity led him to pour out his pain to Ronald. I wish I hadn't gotten on that plane and was still fighting with my comrades in Kuwait. Prince Ahmed, like his father, was a young officer in the Kuwaiti Defense Forces. Actually, it's the same wherever you fight. Kuwait has no strategic depth, and being attacked without warning by these madmen is a temporary setback. You need to think long-term. This retreat is for future progress. Right now, the most important thing is to gain international support. You can make significant contributions on other fronts as well, Ronald didn't understand war at all, but since Prince Ahmed had fled to America, it meant his courage wasn't as great as he claimed. So he advised him to seek international support instead of returning to fight. Besides, I reckon the last piece of territory, the air base, will be occupied by Iraq tomorrow. Going back would be. Yes, your wisdom has helped me understand many things. You are the first friend in these past 2 days who has helped me overcome the grief of my father's unfortunate death. You are right, I need to carry on my father's legacy and continue to fight for the people of Kuwait. Most princes, after a one-day stopover in Los Angeles, continued on to New York and Washington, D.C., to explore more investment opportunities and see what they could do for their country. Only Ahmed, inspired by Ronald, decided to stay and wait for a commercial flight to Saudi Arabia to join his uncle and take on greater responsibilities. Meanwhile, little George called. Having just gotten off the plane, he already knew the latest news. The United Nations Security Council, after overnight discussions, passed Resolution 660, condemning Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. Upon hearing this news, Prince Ahmed immediately expressed his strong desire to return to fight, and then went on and on to Ronald about how brave his father was, how solid his military training was, and how now it was time to serve his country. Ronald noticed that Prince Ahmed was very emotional, using a lot of body language, but he didn't instruct the servants to prepare for the flight. He understood that Prince Ahmed was actually all bark and no bite, lacking the courage of his father. However, he was still much better than his cousins, at least possessing a sense of patriotism and a desire to avenge his father. There are many ways to carry on your father's legacy. I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that the Kuwaiti 35th Brigade, the last remaining force to resist, dealt a heavy blow to the Iraqi Republican Guards Hammurabi and Medina armored divisions on 2 bridges along Highway 70, and has successfully withdrawn to Saudi Arabia. Ronald relayed the latest news from Prince George, reassuring Prince Ahmed. He had previously heard that Prince Fahd was close to becoming the president of the Olympic Council of Asia, and had contacted the Hollywood actor of Chinese descent, Zhao Li. Today, Zhao Li replied that the foreign ministry there was very willing to invite Prince Fahd's son to attend the Asian Games opening ceremony as a representative of the Olympic Council of Asia. This is truly a very touching arrangement. I will attend the Asian Games opening ceremony. The hosting of this Asian Games was something my father worked hard to secure. I will let all our friends in the international community see that the Kuwaiti people will not yield. Prince Ahmed truly inherited your father's courage. I am proud of you. The rest was handled by Zhao Li. Ronald gained the friendship of a prince and investment promises from numerous Gulf tycoons. The Iraqi madman had truly startled the Gulf tycoons. No matter your lineage or wealth, it's worthless under the crushing force of a T-72 tank. The Emir of Kuwait, who had just established a government in exile in Riyadh, was like a frightened bird, still wanting to flee. Seeing how quickly the situation was developing, after mediating with the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, the Western European countries, and several economically strong economies such as Japan and West Germany, the president's team delivered a televised address on the 3rd day of the invasion, stating that our aircraft carrier fleet had arrived in the Persian Gulf. Whoa, when the world is in peril, the first reaction of ordinary Americans is invariably, where are our aircraft carriers? Many American engineers work in the Middle East's oil fields, and their relatives and colleagues are overjoyed. This gesture signifies their safety will be guaranteed. On the 4th day of the invasion, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 661, imposing international sanctions on Iraq. On the same day, U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney met with Saudi King Fahd in Riyadh to discuss deploying U.S. armed forces to defend Saudi Arabia in the event of an Iraqi invasion. 15,000 American troops, 32 destroyers, and fighter jets arrived in Saudi Arabia. Operation Desert Shield officially commenced, with America providing security guarantees to Saudi Arabia against a potential Iraqi invasion. The princes of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia acted swiftly, transferring substantial wealth to America through international banks. Their first 2 investment funds were used to purchase port facilities and build more shopping malls with multiplex cinemas. America's economy is strong, and for outsiders, the safest investment is in infrastructure development. Another smaller fund, also designated by Prince Ahmed, raised a significant amount of his cousin's personal savings and invited George Jr., with his Hollywood investment experience, to serve as a director and advisor, investing in Hollywood films. Of course, George Jr.'s board seat was exercised through an anonymous Delaware company. This fund's first project was to invest in Ronald Daydream's new film, Firebird. The arrival of Apache attack helicopters from America greatly shocked these Middle Eastern princes. With 100 helicopters arriving in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, many princes stopped fleeing and remained in Saudi Arabia, helping America renovate its military bases and stockpile logistical supplies. With their American allies present, the Iraqi aggressors dared not attack Saudi Arabia. Soon after, the UN Security Council coordinated and passed Resolution 662, condemning Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. The Arab League then held a meeting and passed a similar condemnation agreement, with only Libya and the PLO supporting the Iraqi invasion. I didn't expect America to have such high international prestige. It was the weekend again, and Ronald and Daydream, along with Paramount's distribution department, began another meeting. As expected, Ghost returned to the top of the box office charts, earning over $11 million over the weekend, and surpassing $70 million in total box office revenue in just 4 weeks. Moreover, overseas markets also experienced a surge in orders and new contracts this week. Many countries in Eastern Europe and South Asia, which had previously ordered smaller quantities, began ordering larger quantities of copies. Paramount attributed this to the film's near-flat box office performance for 4 consecutive weeks, as well as the swift and reassuring actions taken by the American cabinet under President Trump in response to the Kuwaiti crisis. Many other countries, such as Britain, India, and European nations, had a large number of engineers and service industry workers in Kuwait, who were now refugees or held hostage by the Iraqi army. In contrast, the safety of American citizens was guaranteed once the American army entered Saudi Arabia. Besides Ronald Reagan's Ghost, Pretty Woman, and Die Hard 2, which were particularly popular, international audiences' goodwill towards America increased, making their desire to see Hollywood films understandable. The 2 romance films, with their relatively low language barrier, were the most popular during this buying frenzy. Even Die Hard 2, which had a mediocre domestic box office, was welcomed by distributors due to its plot of a lone hero single-handedly taking down terrorists. Call Amir Adelino, I'll increase his budget this time. He can shoot as many helicopter combat scenes as he wants. Ronald saw business opportunity. Now that the Top Gun videotapes were rising on the rental charts again, this helicopter version of Top Gun, Firebird, was also going to be released while the hype was still high. In any case, Prince Ahmed had a blood feud with Iraq and certainly wouldn't let things rest with him and reconcile with Iraq. George Jr. said the war was likely to escalate, and now was the perfect time to increase investment. Even the Iraqi madmen cooperated with Ronald's ideas, officially announcing the annexation of Kuwait, making it a province of Iraq. This war was truly imminent. As long as American aircraft carriers appeared in the conflict zone, Hollywood movies could sell overseas. Chapter 1214 The reason for the box office miracle of Ghost. Ghost continues its strong box office performance. Even in its 5th week, the drop was only around 10%. Moreover, an unexpected trend emerged. While box office performance in major cities remained consistently strong, box office numbers in the Midwest and the South surged, effectively slowing the rate of decline. Inside Hollywood, a rumor purportedly originating from Warner Brothers began circulating. Warner Brothers, known for its focus on return on investment, hired management consulting firms to analyze the impact of key genres, directors, and stars on box office performance. This year, they concluded that romantic comedies were making a comeback, and female stars' influence on box office success was rapidly increasing. The male stars of Pretty Woman and Ghost scored poorly in popularity analysis, and the story and directing abilities also didn't receive high scores in internal evaluations. Therefore, after eliminating all other possibilities, the reasonable conclusion was that romantic comedies, after many years, have returned to the mainstream market and are now beloved by audiences. Female stars are also gradually returning to the center stage of audience attraction, no longer merely supporting actors. The most important evidence for this analysis is CinemaScore's Theater Exit Market Survey. When asked what the biggest reason was to see these 2 films, most viewers chose actresses Julia Roberts and Demi Moore. Ronald had the detailed report from CinemaScores on Ghost. After its 5th week of release, the film had already grossed nearly $90 million. To be honest, not only did others not understand it, but even Ronald himself didn't quite understand it. In Hollywood, only in the early days of silent and black and white films did female stars have the biggest box office draw. Greta Garbo became famous because she was one of the few women whose box office appeal could be compared to that of later male stars. At the time, Garbo's first sound film was promoted with the slogan "Garbo Speaks," and later, her romantic comedy Nina Chica was promoted with the slogan "Garbo Smiles." Garbo had previously been portrayed as a cold beauty, overshadowing all the male actors who co-starred with her. However, since the maturation of genre films in the late 1930s, male stars gradually replaced female stars in terms of box office appeal. Starting with Clark Gable, male stars' names gradually climbed to the front row on movie posters, and later even their font size was larger than that of female stars. Audiences were no longer satisfied with just close-ups of beautiful women, they demanded more intricate plots and exciting scenes for enjoyment. The screen also began to increasingly feature fists, bullets, and pillows, all of which made men the protagonists in the most commercially successful genre films. Is this another turning point in history? Female stars are once again gaining a large following. And the new genre films pioneered by Ronald and Cameron, such as business dramas and action films that highlight female characters, have given female stars even more prominence. This report makes a lot of sense. Diane also took the consultation report, reading it with great enthusiasm. It praised Ronald's pioneering and developmental role in new women's films. "I don't know, I didn't think that way when I was making those films." Ronald took a sip of coffee, this time a Japanese coffee. The Japanese products are meticulously crafted. Not only are the coffee beans carefully selected, but they also come with various specially made coffee pots and other supplies, along with detailed illustrated brewing instructions, allowing even an ordinary housewife to make delicious coffee. Although there were still some flaws, Ronald could already drink it. "Richard, you should try this coffee too." This consultation report analyzed various factors in great detail, and the answer that truly interested Ronald was the second-ranked one: special effects. Many viewers even filled in supplementary plot details in the underlined section. Many said that the special effects in the movie made them feel great, even more moving than many movies that deliberately use special effects as a selling point. Especially the ending, where the demon drags Carl, played by Tony Goldwyn, into hell with death wielding a scythe, and Sam, played by Patrick Schwitz, ascends to heaven in the milky white holy light that descends from heaven. Most American viewers had been raised with the concepts of heaven and hell. Many were even scared by their parents as children that they would go to hell if they did something bad. The scenes involving heaven and hell and ghost evoked many viewers' childhood memories, drawing them back from the depths of their minds. Many specifically mention these two segments. "Wow, it's these two special effects that are the most moving, I didn't expect it," Ronald thought, finding this the most insightful part of the consultation report. The three special effects teams for Ghost didn't spend the most time and effort on these two scenes, but rather on the scene where Sam's soul leaves his body and returns to find his own body in Molly's arms. Because there were two Sams, it took a lot of time to align the two takes, and due to initial filming issues, they had to reshoot. Regarding the scenes of going to hell and ascending to heaven, the three special effects supervisors, after evaluation, felt that current computer-generated effects weren't suitable. Ultimately, they found animators to use traditional drawing techniques to depict the Grim Reaper emanating black smoke and the milky white holy light. If industrial light and magics models and computer effects are considered high-tech, the two most moving special effects sequences in Ghost were undeniably low-tech. I called the three special effects supervisors. "It's such a shame to disband such a team." Richard Edlund, Catherine Keen, and John Van Fleet, the three supervisors who worked on the special effects for Ghost, were invited to Ronald's home. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and exchanged pleasantries. Richard Edlund specializes in lighting effects, Catherine Keen in alignment, and John Van Fleet in animate objects and people. After Ghost, they all took on other film projects. But none of them were as satisfying as Ghost. Firstly, Ronald trusted them and gave them full authority, discussing the technical details and key points in detail beforehand. In post-production, he was understanding that some shots were technically impossible to complete, preferring to reshoot the footage to complement the special effects. Secondly, such films require close cooperation from all three parties. The subsequent smaller tasks were merely a link in the assembly line. The sense of accomplishment from Ghost far outweighed the mere title of visual effects supervisor and the production of a moving final scene. "Gentlemen, I have good news." Ronald entered the study, saw the three visual effects supervisors, rubbed his hands together, and sat down. The three exchanged glances. Did Ronald have a new project for them? They were quite happy to participate. Ronald was generous with his payments, always on time, a very good boss. Mr. Lee, do you have any new projects that require our services? Van Fleet, the closest to Ronald among the three, spoke on behalf of the other two. Haha, no projects for now. I invited you here to share the profits. Ronald produced 3 checks and handed them to the 3 of them. The 3 supervisors took the checks, looked at the numbers, and doubted their own eyes. They quickly and secretly counted them. There were indeed 5 zeros after the last digit. The visual effects industry wasn't like being a movie star. There was no such thing as profit sharing afterward. Everyone operates on a cash-on-delivery basis, raising prices based on the high box office returns of the special effects blockbusters they've worked on. Ronald's ghost helped them most in the end credits. Isn't that against the rules? Van Fleet, an honest man, didn't know how to express his gratitude. He meant, Ronald, you're truly an outstanding producer and director in the industry. We've been in this business for so long, and this is the first time we've seen someone so appreciative of the value of special effects. Catherine Keene quickly nudged Van Fleet. Yeah, thanks, boss. But, is there another reason for inviting us all here? Richard Edlund, the longest serving in the industry, understood that if it were just a bonus, they wouldn't have invited all 3 of them. Hell, you're right, Ronald nodded to him. First of all, I'm someone who recognizes the value of special effects. The current Hollywood system has problems. A successful film should reward those who made significant contributions financially, not force them to demand exorbitant fees for their next film and ruin it, Ronald explained his reasoning. He argued that a star who wins an Oscar often suffers a 3-year slump, largely because their increased fees mean they can only get roles in films that spend big on stars but are otherwise terrible. The same applies to special effects companies. Aside from Industrial Light and Magic, founded by George Lucas, other successful special effects teams are easily bankrupt. This is because after a blockbuster film with great special effects, they are immediately hired to replicate those effects in bad films at exorbitant prices. This leads to a situation where films heavily utilize special effects are mostly bad, resulting in poor box office returns and a lack of widespread industry recognition of the value of special effects. Therefore, Ronald believes that box office success should give special effects teams the recognition they deserve. They shouldn't be forced to take on numerous bad films just to upgrade equipment and retain talent. The others nodded vigorously. This director understood the pain points of special effects companies all too well. Secondly, don't you think it's very rewarding to do the special effects for a movie like Ghost? Ronald continued to promote his idea. All 3 nodded. Ronald was truly one of the few directors in Hollywood who understood special effects production. So, I plan to retain this team long-term, providing comprehensive special effects solutions for more films. The 3 raised their eyebrows. Van Fleet was willing. He didn't care about anything else as long as there were film projects to work on. Catherine was a little worried. She mainly did detailed film restoration work. How much film special effects would require her? Would the workload be sufficient? Edlund wanted to hear Ronald's proposal. Many successful directors had considered starting their own special effects companies, but only Industrial Light and Magic had succeeded. This is my plan, Ronald explained his idea. He didn't want to acquire 3 companies. Daydream's special effects business couldn't support a large company. His idea was to invest in 3 companies. Daydream and his friends would be making some low to medium budget productions, and this special effects company could provide high-quality, affordable special effects services to fill their regular workload. When a large-scale production requiring extensive visual effects was needed, the 3 companies would prioritize sending their best visual effects engineers to join the project. This flexibility allowed the 3 companies to operate independently or collaboratively, like a flock of sparrows, foraging for themselves normally and then teaming up for major projects. This alleviated the concerns of the 3 visual effects supervisors, and after consulting with their partners, they all agreed to Ronald's offer of investment. The engineers from the 3 companies formed Ronald's team, and their first collaborative project was to composite the aerial combat scenes of armed helicopters for Firebird. By its 6th week, Ghost had narrowed its box office drop to below 10%. Even more excitingly, its domestic box office surpassed $100 million. Paramount was thrilled with this new record, and the celebration was enormous. Ronald received countless advances from actresses there. The third reason cited in the leaked consultation report was that Ronald was a super director. This was the X factor of Hollywood films. No matter how you combine other factors, there's a type of director who can break the established formula, using unexpected genres and actors others wouldn't want to use, creating a new box office formula. Who wouldn't want to befriend such a director? Of course, not everyone has the chance to do so. Ronald was surrounded by several familiar, sexy female celebrities, such as Kim Basinger and Annette Bening. These women, taking advantage of their acquaintance with Ronald, immediately chimed in no matter what he said, not giving anyone else a chance to speak. "I have to go now, sorry, I miss my son." Ronald felt great being surrounded by a group of beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, but this celebration party was crowded and he couldn't reveal too much. "My child, loving your family is a good quality." The speaker was Father Gregory Boyle, a Jesuit priest. His suburb was one of the poorest and most dangerous in Los Angeles, where he did a lot of charity work for young men and women and was a regular at major Hollywood charity galas, often going there to collect donations. "Ah, thank you, Father Boyle. I have a donation for your project." Ronald took out his checkbook. "No, my child, your film has helped us a lot too." Father Boyle smiled and stopped him. "This wasn't a charity gala." "Really? I'm so glad." Ronald noted it down. Wanting to donate to such a truly kind person, he thought the priest was just being polite. "I mean it. Your film, Ghost, is great for bringing young men and women closer to God. More young people are coming to my weekly sermons, and they've become more devout." "Why does Father Boyle say Ghost makes people more devout? Is it because the special effects in heaven and hell are so good?" Ronald returned home, chatting with Diane while writing a check for the priest. "Look, I saw the Christian Science Monitor today. It even has a review of your film." These kinds of newspapers have film reviews. Ronald smiled as he took the newspaper, reading with increasing delight. It seemed the church really liked his film. The above is an evangelical priest's interpretation of Ghost, first lightly overlooking the discrepancies between the film and the Bible. Compared to the Orthodox understanding of what happens after the soul leaves the body, some elements in the film are accurate, and some are incorrect. These elements themselves don't pose a major problem for a believer. The problem lies in the film's overall bias. He then proceeds to lavish praise on the film's accurate interpretation of biblical spirit. For example, the film distinguishes between good and bad characters. When bad people die, such as murderers and corrupt officials, their souls leave their bodies, and within seconds, terrifying black messengers surge from the ground, growling and howling, dragging the poor souls screaming into hell. In fact, this is an accurate and completely orthodox view. Dozens of accounts in the stories of the Father of the Desert and the biographies of various saints support this view. He also comments that the film's depiction of the holy light and heaven is very accurate and perfectly aligned with the Bible. Any devout believer would be happy to see such scenes. His biggest criticism of the film is that Sam and Molly didn't get married. In fact, a happy marriage for the couple would only strengthen their bond and make the film's emotional impact even greater. Haha. No wonder the box office in the South is rising so fast this week. I was wondering why small towns in the South are suddenly liking New York love stories. Chapter 1215. The dramatic changes brought to the creators by the unfinished love between human and ghost. Ghost also triggered a series of chain reactions. The most obvious was the significant increase in the salaries of the lead actors. Before the release of Ghost, Demi Moore accepted a role in a film called The Dilemma. To secure the lead role, she even brought in her husband, Bruce Willis, for a cameo. Demi's salary for this film was considered typical for a second-tier actress, not exceeding $300,000, given the film's budget of only around $7 million. However, after the release of Ghost, her demand changed drastically. Paramount approached her for a film also involving a medium, The Butcher's Medium Wife. The original choice for the lead role was Meg Ryan, who had shone brightly the previous year. However, after When Harry Met Sally, Meg Ryan starred alongside Tom Hanks in The Volcano Jumper, directed by John Patrick Shanley, the screenwriter of Moonstruck, which suffered a box office failure. With one option in mind and the other in mind, Paramount decisively abandoned their pursuit of Meg Ryan, casting her in Oliver Stone's biopic of The Doors. Instead, they approached Demi Moore. A romantic comedy, a medium plot, audience appeal, Demi Moore fulfilled several key elements of a blockbuster formula. So her agent demanded a price rarely seen from actresses, $3 million. It's no wonder Hollywood seems to follow the Matthew principle. Given the phenomenal box office success of Ghost, which grossed over $100 million in 6 weeks, if Demi Moore had asked for less, Paramount would have questioned her contribution to the film's success. They readily agreed to the price and offered many perks typically reserved for A-list male stars, such as a spacious trailer, first-class tickets to Los Angeles every 2 weeks to see their daughter, and a beautician and masseuse paid by the production team to be on set. This boosted Demi Moore's confidence, and she once again asserted her dominance over her husband, Bruce Willis, making him change her diapers several times. Whoopi Goldberg, the supporting actress, was similar. She possessed exceptional comedic talent and was well-suited for supporting comedic roles. However, due to her less-than-ideal physical appearance, she couldn't land major roles, and her characters were mostly small, with few opportunities to appear in big-budget productions. Before Ghost, she typically took on 3 or 4 films a year, did television hosting, and participated in stage plays. While this was much better than sleeping on friends' couches when she first started out, she still had to work constantly to maintain a certain standard of living. Upon the release of Ghost, her acting immediately gained Hollywood recognition. Audience interviews showed she was among the top 3 most memorable characters in the film. Many viewers recommended her to friends because of Whoopi's hilarious performance. Good fortune suddenly arrived for this black actress. She immediately landed a role in the star-studded comedy soap opera, alongside 2-time Oscar winner Sally Field, promising young actress Elizabeth Shue, and the Jewish rising star Robert Downey Jr. The salary offered was far beyond the traditional Hollywood supporting actress level, making Whoopi Goldberg beam with joy when she called Ronald to express her gratitude. As for the male lead, Patrick Swayze, his situation was different. This actor, who had finally climbed to the A-list star level, was actually a very ambitious person. He never chose films according to the career path planned by his agent, but rather according to his own preferences. If he thought the script was good and interesting, he would take the role, regardless of the salary. However, this capricious decision was also thanks to Ronald's spicy dance, which provided him with a hefty annual bonus. This allowed Swayze to support his 2 expensive hobbies besides acting, running his family ranch and raising and racing horses. This time, he had his eye on a mid-budget film, Point Break. This was a script that almost went into production in 1986, but after Ridley Scott withdrew from directing, the script ended up in Kathryn Bigelow's hands. She had just finished filming Blue Steel, and after reading the script, she loved it so much that she dragged Cameron into revising it, ultimately securing the director's position. Since they were all Ronald's friends, the meeting to finalize the lead actor was held at Ronald's home. "When does your new film start production?" Cameron asked about business as soon as he saw Ronald. Both were workaholics, incredibly focused when discussing their careers. "Next month I'm going to New York for location scouting, and also to cable factories. I've looked at several real cable factories. You know, manufacturing on the East Coast of America isn't easy to find these days." Ronald explained his schedule, then asked Cameron, "What about your Terminator sequel? I thought you'd already started filming, also next month." "I've been helping Kathryn revise her script lately." Cameron smiled, clearly very fond of his new wife. Ronald glanced at Cameron, then at Kathryn Bigelow, who was talking to Patrick Swayze and another handsome actor. Cameron wasn't like this before. To make the movie, he divorced his first wife, a coffee shop waitress he met while working as a truck driver. His second wife was Gail Hurd. The script rights for Terminator were only credited to her because she needed to secure funding. Who else would put aside their own projects to help Bigelow with the script? Point Break is a crime thriller where FBI agents infiltrate a group of surfing enthusiasts to catch criminals wearing masks of a former president who are robbing a bank. They outwit the gang leader, and the two develop a mutual respect in the process. This kind of film is full of identity conflicts, portraying characters as both friends and enemies, requiring considerable skill in character development. The idea of the former president mask was Cameron's contribution. It was both interesting and could be used to create an eye-catching trailer. "I can borrow your special effects team. Terminator 2 has a lot of scenes requiring chroma keying, and Catherine Kidd on your team is one of the best in Hollywood." Cameron asked for their help. "Okay, I'll have her bring over some of the better engineers. The image correction for the helicopter air combat on Firebird isn't a heavy task." Ronald nodded in agreement. Air combat shots are short and fragmented, with numerous short shots edited together. With rapid cuts, Some issues are actually imperceptible to the audience, they only notice the impactful shots. But shots like those in Terminator 2 require extremely careful processing. The transformation in the prison, the freezing into fragments on the ground by liquid nitrogen and then regenerating, in these slow-motion shots, even the slightest flaw will make the audience feel it's fake. Besides, Hirako is deep-pocketed. They spent nearly $20 million to secure the rights before filming even began. Ronald's VFX team would definitely love this kind of lucrative business. Excellent. Cameron was ready to make a final push for Terminator 2. He was eager to go all out. Hirako had given him almost unlimited funding, all he had to consider was the effect. There would be no situation like with The Abyss, wanting to make something better but lacking the funds. After chatting for a while about the future applications of computers and special effects, Ronald got up to help Diane, who had been peeking in from the doorway several times. Unlike Bruce Willis and Demi Moore, who were always arguing, Ronald and Diane were quite considerate. Diane wouldn't bother Ronald if she saw he was busy. However, since they were taking Roger to the hospital for his vaccinations today, and the weather was nice, Diane thought they could enjoy a family outing together. Ronald, Patrick Schwitz greeted Ronald, he played the robber in the movie, and then introduced the handsome actor playing the FBI agent. This is Keanu Reeves. Director Lee. The handsome actor seemed a little dazed, but his face was very photogenic. You can call me Ronald. Ronald nodded to them, walked through the porch, saw Diane already wearing sunglasses, went over to take Roger, put him in a strap, and slung him over himself. Roger was so comfortable he laughed out a big snot bubble. By the time Ronald and Diane returned from their outing, it was already evening. Cameron had left, leaving Catherine Bigelow still directing the two handsome men. Ronald smiled. Bigelow was a little worried she couldn't control Patrick Schwitz, so she was using Ronald's name to pressure him, and it seemed to be working. Schwitz and the handsome guy named Keanu both seemed quite subservient to Bigelow, the female director. Ronald, you have some guests who have been waiting for you for a long time. Richard appeared from the side. These guests needed Ronald to discuss something, so they had also been waiting there for a while. Hello. Let's talk in the conference room next door. Ronald led 7 or 8 guests to another room. A maid brought coffee and fruit and closed the door. Is it about the Fantastic Four? Ronald invited them to sit down. These people were the main creators of Minahan Golan's Fantastic Four, which he sold to Warner Brothers. The chubby Minahan was also sitting next to him, so it seemed to be about a movie. It's like this, Ronald, Minahan Golan chuckled a few times before speaking. Please let us speak ourselves, Mr. Lee. The actor playing Reed the Noodle Man ignored Minahan and spoke directly to Ronald. Please, Ronald gestured, please speak quickly, if possible, his time was precious. We've been tricked by Mr. Minahan Golan, and we want a better outcome. It turned out that, in order to play a psychological game with Warner Brothers, Ronald and Minahan had sent the lead actors to the San Diego Comic-Con to interact with fans. The actors were all very happy, each believing they were about to become the lead in the next Batman movie, with fame and a raise just around the corner. So they put on a very enthusiastic show, donning various costumes and getting ready to transform into their movie characters. Minahan even held a live screening, which was attended by comic book fans. Those who came to the comic book convention were all die-hard comic book fans, and they were extremely satisfied with the actors' highly accurate portrayals of their characters from the comics. For the first time in their lives, these lead actors were surrounded by people signing autographs and taking photos, seemingly experiencing the feeling of being Hollywood stars for a while. Afterwards, the actors felt their future was bright, and they even paid out of their own pockets to buy props for the promotional tour and life-size display boards. The film's budget was low, but the fans' enthusiasm couldn't be let down. In the end, the actors were the ones who were disappointed. The film prints were bought by Warner Brothers and Marvel, and there was no chance of screening. All the things they bought, like their dreams of stardom, were going to be stored away in a warehouse, lying there unattended. The indignant actors went to Minahan's company every day to cause trouble. Minahan, annoyed to the point of exhaustion, didn't dare let them come to Ronald's place until the actors threatened to expose their behavior to the media, at which point he reluctantly brought them over. So what are you expecting? Ronald chuckled. He understood their disappointment, but they were also taking fame too lightly. How could a B-movie with a production cost of only $1 million possibly make them as famous as the actors in Batman? He had also given them some compensation, letting them audition for roles in Daydream or the new film based on Minahan's lawsuit. Unfortunately, these people mistook the adulation they received at the comic book convention for guaranteed stardom after the film's release. This was clearly a flawed expectation. We want this film to be re-released, we've put a lot of effort into it. The actor who played Reed the Noodles Man began to speak on behalf of everyone again. That's impossible. Movie fame is all about luck. How can you expect a small-budget production of $1 million to become a blockbuster like Batman? Even Superman from 10 years ago cost dozens of times more to produce. You probably don't know how much money is needed to release a movie, do you? Ronald patiently explained to them that even if it were released, it would likely only have a few weeks in theaters before quickly going to videotape. At most, they might be recognized by customers occasionally when they went to collect the tapes at Best Buy. Everyone was convinced by Ronald. The same words from Minahan were less convincing, but Ronald's explanation was more believable. With Ronald's promise of priority auditions, these actors aspiring to break into Hollywood did reap some rewards. Ronald shook hands with each actor and saw them out. These minor figures were actually not easy to offend, otherwise, if they were to give interviews, even if it could be suppressed, it would still cause a stir. Ronald was quite polite. "What kind of actor are you?" The last one he shook hands with was a chubby, bearded man who looked young, but was already balding. "I'm not an actor, I'm the uncredited screenwriter for this film." The chubby man was at a loss for words, his face turning bright red. "Ah, so what do you want?" Ronald thought to himself. "Didn't you just nod repeatedly to what I said? I thought you were playing some supporting role too." "I admire you, Ronald. I've seen your movies many times, I came here too." The chubby man excitedly held Ronald's hand tightly. "Do you want an autograph? Or a photo?" Ronald chuckled. Although he was more successful than Diane in the film industry, when they went out together, Diane was always recognized and asked for autographs, while he was ignored. No, I mean I wanted an autograph and a photo." No, I meant I came to ask you to take a look at my script, and it would be even better if I could take a picture with you." "Oh," Ronald thought for a moment, and realized, well, she's a screenwriter, that makes sense. "I'm just a director, how could I have so many fans?" Ronald took the script. It was bound with copper staples, a standard script format. He weighed it in his hand, a standard 90 pages, a 90-minute movie script. He opened it and flipped through it casually, then suddenly frowned. Bappy recognized the person in front of her as the one with fangs in her mouth, and she thrust the sharp wooden stake in her hand forward, piercing the vampire's chest. This name, this plot, wasn't this the TV series he had dreamed about before? Could it be? Is this a movie script or a TV series script? Ronald closed the script. Sure enough, the cover bore the name Vampire Hunter Baffy, followed by the signature, Joss Whedon. Mr. Whedon, please call me Joss. This is a movie script, my first feature film script. You're really something, recognizing my background as a TV screenwriter at a glance. Are there traces of TV writing in some parts of my script? Interesting. Do you want to direct it yourself? Ronald thought to himself, you practically delivered yourself to my doorstep. Chapter 1216, A Love Story Between Human and Ghost, international release a huge success. Huh? I just wanted your company to produce this movie. I've seen your films, and that's exactly what I envisioned for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Joss Whedon didn't dare direct it himself. He felt he lacked experience and hoped his script could be directed by an experienced director. I'm also a screenwriter, and I have to tell you, the movie you envision and the final product are often very different. I've never directed before, and I think it's better to hand it over to someone experienced. Okay, Ronald understood that Whedon wasn't the kind of screenwriter who was overly ambitious and simply happy to see their words become images on screen. I'll give David Simpkins, our company's script supervisor, a call. The rest is up to you. Ronald handed the script back to Joss Whedon, not mentioning that he had dreamt of a TV series with the same name, and that the script itself was a good fit for Daydream Pictures. It was the kind of low-budget film that could be made, appealing to a specific market. After finishing these matters, Ronald set off for New York. He needed to scout locations there, to find the exteriors of old-school New England factories. His go-to art director, Polly Pratt, had already gone ahead to Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and other original 13 states of America to find suitable locations. How about this? This is Seymour Special Cable Company in Seymour, Connecticut. Most importantly, The factory manager's office is right above the annealing furnace. If we shoot from the manager's office, we can get a shot that immediately evokes the factory. Polly Pratt pulled out a stack of photos and discussed it with Ronald. This task seemed simple, but it was somewhat difficult. The biggest advantage of the original 13 colonies was the architectural style, the greenery, and the climate, all of which suited the script's requirements. If they used a southern factory, the scene of workers exhaling white breath in winter wouldn't be possible. Moreover, local audiences would be keenly aware that the scenery and vegetation didn't fit the Northeast. However, the 13 colonies were also the earliest and fastest evolving economically developed regions. New York State, needless to say, had seen its metalworking and manufacturing industry virtually disappear. Massachusetts has also undergone a high-tech transformation over the past decade, and is now a hub for IT and high-tech pharmaceutical companies. Rhode Island, featured in the story, saw most of its factories relocate due to strict environmental protection policies. This is a major reason why the New England cable factory wasn't preserved in the final part of the story. Ultimately, only Connecticut met Ronald's requirements. It still has some military and aerospace manufacturing industries, and its long history allows for the discovery of authentic factories from the early days of the nation's founding. Ronald inspected the factory. It seemed perfect for filming. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the factory's interior was filthy and poorly maintained. He clicked his tongue and asked, "Do the factory owners here support our filming?" The factory owners are very supportive. They hate the local unions. Those unions incite workers to strike, putting his factory in the same predicament as the factory in the movie script. If we film there, the unions will definitely make all sorts of demands. That's inevitable. After all, this location is very suitable, and they can probably guess that we don't have many options. That won't do. What other options do we have? Ronald, who owns a factory on Staten Island, knows how powerful these unions are. If the union leader raises his voice and stops filming, the losses can be hundreds of thousands a day. And this one, Georgetown, Connecticut. This factory has a long history, built in 1818, but it underwent renovations a few years ago, and the old buildings were demolished. Polly Pratt pulled out another stack of photos. Really, why demolish them? Such historical sites should be preserved. How many years of history does America have? Polly chuckled at Ronald's strange remark. She knew Ronald was just rambling in disappointment. This old factory called Gilbert and Bennett is currently being considered for redevelopment by a real estate developer. The developer wants them to maintain the old factory layout, which seems like a way to prevent them from making money. Here, and here, we can build the factory manager's office. Ronald pointed to a photo showing a small attic on the second floor of the factory. Perfect for the props department to renovate. We're filming exterior scenes in Seymour, and interior scenes at this place in Georgetown. I've sent Rachel to Lally to negotiate with the Seymour Cable Factory Union to minimize filming time. If the union tries to cause trouble, we'll have the union leaders hire them as extras. That way we can save on extra fees. Consider it a great. Polly Pratt agreed. For the Wall Street scenes, we'll continue renting the 7th tower of the World Trade Center, just like last time, but Bannon's floor is already rented out. The recession after the stock market crash has mostly recovered, and rooms in the World Trade Center are expensive again. No problem, I'll call that real estate developer on 5th Avenue. That guy keeps bothering me, wanting a cameo role. This time, I'll have him arrange some interior scenes, and he can even provide Garfield's house for free. Ronald, I brought today's box office statistics, even though Ronald wasn't in Beverly Park, but in his 5th Avenue apartment in New York. After spending the night with Helen, Richard still arrived at the door on time the next morning, bringing the daily fresh ingredients and listening to Ronald's work schedule. Thank you, please sit down. Here are some bagels from Cheryl's ex-boyfriend's bakery. They've been voted number 1 in New York. Ronald pushed the bagels forward, picking up a baguette for himself. This 5th Avenue apartment offered all sorts of butler services, and it just so happened to be close to that famous New York bagel bakery, so today they appeared on Ronald's breakfast table. However, Cheryl's ex-boyfriend, Camille, had already entered the entertainment industry, so the bagels on the table certainly weren't made by him. It was just Ronald's grumbling. Thank you, the coffee here is very good. Richard took a sip of his professional coffee, then picked up the pot and refilled his cup. Very good. Ronald found Ghost on the box office charts, still firmly in second place, second only to the newly released Darkman. Moreover, The box office drop from last week was only around 10%, showing remarkable resilience. Ghost has already surpassed 110 million yuan in total box office revenue, continuing to break records for fastest-grossing films. This trend suggests a potential rebound to number one during the upcoming Labor Day long weekend. For the past 3 weeks, while Ghost has consistently ranked second, the number one spot has changed each week. Before The Exorcist, the weekly champion was the third installment of the long-running horror series The Exorcist. Before that, it was Flatliners, starring Julia Roberts and her boyfriend Kiefer Sutherland. Each week, Ghost lost by a very, very small margin of a few 100,000 yuan, only to maintain its strength the following week. Meanwhile, last week's box office champion plummeted, overtaken by new releases, and drifted further and further away from Ghost. It seems this romantic masterpiece will easily be released next year. Speaking of romance films, another box office hit, Pretty Woman, which dominated the first half of the year, is finally leaving theaters. After 20 weeks in theaters, this modern Cinderella fairy tale has fallen below 1,000 theaters, and its per-theater box office has dropped below $1,000, both hard indicators for ending its run. Theater managers will begin reserving screen time for newer, more profitable films. By the weekend, the film had grossed over $160 million domestically, making it Disney's highest-grossing live-action film under Michael Eisner's leadership. It's also the first live-action film in Disney's history to be rated R and gross over $100 million. This signifies the great success of the transformation strategy designed for Disney by Eisner's predecessor, Ron Miller. However, having the right strategy doesn't guarantee good results. This son-in-law of Disney, however, is not as cunning as the seasoned Eisner, who, with Wall Street money, sowed discord among his old guard and ultimately reaped the rewards. Encouraged by this strong box office performance, international distribution also went very smoothly. Simultaneous releases in Mexico, Canada, and the United States also achieved excellent box office results. Then came English-speaking countries like Australia, Britain, and the Philippines. Next came Western and Northern European countries. Today, Eastern European countries have also officially imported copies, although pirated versions have already been widely shown in Poland, the Czech Republic, and East Germany, even after the fall of the Berlin Wall. Moreover, while the English proficiency of people in these countries is not as high as in Western Europe, audiences, influenced by romantic films like Ronald Lee's Spicy Dance, particularly enjoy Hollywood romance films, making them very popular. As for Japan, Korea, and Hong Kong, due to language barriers, they can only wait for the final round of release, trying to squeeze out some box office revenue before the videotapes hit the market. Given the international success of Pretty Woman, the international release of Ghost faced much less resistance. In comparison, the PG-13 Ghost had domestic box office revenue about 1.8 times that of Pretty Woman. This film faced fewer difficulties in its release, had religious elements appealing to European and Asian audiences, and a simpler plot than Pretty Woman, with fewer language and cultural barriers, so its international order momentum was even better than that of Pretty Woman. The international distribution of Ghost proceeded quickly, thanks to the backing of domestic box office success and the popularity of Ronald's films in Europe and Asia. Most European and Latin American distributors, along with Australian distributors, scheduled an October release, perfectly timed to follow Pretty Woman. Japan, Hong Kong, and Korea, where Ronald's popularity was highest, planned a November release, competing directly with Pretty Woman. Your son is quite handsome. He has a lawyer's forehead, a businessman's eyes, and a movie star's chin. Lindsay Dole, Ronald's personal lawyer, looked at the photo of Ronald, Diane, and Roger Jr. in Ronald's wallet and praised him. Haha, you're right, Ronald, always pleased with his son, also complimented Lindsay's son. Our monitoring of Ghost's overseas box office is about as good as this. Overseas box office figures are a major target of Hollywood's creative accounting methods. Monitoring cross-border sales revenue is a major challenge across all industries. Many manufacturers, unwilling to go through the hassle, simply wholesale to local retailers for peace of mind. The film industry used to operate similarly, charging only for a single print and distributing to overseas distributors regardless of the number of screenings. However, with Wall Street's deep investment in Hollywood in recent years, a banker sees nothing more frustrating than not making all the money on the table. Therefore, guided by Wall Street bankers and pressured by listed companies' performance requirements, overseas box office figures are gradually shifting towards box office statistics and revenue sharing. But this presents another problem for stars and producers. Monitoring print rentals is easy, simply check how many prints the film processing plant produced. But overseas box office figures lack the transparency and openness of domestic figures. This is a balancing act, Ronald, Lindsay Dole emphasized again to Ronald. Monitoring overseas box office revenue is costly, and very costly. Aside from labor costs, even if you uncover box office irregularities, who do you seek compensation from? To the distributors? Paramount says they're victims too. To overseas theaters? A transnational lawsuit for such a small amount of box office revenue? You wouldn't even cover the legal fees. I understand, I just want a bargaining chip, Ronald said, expressing his understanding. If Paramount had concealed box office figures, he could provide evidence. Actually, overseas box office figures aren't always underestimated. For example, with Pretty Woman, Disney, to claim the top spot in global box office, definitely overestimated it in their statistics. After all, from the director to the stars, no one had a global revenue sharing agreement. Or take last year's box office flop, Valmont, where everyone was motivated to inflate figures to protect their jobs. But with such low American box office, no one believed the overstated international figures. And with Batman, Warner Brothers definitely underreported Jack Nicholson's outrageous box office revenue share. Ghost is a similar case. Ronald and Jack Nicholson exchanged many experiences. Currently, Mitch Cantor, a top lawyer in Los Angeles, is negotiating with Warner Brothers on his behalf, and Ronald is also making some preparations based on his experience. Rich, you're really different now than when you were my assistant. Your eyes are shining. That evening, Ronald had dinner with his former assistant, the chubby Rich Lake. She's now thriving as a TV presenter. What's quite remarkable is that when she was the lead actress in Hairspray, hardly any fans asked for her autograph or photos, but now, as a presenter, she's become a celebrity. During dinner, several groups of guests came up to ask for her autograph and photos. "Boss, I learned all this by working alongside you," Rich Lake smiled, and since getting busy, she's even lost a little weight, looking even better than when she was his assistant. Haha, cheers, Ronald raised his glass to celebrate with her. By the way, how's the TV version of Working Girl coming along? Rich Lake had a cameo role in the movie version of Working Girl and was a little curious about the TV series, but she'd been too busy with work to watch it. Sigh, Ronald put down his glass. Don't even mention it. The ratings are mediocre, hovering around the passing mark. If they can't be improved, they might have to be cancelled prematurely. Chapter 2 probably won't be finished tonight, so it'll be released tomorrow. Chapter 1217 Apache in Action. What's wrong? Ronald muttered to himself. They'd considered all sorts of viewers, hadn't they? There was office politics, romance, and scenes of family life at home, but the ratings were just sluggish, hovering just short of NBC's break-even point, refusing to climb. Lawrence Connor and his writing team didn't dare speak, heads bowed, avoiding Ronald's gaze. Should we still film the last 4 episodes? Seeing everyone else hesitant to speak, Lawrence Connor, the series executive producer, gritted his teeth and stepped in, his eyes bloodshot, clearly sleep-deprived. Let's film them. At worst, we can sell it overseas. Ronald, looking at the sullen, demoralized team, finally decided to finish the series. NBC had given them an ultimatum: if the ratings didn't improve by the 8th episode this weekend, they would have to consider ending the series midway. This series was originally intended as a replacement for another show airing mid-season, but it still failed to break the viewership barrier. The writers had initially planned a 12-episode season, but the ratings dropped in episodes 4 and 5, which focused on the characters' lives with their parents. After revising it back to office politics and romance, and reducing the focus on the Staten Island neighbor Gardner, the ratings for episodes 6 and 7 improved, but still didn't reach the peak of the premiere. Thinking he had to finish what he started, even if it failed, he had to complete the project to find the root cause. Ronald decided that even if it resulted in a loss, he had to film the final 4 episodes. After seeing off the Working Girls team, Ronald quietly thought for a while. He asked Richard to find someone for him to talk to. Ronald, your new film is still so exciting. Cameron Crowe, with his long hair, entered the room. This director, deeply moved, had regained his confidence. Although the box office was mediocre, critics praised his talent, and with good VHS sales, many studios had approached him to direct new projects. However, Cameron Crowe didn't immediately start a new job. Having filmed teen dramas for 7 or 8 years, he didn't want to do it anymore. He was preparing to transition to adult stories. He had already agreed with Ronald that once he found a suitable script, he would approach Ronald's daydream to produce it. "How's Nancy?" Ronald greeted him. His wife, Nancy, had recently released her new album The Bridge and was touring the country for promotion, and Crowe had accompanied her to New York. "I have something I'd like to hear your opinion on." After exchanging pleasantries, Ronald told him about the ratings flop of the TV adaptation of Office Girls and then asked for his advice. "I have no experience, only lessons learned," Cameron Crowe recalled. Back then, when he adapted fast-paced Richmond High School into a TV series, it was a flop, with pitiful ratings, and was cancelled after only a few episodes. "I have no clue what to do. All your suggestions are valuable." Ronald took out a videotape and showed him a few episodes. Each 30-minute episode finished quickly. Cameron Crowe thoughtfully said to Ronald, "Your show seems to be trying to appeal to a different audience. But if you try to please everyone, you might not please anyone, and they'll all hate you." Ronald was taken aback. This idea was interesting, seemingly the opposite of the logic of filmmaking. When making movies, you always try to please as many viewers as possible, but Crowe's point seemed to suggest that television series should focus more on a specific audience. However, in the past few years, popular television series have been family-friendly, suitable for all ages, with Growing Pains and Family Ties being the most typical examples. Although television ownership is constantly increasing, has American television truly evolved to the point where it can support viewers who only like a certain type of show? But television series are all about ratings. If we filter out the family-friendly and romantic drama audiences, the potential audience might only be half of what it is now, making it difficult to reach the required ratings, Ronald asked. "So it's a matter of balance. Which is more important for a TV series ratings? Is it a broad audience base, or optimizing for a specific type of audience and attracting them with specific content?" Ronald and Crowe talked for a long time but couldn't find an answer, so they had to put it aside for the time being. He still had to rush to Arizona, where Firebird, which was being filmed, had encountered some problems that required his decision. Upon arriving at Tucson Airport in Arizona, Ronald immediately saw Brooke Shields waiting for him. She had cut her long hair short to shoulder length, wearing an American Army uniform, looking dashing and spirited. Coupled with her increased focus on maintaining her figure after signing with a new agent over the past few months, she seemed to have suddenly grown up. "Brooke," Ronald went up and hugged her. Having lost weight, Brooke Shields, who already had excellent natural features, seemed several years younger, regaining some of her former delicate beauty. "It's so good to see you again." Brooke Shields hugged Ronald's neck, burying her head tightly in his shoulder. Just as everyone was about to suspect something was wrong, she suddenly let go. "It's also good to see you again. Look at you, you're such a great actress now, huh?" Brooke Shields was also satisfied with her progress since leaving her mother's control. However, she had missed too many lessons in acting, and Ronald's visit was a good opportunity to learn more from him. "Emil." "Nick." Ronald then hugged and greeted director Emil Iturrino, Nicolas Cage, supporting actor Tommy Lee Jones, and others. Then the group went to Pima Community College in Tucson, the film crew's base. That's the situation. The Army had promised various filming conveniences, but the day before yesterday they suddenly said they couldn't proceed. "They want us to finish all the filming within a week, or they won't go any further." Director Iturrino was furious. This film was originally a collaboration between the Army and the DIA, with the Army providing a lot of equipment and personnel. If they weren't willing to provide them for free, then as a Hollywood director, there were other ways to achieve these shots. It would just be a matter of spending a few $1,000,000 more. However, agreeing and then backing out put the already filming crew in a very passive position. Adjusting the shooting schedule would mean wasting money, and such matters require the approval of high-ranking officials. Furthermore, given the connection to the Army's reneging on their promise, the only option was to have Ronald come to the set to assess the situation and decide what to do. "Don't worry. I've already arranged with the Army tonight to discuss why they suddenly broke the contract. Rest assured, even if the Army withdraws, I will invest more to finish the film," Ronald reassured everyone before meeting with Monty Jordan, who was working as a helicopter stunt pilot and Army liaison on the set. "Hello, Mr. Lee," Mr. George Jr. contacted me through someone, saying he can trust you. Monty Jordan was a middle-aged man, capable, with dark skin, making his exact age difficult to discern. His demeanor was measured and disciplined, exuding a military air. Hello, Mr. Jordan. I worked with the Navy on Top Gun before, you might have seen it, of course. Those sons of bitches, they used that movie to attract young men to the Navy, and our recruitment numbers have been declining for years, Monty Jordan spoke bluntly. Hey, that's something I wanted to do for the Army too. My collaboration with the Navy, the protection of secrets, even earned praise from the Secretary of the Navy. So why did the Army withdraw its commitment? Can you give me a clue? You know, making a movie is like fighting a war. If a battalion commander suddenly finds that the supplies promised by his superiors have disappeared, he'll be angry too, won't he? Hey, I like the way you talk, like one of us. What I can tell you is that we have military deployments, so we can only film for another week. If I were you, I would hurry up to the Middle East. Ronald thought of what happened in Kuwait. That's beyond my authority. Young man, war isn't like the movies you make, where one missile solves everything. This is the real test. I know, my father was a veteran of the Vietnam War, and my uncle died there. Oh, so you're one of us. I flew a Cobra in Vietnam too. Let me put it more clearly, these big guys, helicopters, are going to really go up against Soviet tanks and Mi-24s. So we need time to train them, to get them in top condition. I was wondering if we could extend that to 2 weeks. Ronald began to bargain. 10 days at most. Deal. Ronald shook hands with veteran Monty Jordan. Ronald knew that these men wouldn't arrive in Saudi Arabia that quickly, but some in the military were eager to be in peak condition for the battlefield. Their thinking was different from Hollywood, where profit was the highest principle. Gaining more time meant more filming time for the crew. So, he went back and started discussing it with the crew. Let's rewrite the plan and move all the aerial combat scenes to the next 10 days. Is that alright? Director Emil Adelino stared at the schedule for a long time. Only the long shots of the aerial combat and the scenes in the helicopters can barely be filmed. That's settled then. We'll finish the rest of the shots at the helicopter production facility. Ronald was referring to McDonnell Douglas's helicopter production division, one of the film's sponsors. They had a research and development and production center in Mesa, Arizona, nearby. Originally, Firebird was supposed to move there to film the scenes of Nicolas Cage and Brooke Shields training in the simulator. Now, they had to move some scenes there as well. Monty Jordan is the best helicopter pilot. We have to keep him. Director Adelino remembered something. This veteran Vietnam War pilot was very efficient. He could execute any maneuver immediately. Okay. He'll stay with you until the last day. The crew began revising the shooting plan overnight and making all sorts of preparations. Ronald then treated the cast to a lavish meal at Tucson's only 5-star hotel. Surprisingly, despite Arizona being an inland province, besides Mexican food, they also had excellent Japanese sushi. Nicolas Cage and Tommy Lee Jones were fine, but Brooke Shields, concerned about her figure, only ate a large bowl of vegetable salad with barely any dressing. Some tuna sushi, please. An American girl can't be skin and bones, Ronald said, taking pity on her and handing her a plate of sushi. Years later, Brooke heard the term American girl, once hers, again, and her face lit up with a smile. She obediently ate 2 pieces of sushi. After the perfectly seasoned sushi, Brooke seemed to come alive again, regaining her energy. I have some questions for you. Brooke pulled Ronald's arm, and everyone tactfully left. Adelino is a great director. If you just follow his instructions, you'll be fine. Ronald and Brooke went up to their room in the elevator to continue their conversation. The locals were friendly, only a few fans came by for Brooke Shields' autographs, so they didn't bother them. I know. My agent also told me I need to let go of my old acting habits and follow the director's guidance, but I'm always afraid I won't do well enough, and then I get nervous, and when I'm nervous, I keep getting stopped. Brooke Shields is now focusing more on acting. She's a very intelligent girl, and as long as she has a direction to work towards, she quickly realizes her current acting level. She's not really competitive in Hollywood. HMPH, Ronald looked at Brooke. How come this prodigy is starting to lose confidence in herself? That won't do. Brooke's acting relies on a strong belief in herself, she just needs to be herself. Actually, this character is very similar to you. Think about it, a woman piloting in the Army Helicopter Corps has to pass many STEM exams, And she also needs courage and responsibility. You just need to act like the female lead, reacting exactly as you would, like this. Brooke made a gesture, brushing her short hair aside with her hand, seemingly imitating Kelly McGillis's action in Top Gun. Be yourself, Brooke. How do you usually present your charm? Ronald felt Brooke was being too deliberate. Me? I don't usually present my charm. Brooke seemed confused. Exactly. Your beauty doesn't need to be deliberately displayed. Just be a Princeton college student, and people will see you as an intellectual woman, a helicopter pilot, a communications officer, like this. Brooke gave up her imitation attempt. She naturally stood up and took a few steps. Indeed, as Ronald said, after losing weight, Brooke didn't need much acting. Her every move still had the charm of America's #1 idol. At least, that's certainly how male viewers who experienced her golden age during their adolescence probably see it. This woman's face on screen is legendary. No wonder, my acting coach told me to relax, forget all the rules my mother told me, just relax and do what I want. Brooke turned and smiled at Ronald. I have to go. I have to fly back to New York tomorrow. Ronald checked his watch, it was getting late. What, am I not attractive to you? Brooke wrapped her arms around him. I'm married, Brooke. Ronald tried to untie her arms. Who said I was going to marry you? I just want to be myself now, to make up for all the things my mother made me do. Brooke's red lips approached. Remember that night in Princeton? I shouldn't have been afraid of my mother, I should have done it with you more often. Cut. The next morning, Ronald flew away. The crew resumed filming, starting to shoot the helicopter scenes. Brooke Shields and Nicolas Cage both performed their own stunts, sitting in the pilot's seat of a real Apache helicopter. Instructors assisted them from behind the camera, ensuring flawless piloting. Brooke, your performance today was excellent, it surprised me. Did Ronald tell you some secret last night? I feel like we could finish filming in 10 days. Director Itorino breathed a sigh of relief. Brooke Shields was usually the one holding him back. Yet, he said to relax, be myself, and treat being a helicopter pilot like a model on a runway. My confidence returned. Brooke's skin looked fantastic today. She seemed several years younger, and her eyes were incredibly bright. She was breathtakingly beautiful in close-up shots. Excellent, keep it up. Itorino was impressed. Ronald was truly amazing. A simple conversation had such a great effect. Mr. Lee, we're about to land. Ronald, who had been dozing off the whole way, was finally woken up by the flight attendant. Thank you. Continuous flying is really tiring. I didn't finish 2 chapters today either, so I'll postpone it until tomorrow. Chapter 1218 Diane, the Working Girl. Is it really over? Ronald looked at the ratings for the latest episode of the sitcom Working Girl, which showed no improvement. It's over. We're making decisions based on cost. Even if it doesn't make money, we want to finish the show. After all, it's the first show Daydream and NBC collaborated on. But, the speaker was Rick Ludwin, NBC's director of evening programming. He showed Ronald a financial report. A 30-minute episode of a sitcom typically has 3 to 4 commercial breaks. Each break is 2 to 3 minutes long, allowing for 4 to 6 30-second commercials. Currently, each commercial on NBC's evening slot costs $100,000 to $120,000. Now, with Working Girl's declining ratings, only 4 commercials can be sold per break, and after 3 breaks, plus various broadcast and sponsorship costs, the remaining money won't even cover the average production cost of $450,000 per episode of Working Girl. Rick Ludwin had gone to great lengths. He paid for the remaining 4 episodes and bought a broadcast rights for the entire series, attempting to air it on non-syndicated NBC networks during non-prime time slots. After all, Ronald was a well-known commercial film director in Hollywood. If this didn't work out, there would be other opportunities. Ronald was also sensible. Since they had done a good job, he quickly signed the cancellation notice. So what show will you use to fill this time slot? Ronald knew that Working Girl had also filled the gaps left by other cancelled shows, and now it had been abandoned as well. NBC had cancelled 2 shows mid-production in a row, which was very bad news for Rick Ludwin, the program director. I'm preparing to introduce Law & Order next month. The pilot episode went very well. The tastes of television viewers have changed significantly, and I think it's time to launch a series that has received positive reviews in big cities. Anyway, viewers in small towns and rural areas will definitely find big city stories refreshing. Television viewers today are different from before. If you make small-town stories for them, they won't want to watch, Rick Ludwin explained. NBC's past selection experience has repeatedly hit roadblocks this year. After the writers' strike, viewers went months without television shows, and it seems they've developed a bad habit. If there are no good shows, they can watch VHS tapes. This habit continued even after the strike ended. Those lukewarm shows, which could previously find some viewers to watch while chatting, are now more likely to be watched by the whole family on a VHS tape to enjoy a Hollywood movie. As for the slot originally intended for Working Girl, we don't have any good options yet. Do you have any recommendations? Rick Ludwin, who is in charge of the evening programming, spent half his time finding promising new shows and the other half trying to keep the budget of the existing shows under control. How about Seinfeld? Ronald remembered the sitcom Bannon had mentioned about Seinfeld, a New York Jewish man. Yeah, right, we could try them out. Rick Ludwin also remembered this sitcom, which had only ordered 5 episodes for its first season. Since Working Girl wasn't working out, he might as well give it a try. Let them air it again, this time on the Syndicate. Rick Ludwin decided to use this short series to fill the remaining Thursday night slot. This time slot had been really unlucky this year. This was the 3rd time it had been. I've already informed Jerry Seinfeld. He said he wanted to come and thank you in person. Without your recommendation, his show wouldn't have gotten on NBC. Bannon had come all the way to Ronald's place to express his gratitude. With Seinfeld getting on NBC, his credibility on Wall Street had improved a bit more. Hey, never mind. Your show only got aired because Working Girl didn't get good ratings. Wait until it's over, and the ratings are high enough for a second season, then you can thank me. Ronald waved his hand. This wasn't necessarily something to celebrate. Like Sandra Bullock, the lead actress in the TV series Working Girl, who was full of dreams of becoming a star, only to be suddenly brought to rock bottom. After the show was cancelled, Sandra Bullock felt too ashamed to go back to her old job as a waitress and cried in her office. Her agent spent a long time trying to comfort her, only to discover that she could still do TV series and commercials. Daydream had many film and television productions where she could do cameo roles, earning more than as a waitress. As for the 12 episodes of Working Girl that had already been filmed, Ronald could only try contacting European television stations through Daydream's European channels to see if they were interested in buying them. Then he could send them to Sino American Cultural Entertainment Company. If they thought it was suitable, they could provide them with free dubbing services. Hey, Diane, is that your costume for the new show? Bannon put away the broadcast files and saw Diane Lane walking in gracefully, dressed in a black suit, a short skirt, stockings, and high heels, wearing glasses. Her hair was also styled in a high bun, and she carried a black leather briefcase, a very typical working woman's outfit. Hey, what do you think? Diane adjusted her glasses. Compared to Wall Street lawyers, what areas need improvement? Diane had arrived in New York early to film other people's money, and was interning for 2 weeks with Ronald's lawyer, Lindsay Dole. Roger Jr. had also been brought in by private jet and was staying with his nanny, Wang Ma, in a hotel near downtown Wall Street. This made it convenient for Diane to see her son after get off work. Bannon, being shrewd, realized Diane genuinely wanted his opinion as a Wall Street banker, so he stood up, rested his chin on his hand, and carefully looked her up and down. Diane, Ronald smiled at his wife, she looked very smart. He reached out to put his arm around Diane's waist. Don't mess around, Ronnie. I want to hear Mr. Bannon's opinion. He's seen a lot of female lawyers and bankers on Wall Street. I've been studying with Lindsay for days, but I still can't quite grasp some of the subtle nuances. Diane pushed Ronald's hand away. Okay, Ronald made a zipping motion with his mouth. This attitude is excellent. Professional elites are different from other types of characters. They possess a certain quality that the audience can immediately tell if you're a good fit. Ordinary students or housewives, you can play any of those roles without the audience feeling disconnected, because in real life, there are always students or housewives whose demeanor matches the star. Therefore, for professional dramas, it's best to actually spend time with professional elites, learning and copying their professional habits. How they speak, how they walk, this kind of subtle, immersive quality will make the audience instantly accept you. Tisk, I have to say, Diane, you're really great, already very much like a typical lawyer. But, your temper is a little too good. Bannon had planned how to speak, first a compliment, then point out the problem. What does too good-tempered mean? Diane was a little confused. She took off her glasses, which had a strap hanging from the back, so they would automatically hang around her neck, the kind of glasses professional women liked. Lawyers are all highly intelligent, especially Wall Street lawyers, who are even smarter. Their time is extremely valuable, so they have an innate impatience with people who aren't intelligent. If you're her colleague and ask a stupid question, she'll shut you down with a single sentence. If you're her client, she might hide her sharpness and explain, but she'll still show impatience. Whenever I see that expression on my expensive lawyer's face, I know I've made a mistake. Oh, Diane suddenly understood. No wonder her act didn't look right. Lawyers always had that "you're too stupid, you don't understand, let me tell you" look on their faces. Haha, Ronald had actually seen the problem long ago, but it was best that Diane could figure it out herself. His hand quietly wrapped around his wife's waist again. Her diligent postpartum yoga training had helped her recover her figure very well, and she had regained a touch of mature womanly charm, even more sexy than before. "Ronnie, you're a director, you should know how precious these moments are for actresses. Don't interrupt an actress's epiphany." Diane patted the folder on Ronald and immediately began acting out her new understanding. "Ha ha ha. I'm leaving now." Bannon, seeing the couple still having fun, quickly took his leave. Ronald, seeing Bannon leave, opened a drawer under his desk, took out a velvet box, and handed it to Diane. So beautiful." Diane opened it and saw a pair of Cartier diamond earrings, shaped like swans. They didn't look like ordinary styles, they seemed custom-made or limited editions. "Why did you give me earrings?" Diane had a little something on her mind. Ronald had clearly arranged things carefully for this trip to New York, avoiding having Helen and herself appear at the same events. Was this expensive jewelry a form of compensation? "I bought them a long time ago, just waiting for you to find the role of Kate Sullivan after childbirth." "Congratulations." Ronald patted his thigh and gestured for Diane to sit down. Fortunately, Richard was capable. He had reminded himself to plan his time well, and then arranged for a Cartier manager to come over and choose a pair of earrings. Keeping the client's family happy is key to the client's satisfaction, a special skill of a top agent. "Really?" Diane exclaimed happily, putting on the earrings. "Do they look good? Oh my God, I think I've fallen for this lawyer, Kate," Ronald teased, hugging and kissing Diane. "It's maddening, she's gotten even better since becoming a mother." "Let's go back to the hotel," Diane whispered in his ear, her lawyer-like tone really making him itch. "Let's go right away, Bud." Ronald quickly called for the driver, Bud Jr., and the group returned to the hotel suite. The two embraced and kissed as soon as they entered, as if they had rediscovered the joy of their honeymoon. That's the advantage of female celebrities, they never lack something new. Oh dear. Law and Order premieres tonight. Ronald fell asleep exhausted, and when he woke up, it was already evening. He quickly got up, washed his face with hot water, and turned on the TV, waiting for NBC's new drama. This show was NBC's flagship new season, a legal drama that Rick Ludwin considered very promising. Ronald had long wanted to see what his own production, Office Girl, was lacking. In the fight against crime, there are two groups with different but equally important tasks. Police officers investigate crimes. District attorneys prosecute suspects. This is their story. Tada! That opening is so concise and powerful. Diane had already gotten up and was reading the script. Seeing Ronald staring at the TV, she curiously came over, saw the opening credits, and commented, "Seriously, this show is so hardcore." Ronald agreed. The opening featured the title in 2 lines of red and blue. After that opening line, 2 electronic beeps followed, and the camera immediately cut to a crime scene, crisp and clean, wasting not a second. A public hospital emergency room was bustling with people, all sorts of people rushing about. Suddenly, a young girl in jeans began to convulse on the hospital bed. The nurses rushed over to check on the situation and called a doctor. The respirator and chest compressions were ineffective, so the doctor requested a defibrillator. Then, a balding middle-aged man approached, looking worried, and introduced himself as the girl's father. Ronald watched the first episode intently and was stunned by the show's fast pace and sheer volume of information. The series was somewhat innovative, combining traditional detective and legal drama elements. The first half-hour focused on the investigation, while the second half depicted the prosecutor's indictment and the courtroom battle between the prosecutor and the defense attorney. The characters spoke at almost twice the speed of those in a working woman's drama. That alone wouldn't be so bad, Melodramas are supposed to be more sophisticated in their plot than sitcoms. However, the professional knowledge presented in this legal drama felt excessively hardcore. The nurses and doctors in the emergency room at the beginning used a plethora of technical terms that even a high school graduate might struggle to understand. Even university students, unless studying medicine, would likely only have a vague grasp of them. And the later courtroom scenes were incredibly realistic. The various forms of cross-examination, questioning, and closing arguments presented in this series are clearly far more sophisticated than those in traditional legal dramas. Traditional legal dramas, such as Mason Advisors and Barrister of California, at most educate viewers on basic legal principles, often deviating from reality and deliberately adding dramatic elements for audience enjoyment, such as the famous scene of identifying the murderer in court, which is almost impossible in a real courtroom. After watching those dramas, viewers at most learn some basic principles like double jeopardy, the Miranda rule, and the principle of innocence before sentencing. This series, however, even depicts the order of cross-examination, the tactics of cross-examination, and the strategy of setting traps and making key witnesses contradict themselves. Furthermore, the first episode includes a discussion of real social issues, the strain on public hospital resources, an older white doctor's alcoholism leading to incorrect medication dosages, and attempts to shift blame for a patient's death onto a new immigrant doctor. The lack of recognition for new immigrants' qualifications in their home countries, forcing them to work as junior doctors in hospitals. With such a high information density, Ronald felt it wasn't even a TV series anymore, but more like a TV movie. Can viewers really understand a TV series like this? Ronald wondered. Most TV viewers need to relax. Wouldn't this density of plot and emotional manipulation make them even more tired? What kind of illness is it to need to look up words in a dictionary to watch a TV series? The first episode of Death Prescription garnered 14 million viewers, ranking 26th in the overall U.S. viewership charts, Richard told Ronald. When the viewership data came out and reached Ronald, he was surprised again. This TV series, which looked like a legal training program, could have so many viewers? If Working Girl had these ratings, it wouldn't have been cancelled. No way. Ronald felt his understanding had been shattered. So many people were watching such a complex TV series? Had America's education level improved? Or had all college-educated people in America started watching this TV series? Ahem. Well, I didn't finish the second chapter today. I'll make up for it tomorrow weekend. Chapter 1219 The Silence of the Lambs reaches its peak. Ronald, did you see the ratings for Seinfeld? Ha, it's off the charts. Yeah, congratulations, Bannon. When Seinfeld premiered, Ronald received a congratulatory call from Bannon, and he was already pretty much done with it. The ratings were a mystery. Last year, only 5 episodes of the short series were filmed, but this year, after being re-aired, it garnered nearly 18 million viewers, even higher than Law and Dragons. Of course, this result couldn't be directly compared to Law and Dragons' impressive performance. This was because Seinfeld aired during the prime time slot of 9:30 p.m. on Thursdays, while Law and Dragons aired after 10 p.m. on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are the lowest-rated days of the week, and earlier on, there weren't any popular shows, so Law and Dragons relied entirely on its own strength to achieve this. Thursdays, on the other hand, are traditionally prime time for popular dramas. The 8:30 p.m. primetime slot was occupied by the long-running series Cheers, which was already in its 8th season, and Seinfeld, airing right behind it, also attracted a large number of viewers. Seinfeld, originally slated to replace Working Girl, was fortunate to be moved to this primetime slot. This year, NBC saw a record number of canceled shows, and Seinfeld, which was supposed to fill Working Girl's time slot, only had 5 episodes, thus unexpectedly finding itself in a primetime position. Sometimes, it's just a matter of luck. If Working Girl had performed better and survived until this weekend, it might have been able to fill this popular gap. But things are unpredictable, and now they can only watch helplessly as Seinfeld receives positive reviews and awaits its renewal next year. Congratulations to us, Ronald. Ha. Bannon congratulated Ronald, one of the investors, on the revival of his show. Of course, the renewed show will receive more investment next year. Both of them can share in the second run in videotape revenue, although NBC still takes the lion's share. Alright, do you want to come over? The final cut of The Silence of the Lambs is ready, we can see how it's going. Ronald changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on this painful topic. Tell me the address, I'll come over. Bannon, who had also invested in both of Ronald's films this year, immediately showed interest and came to the screening room that Daydream had rented in New York after hanging up the phone. Jonathan, you've worked hard. Ronald looked at the tired director Jonathan Demme and went up to shake hands and hug him. The Silence of the Lambs was completed at the beginning of the year, but Jonathan Demme had poured a lot of effort into the editing, which was only recently finished. Hopefully it will impress the distributors, Demme smiled. This film and Dances with Wolves had both been abandoned by Orion. The billionaire kludge had been giving Orion money so lavishly in the past few years, and now he was letting him go bankrupt just as lavishly. Fortunately, Ronald had assured him that the film would definitely be shown in mainstream theaters in America, and that he would do some publicity for the Oscars to try and get a nomination. Others might not know, but he knew that Ronald was a man of his word. To secure a major distributor and a better release date, Jonathan Demme put a lot of effort into the post-production of The Silence of the Lambs. We made the film a masterpiece, he said. That's sure to please the distributors. The audience consisted of executives from Daydream Films, along with Ronald and Bannon. The Pleiades, a constellation of 7 stars, appeared on the screen, then rapidly rotated in a circle. The only remaining trace of Orion in the film was this studio logo. After the logos of Ronald Daydream and Jonathan Demme's production company, a grayish-white forest appeared on the screen, shrouded in mist, creating a heavy, mysterious atmosphere, as if some monster might leap out of the fog. Then came the names of the 2 lead actors. Oscar-winning actress Jodie Foster was listed first, and Anthony Hopkins, who wasn't very well known in America, was second. This was a slight departure from convention and evidence of the increasing appeal of female stars to audiences in recent years. The camera slowly panned down, and Jodie Foster leaped out of the fog in the distance, running vigorously towards the audience. An indescribable emotion rose in the hearts of all viewers. Everyone glanced at director Demme. Such an ordinary scene had managed to evoke such emotion. The director's technique was superb. Oh my God, Ronald, being an expert, immediately recognized this as top-tier Hollywood production. Even Jonathan Demme didn't always achieve this level of skill. This is, Ronald turned to Demme and asked. The reason this scene was so captivating wasn't just due to the camera work, but also the very hard background music, very German, monotonous, dull, heavy, and with an underlying sense of crisis. Moreover, the recording clearly showed the musicians' contributions. It wasn't the kind of steady, studio remixed recording. Howard Shore recorded it with the Munich Symphony Orchestra. I made specific requests to the composer, and the result was excellent, wasn't it? The average viewer wouldn't even notice the music, but it, along with the visuals, gave you the feeling I wanted. Jonathan Demme explained the process. This method of score creation is also a matter of luck. Howard Shore, his longtime collaborator, knew his ideas and had connections in Germany, enabling him to mobilize a professional symphony orchestra to record during the summer break after the performance season. The second act unfolds quickly. Jodie Foster, playing Agent Starling, enters a heavily guarded prison to meet Dr. Hannibal Lecter, played by Anthony Hopkins, attempting to use his analytical abilities to find the serial killer who kidnapped the congressman's daughter. The heavily guarded inmates they pass along create a tense atmosphere, but when they reach Hannibal, the music suddenly becomes elegant, even cheerful. Hopkins' Hannibal Lecter, surprisingly refined, is captivated by Starling's perfume, a subtle surge of hormones rising as he enters her boring cell through a vent in the plexiglass partition. Jonathan Demme uses close-ups of their dialogue, resolving performance issues arising from potential discord between the 2 actors and employing a visual language unfamiliar to Hollywood audiences. A key element of thrillers is gradually building suspense within the seemingly ordinary plot, subtly hinting at something amiss. Anthony Hopkins' Hannibal Lecter analyzes Starling's background, revealing her manipulation by her superiors, their sinister motives and using her beauty to exchange for clues. He ultimately deduces that Starling's childhood trauma fuels her relentless climb to the top. Even Ronald, a professional, finds it unsettling. This is a good sign. If a professional like him feels uncomfortable, the average viewer will likely find it even more unsettling. As Starling and Hannibal finished their conversation and walked out of the cell, another serial killer suddenly splattered a sticky liquid onto Starling's face. The manager of the Daydream distribution department, Claudia Wells, the actress who played him in Back to the Future, screamed in fright. This is considered a sudden scare in a thriller, like someone jumping out at you in the dark. Normally, it's a lowbrow technique in horror films. However, with a strong build-up, the audience's unease had accumulated to a certain point, and this release was a clever use of it. Claudia Wells screamed again. Hannibal, taking advantage of a scene at the airport where he met the kidnapped girl's mother, a senator, stole a pen refill and unlocked his handcuffs. He then handcuffed the prison guard guarding him to the bars and beat him to death, a truly horrific scene. Jonathan Demme even used a symphony orchestra for accompaniment. It seemed that for Hannibal, this was an elegant act. Ronald silently pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Jonathan Demme used a close-up shot, and Anthony Hopkins's close-up with blood all over his mouth was truly agonizing. In the final scene, Hannibal escaped, kidnapping Buffalo Bill, the senator's daughter, misleading the FBI and everyone else into believing he was in Illinois. Only Starling, through clues deliberately left by Hannibal, discovered Buffalo Bill's first victim, a tailor from a small town in rural Ohio, just like him. Starling found evidence revealing that Buffalo Bill was making a suit of clothing made from human skin. The perpetrator was a man named James Gambu, who identified as transgender but was deemed too violent to undergo gender reassignment surgery. The house raided by the FBI in Illinois was empty. Only Starling found the actual location where the victim was being held. She knocked on the door, and James Gambu answered. Starling discovers the monstrous moth found on the victim in the room. Realizing the man is Buffalo Bill, Gambu shuts off the power and dons night vision goggles to hunt Starling down. In a breathtaking first-person perspective, Starling is unaware that Buffalo Bill is right behind her. As Buffalo Bill raises his gun to kill Starling, most viewers are on edge, fidgeting. Even Bannon, a Wall Street banker, mutters, "God, God, turn around, Starling, turn around." Ultimately, Buffalo Bill's voice betrays him as he pulls the trigger on his revolver. Starling reacts swiftly, turning and unleashing a hail of bullets into Buffalo Bill, killing him. The film ends at the FBI's victory celebration, with a scene of Hannibal calling Starling from the Bahamas to say hello. Phew, Ronald felt his heart pounding. This ending truly put the audience on edge again. The editing was superb, keeping the audience completely absorbed in the director's skillful direction. Clap, clap, clap. Ronald led the applause, prompting his colleagues, still reeling from the film, to erupt in applause in tribute to Jonathan Demme. So the last shot was filmed on location in the Bahamas, right? Ronald asked Jonathan Demme. Yes, Demme's film philosophy was that every detail had to feel exquisite to the audience. They couldn't cut corners by sacrificing details that would break the audience's immersion. Therefore, the crew went to the Bahamas to film the final shot. Where did those gas moths come from? They look real, not like props, Bannon also asked. The scene at Buffalo Bill's house where they found a large number of gas moths was truly terrifying. They were 300 tobacco hawk moths provided by the University of Virginia. Our props carefully painted patterns of Asian gas moths on some of them. That was terrifying. Those needlework shots. Claudia Wells was so frightened she cried, her makeup ruined. This is a masterpiece. Ronald clicked his tongue, his frustration stemming from the lack of resources to promote both films simultaneously. Moreover, it would be a shame if such an excellent film couldn't be widely distributed by major studios. Jonathan, I'd like to speak with you privately. Ronald asked everyone to leave so he could discuss distribution matters with Jonathan Demme alone. Ronald wanted to take the finished film to negotiate with major studios like Columbia and Disney, with whom he had good relationships. For such a good film to leave an impact on box office and film history, it needed major studios to allocate screenings for a large-scale distribution. This was different from a directorial debut like Dances with Wolves. This was a mature director's work, a pinnacle of artistry. Frankly speaking, Jonathan Demme might never be able to make a film of such caliber again. Sometimes, a film's quality depends on a confluence of factors. He might not be able to assemble actors like Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins who perfectly fit the roles, or find the full support of the FBI, lending them real office space for filming. It's also possible they can't find the Munich Symphony Orchestra to perform such a score live. Not wanting such a masterpiece to be ruined by Daydream's relatively weak distribution capabilities, Ronald asked Jonathan Demme, "Could you agree to postpone the screening until next year? I'll go to Columbia and Disney myself and ask around." Jonathan Demme was touched. Ronald was using his own influence to secure better marketing and distribution for him. There's one thing, if we negotiate now, we might not get the most favorable summer release window for box office or the most favorable year-end release window for awards. Of course, I promise my company will allocate as many resources as possible to lobby for an Oscar nomination for this film." "Well, that's already the best possible outcome, thank you, Ronald." Jonathan Demme was already dissatisfied with Orion's approach, and now Ronald was doing just as much as Orion could. "Okay, I'll schedule a time, we'll go and promote it." Ronald clapped his hands. For a film of this quality, sacrificing some of his own reputation was well worth it. "Come in." Ronald opened the door, letting his colleagues in, and then announced his decision. The Daydream employees cheered and high-fived. A movie that could scare them like this was definitely a box office hit. "Ronald." Oh, Richard walked in just then, a little confused by the sudden cheers. "What's up?" Ronald helped him out. "Ghost is #1 at the box office again, surpassing $125 million. Richard shoved the documents into Ronald's hands. "And those critics, they're all changing their tune now. When it was first released, Ghost didn't receive very good reviews. But with today's nationwide movie-going frenzy, they had no choice but to change their tune and write new reviews praising the film. A new era of female stars dominating Hollywood has arrived." The Los Angeles Times published an article praising the two romantic comedies of the year. Ghost and Pretty Woman will be considered the two biggest hits of 1990. Ronald Lee and Gary Marshall eloquently demonstrate that relatively inexpensive romantic fantasy films have just as much box office potential as more expensive fantasy adventure films. Furthermore, women are playing a greater role in movie-going habits. Ghost is projected to gross over $200 million domestically. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1220, finalizing the release of The Silence of the Lambs. During the Labor Day long weekend, Ghost box office revenue not only didn't decline but actually increased, surpassing $10 million again. This is highly unusual for a film that has been in theaters for 2 months. This made film critics who had previously criticized the film and given it low ratings very embarrassed. They started to make amends. When commenting on other films in their columns, they wrote 2 more paragraphs about Ghost to indirectly regain their dignity as experts. The most outrageous was the Washington Post, which actually published another review of Ghost. When the film was first released, critic Darson Howe said, "Ghost is an old-fashioned fantasy story full of emotion. The film moves freely between different genres like a ghost passing through castle walls. This film, which is mainly a thriller, alleviates the audience's emotions with slapstick and funny ghost effects when it gets too intense." You can't say that this kind of sarcastic review is negative satire. At most, it's a kind of good-natured teasing. However, the new review, written by Rita Campri, a female film critic who admires Ronald, uses completely different wording. Don't get the wrong idea about Paramount's Ghost. It's a formulaic, conventional commercial film. But strangely enough, it wasn't as bad as it sounded to me. In fact, it ended the summer slump of terrible sequels, providing a pleasant surprise, perfectly complemented by the powerful air conditioning of the new Palms number theaters. Only in the worst years of film performances would Schwitz or Moore possibly win an Oscar, but they are very capable actors, good enough to carry the puzzle plot without hindering your viewing experience. The best performance comes from Goldberg, who infuses a spiritual quality into what would otherwise be a somewhat contrived role as a fortune teller. Since her memorable performance in The Purple, she has been stuck in male-dominated, formulaic films. But this film, while still meeting commercial standards, might be a good omen for her future. Even the Chicago film critics, Albert and Cisco, praised Ghost on a television film review program, admitting that their initial review was somewhat underwhelming. Ha ha ha, these bastards. Ronald laughed heartily as he read the new film reviews in his hotel room. Commercial productions rarely get Oscar nominations, and now these critics have collectively switched sides. It seems they'll have to try for Best Picture and Best Director this year. After all, they said it themselves. Of course, Whoopi Goldberg's acting is undeniable. Both general audiences and critics have praised her. Paramount and Ronald agreed to reserve the Best Supporting Actress nomination and give her their top recommendation. Diane, standing nearby, looked rather envious. An Oscar, even for a supporting role, is a huge achievement. Besides the Oscars, America's most prestigious film award is the Golden Globe. However, the Golden Globe is notoriously difficult to win. Fewer than 100 judges decide the winner, And this has happened many times before. Don't these actresses know that winning a Golden Globe isn't industry recognition, nor does it earn the respect of their peers? Of course not, they know perfectly well. But this is a nationally televised awards ceremony, the general public doesn't know that. So, you can see at the Golden Globes that many of the winning stars, especially the actresses, are so excited they're almost hysterical, unable to even deliver a proper acceptance speech. There are also those who nervously drink cocktail after cocktail while waiting for the winners to be announced, eventually stumbling onto the stage drunk. Not to mention the Oscars, where everyone wears designer haute couture, works out beforehand, and diets for days to squeeze themselves into tiny clothes. Ronald and Diane exchanged a smile, both remembering the night Diane won her Golden Globes award. Welcome to NBC, viewers. I'm your host. Their sweet gaze was interrupted by the evening news on television. The situation in Kuwait had reached a stalemate. Iraq had officially declared its annexation of Kuwait, a very rare occurrence under the post-war UN order. UN Secretary-General de Klerk's personal mediation trip to Baghdad had yielded no results. The horrors of war were being portrayed in Western media, with major television stations reporting on refugees. Kuwait has a large population of Indian, Filipino, and Palestinian workers. In recent weeks, hundreds of thousands of foreign workers in Kuwait have fled to Jordan by land. People in Europe and America, seeing the devastation on television, are generally deeply saddened and are demanding government action. Responding to the public's call, President George H.W. Bush personally traveled to Helsinki, Finland, to hold a summit with the Supreme Leader of the UAE, Mikhail, to discuss the situation. Yes, the highest leader of the alliance is no longer called Secretary General, but now President. In March of this year, the Supreme Leader of the UAE passed an amendment, officially adopting the presidential system, and Mikhail has assumed the position of the first president. Following the summit, the two presidents issued a joint statement declaring that Iraq must withdraw from Kuwait in accordance with UN Security Council Resolutions 660, 661, 662, 664, and 665. Ronald, watching old George's triumphant demeanor, cited how quickly the world was changing. Two superpowers had actually joined forces to issue a statement demanding that a regional hegemon leave Kuwait. Tom Fogerty, a member of the famous rock band Creedence Clearwater Revival, passed away today in the hospital. He died from a viral infection syndrome. His manager issued a statement saying he contracted the infection during a blood transfusion while undergoing back surgery in the 1980s. A photo of a hippie-looking man appeared on television, and the station played their most famous song, Who Can Stop the Rain? Then, the station interviewed Tom Fogerty's brother, John. John was furious that his brother Tom had betrayed him by conspiring with producer Saul Zanes to sell the copyrights to CCR's songs to this Jewish producer. As a result, John Fogerty, the songwriter and the soul of CCR, had been swindled out of tens of millions of dollars by Saul Zanes. Now, even John Fogerty had to pay Zanes royalties to sing his own songs. The TV station added a profile picture to John Fogerty's phone call. Ronald recognized him as the uncle who taught him guitar in the San Francisco bar years ago. I forgive Tom for his betrayal of me and CCR. But now I can never reconcile with him, never talk to him face to face again. Sigh. Ronald saw Saul Zanes' picture on TV again. This guy was a formidable figure. He not only swindled all the money CCR made in the 1960s, riding on their popularity comparable to the Beatles, but also moved to Hollywood, producing two Oscar-winning films, 1975's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and 1984's Amadeus. Looking at the white-bearded, philosopher like Saul Zanes on TV, no one would have guessed that he was such a ruthless man, using every trick in the book to cheat and swindle, yet everyone still had to maintain respect for him. Although he didn't often make films in Hollywood, every film he produced was a masterpiece. Do you still harbor resentment towards Saul Zanes? The TV host seized the opportunity to ask, hoping for high ratings. Ugh, look at these commercials now, the abuse of CCR song copyrights, gas stations, candy. Saul Zanes doesn't even pick and choose, it's rampant, it breaks my heart. John Fogerty was still resentful about the misuse of his songs. I remember the rain kept falling, mysterious clouds poured down on the ground. Just then, the TV station aired a commercial for the misuse of CCR, following the news. The song Who Can Stop the Rain was being used in an advertisement for rain repellent paint. PFFT, Ronald couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps Saul Zanes, this Jew, was deliberately trying to annoy John Fogerty. John, I'm sorry for your loss. I want to help you stop the misuse of classic CCR songs. From Ronald Lee, who you once taught guitar chords, Ronald quickly wrote a letter and had Richard deliver it to the rock star the next day. Soon, John Fogerty called him. Ronald, hey kid, I love your movies, I love your songs, we're even, ha 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 ha. While John Fogerty supported the Donald Party and had mocked former President Ronald Sr., some of his actions actually leaned more towards the Elephant Party's values. For example, he disliked extravagance, always wore a plaid shirt, was warm-hearted, and didn't have a diva-like attitude. Also, when he was in the band, he forbade any member to drink alcohol during rehearsals, let alone drugs. He was very serious during rehearsals, strict with his brother Tom and the other band members. This was a major reason why the other 3 band members betrayed him and sided with the unscrupulous Jew Saul Zanes. John Fogerty, seeing the kid he used to play with in the bar, now a successful Hollywood director, felt quite emotional. He asked Ronald how he planned to help him. Ronald said that things had to be done slowly, first clarifying the messy ownership issues and seeing how much leverage Saul Zanes, this con man, actually had. Then he'd try to help John Fogerty out of his predicament, to speak out in the media and gain the sympathy of fans. Whether this works out or not, I'm very grateful to you, John Fogerty was moved. I'm also a fan of yours, Mr. Fogerty. That rain repellent ad was just awful. I can't stand seeing my favorite CCR songs being misused like that. I think there are many fans who feel the same way. He hung up the phone with a smile. CCR songs were all classics. And many teenagers grew up listening to them and the Beatles. If he could establish a good relationship, it would be convenient to use his songs in movies in the future. It's like that special Jewish business philosophy. Although Saul Zanes sold CCR songs to several advertisers at a low price, it wouldn't be easy to hear CCR songs in Hollywood movies. That old swindler was very careful about how his competitors used his music. He often rejected them without even looking at the quote. Ronald, carrying a copy of The Silence of the Lambs, and Jonathan Demme, first met with Mike Medavoy, the former president of Orion Pictures, the film's executive producer, and now vice president of TriStar Pictures. Hey Mike, this isn't the way to go, Ronald said in his office, speaking in the Zujiahu dialect. Medavoy insisted he couldn't help. I know, but there's a lot of infighting within Columbia Pictures right now. I just got here, I don't have any leverage, Medavoy explained with a smile. Peter Gupa was a power-hungry man. He and Frank Price, the president of Columbia Pictures, whom Ronald had also recommended, had both been relegated to the small company of TriStar Pictures. They had no say in Columbia's affairs. But I have given you the capital to turn things around, haven't I? You've seen The Silence of the Lambs, you know. This level of quality isn't something you see every year, Ronald replied with a smile. It's somewhat believable that an honest man like Frank Price would be bullied, but a Jew like Mike Medavoy, who's meticulous and calculating, wouldn't believe it. Back then, you promised Jonathan the biggest support. Even though the film's failure wasn't your fault, what's wrong with giving you a chance to salvage your reputation? Ronald used Jonathan Demme's name to his advantage. It's not that I'm unwilling, but right now I only have TriStar's distribution resources. We have limited resources. If you're willing to distribute this film through TriStar, I'd be very happy. Okay, name your price. Ronald leaned forward slightly, waiting for Mike Medavoy to make his offer. I'll arrange for it to be after next summer's release. Never mind, let's go find Mr. Eisner at Disney. Ronald stood up, about to leave. After the summer release window, it's the worst period of the year. Medavoy's offer was completely insincere. I'm sincere, but TriStar's release schedule is really unfavorable. The best slots are all in Columbia Pictures' hands. We only have one slot after the summer season and a period after the New Year holidays, with 4 films available. Mike Medavoy also wanted to turn things around with this film and build his own team at Columbia. But his options were indeed limited. Peter Guber was a very shrewd man, and he had already taken precautions, not giving TriStar's 2 potential competitors any chance. TriStar only had 2 off-season slots, and if TriStar's distribution performance was poor, they could use KPIs to control the 2. If the box office was good, well, how good could those 2 terrible slots be? But Mike Medavoy was no ordinary man. Even in such a difficult situation, he still managed to secure a few promising projects. One was a biopic about Jim Morrison, the leader of The Doors, starring Val Kilmer and Meg Ryan. The other was also a comic book adaptation, a Batman-style film called The Punisher. Ronald's The Silence of the Lambs was certainly of higher quality than the other two films. In his opinion, it even had the potential to win awards. If it were released after the New Year holiday, although the box office would be better than the worst release window after the summer, its potential for winning awards would be limited. How many theaters can you give me? Ronald said he was going to Disney's Eisner, which was also a bluff. Because Disney's internal integration was good, next year's films had already been allocated. It wasn't impossible for Ronald to interfere and use his connections. However, the number of theaters he obtained and the marketing and promotion would certainly not be the best. If it was only shown in 600 to 800 theaters, it would be better to just daydream about promoting it himself. About 1,200 theaters, Mike Medavoy indicated that he could probably get that number of theaters in the second half of the year. That's too bad. I'd rather choose the first half of next year. Ronald had heard that Samsung Pictures was going to release 4 films in the first half of the year, and he knew that most of the resources Medavoy had were in the New Year period in February. If you're willing to come, I can gather over 1,300 theaters. Mike Medavoy gritted his teeth, deciding to postpone that Los Angeles story film to the second half of the year. 1,500 theaters, plus some I can handle myself. Together we can probably get over 1,700. Ronald felt he could still squeeze out some resources, plus the PR resources you prepared at Orion. How about that? Let's do it. Mike Medavoy was strapped for cash at Orion, and although Samsung Pictures was being suppressed, the money and resources accumulated by the Japanese were still sufficient. With the distribution of The Silence of the Lambs finalized, Daydream breathed a sigh of relief. It's quite a challenge for a small company to release 2 medium-budget films consecutively. Fortunately, the second one could be done with professionals from Samsung Pictures, allowing them to learn a lot of experience. Therefore, Daydream began to go all out to promote the release of Dances with Wolves. The numerous employees in the distribution department packed their bags and traveled to cinemas across the country, state by state, to finalize screening contracts, just like in the early days of Hollywood. Chapter 1221 Dancing with Wolves begins its promotional campaign. Welcome to the preview screening of Dances with Wolves, and thank you all for your kindness towards the Native American communities. Cindy, Kevin Costner's wife, hosted the screening. The preview screenings were held in 4 cities: New York, Los Angeles, Phoenix, Arizona, and Seattle, Washington, all former homelands of Native American tribes. This was a publicity stunt devised by Ronald's PR consultant, Michael Gray. It served 2 purposes: providing media previews of Dances with Wolves, giving critics some recognition and generating revenue, and also allowing them to gauge audience reaction and make final adjustments based on feedback. Additionally, ticket proceeds from the preview screenings were donated to the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of Native Americans, in exchange for some free media exposure. Kevin Costner sat nervously in the back of the theater hosting the New York premiere, biting his fingernails. This film was a huge gamble for him. If it made money, he could continue making the films he loved. If it lost money, he'd have to go back to making commercial films. The opening scene of the sawing off a leg immediately captivated the audience, silencing any further whispers and drawing them completely into the plot. When Lieutenant Dunbar, played by Kevin Costner, was heading to the most remote outpost, the officer who signed his documents committed suicide, and the coachman who took him was murdered. No one in civilized society knew his whereabouts. Coupled with various hints that the Native Americans were nearby, viewers familiar with Westerns immediately began to worry about the lone Lieutenant Dunbar. Ronald, watching from the back, observed that the audience remained highly engaged, with few losing focus, a positive sign. However, the second act, which immediately followed, presented the film with its greatest challenge. First, the Native American tribe was not the villain. They did not attack Lieutenant Dunbar but instead made a deal with him, becoming friends and giving him the Native American name Dances with Wolves. Second, from this point onward, the film heavily utilized the Sioux language. Aside from Lieutenant Dunbar's voiceover narration, the rest of the language required subtitles for comprehension. This posed a significant challenge for American audiences who hadn't watched a foreign language film with subtitles in over a decade. After Ronald ordered the film's length to be cut, Costner practically developed calluses on his backside from sitting in the editing room. This hard work paid off, as he added numerous shots showcasing the grandeur of nature at this crucial moment. Kevin Costner has a good aesthetic sense. Those shots felt fresh and adhered to the aesthetics of classic cinematography. Viewers weren't overwhelmed by subtitles. Scene after scene of breathtaking beauty opened their eyes. These scenes were complemented by scores composed by John Barry and Peter Buffy, perfectly enhancing the experience and providing a great sense of satisfaction. Although it was an Indian ranch back then, the residents of Manhattan Island are now city dwellers. Where have they seen such magnificent scenery? Especially noteworthy is Lieutenant Dunbar's taming of a wolf, which he named Two Socks. Later, he rescues an Indian woman, played by Mary McDonnell as Standing Tall, a white woman adopted by Indians as a child and whose family was massacred by the Pontians. Viewers weren't deterred by the language barrier. Instead, it added to the enjoyment of the plot. The Sioux leader, Kickbird, a member of the Sioux tribe, gave Dunbar the Indian name Dancing with Wolves because he always lived with a wolf. Through Kickbird's influence, Lieutenant Dunbar's relationship with the Sioux grew stronger, and he realized that the terrifying legends about the Sioux spread by the white settlers were false. He was invited to the annual bison hunt. Later, Dunbar helped the tribe repel an invasion by the Pontians. Kickbird approved his marriage to Kickbird. Just as the audience was captivated by this harmonious way of life with nature, the white settlers reappeared. They hunted bison, but only took the valuable hides, discarding the meat, causing the Sioux's food supply to dwindle, forcing the tribe to migrate. On his way to gather intelligence at the outpost, Dunbar, Dancing with Wolves, was captured by the army. They didn't believe him and considered him a traitor to the white settlers. The audience's emotions took a sharp turn. Ronald noticed the surrounding audience frowning. Were the seemingly warm and happy protagonists about to end in tragedy? Finally, Dunbar and Clenched Fist decided to leave the tribe to prevent the white army from causing trouble for them. The two rode away slowly across the snow-covered plains, and a caption appeared. 13 years later, their homeland was destroyed, the buffalo disappeared, the last free Sioux tribe surrendered to the white authorities at Fort Robinson, Nebraska. The great bison culture of the Great Plains had vanished, and America's frontier was about to become history. Clap, 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 the lights came up, and the audience began to applaud enthusiastically, thanking the director for sparing the lives of the protagonists and not showing their tragic end directly. Moved by their love and the familial bond between Dunbar and the Sioux tribe, the audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the ending and the captions suggested their fate wouldn't be happy, it wasn't shown directly. Viewers could also use their imaginations to convince themselves that Dancing with Wolves and Standing Tall with Clenched Fists would end happily ever after, with many children and grandchildren, and that the Ten Bears tribe was the last surviving indigenous group, continuing to this day. Thank you everyone, thank you to Daydream Pictures for bringing us such magnificent visuals. Now, if you have any questions, you can ask the film's director and lead actor, my husband, Mr. Kevin Costner. Cindy Costner began the post-screening Q&A session. An audience member stood up and asked if the director intentionally had Dancing with Wolves and Standing Tall with Clenched Fists leave at the end, giving the audience hope and a bright ending. Seeing his theoretical pronouncements, Ronald knew he was a film critic. Kevin Costner smiled, about to answer. What intentional design? Of course not. I actually wanted to make a tragic ending, but I ran out of money, and no theaters were willing to show a 4-hour movie. Otherwise, I definitely would have finished it. Seeing this, Ronald knew the galactic experience and was afraid he'd go off topic, so he quickly took the microphone. Although Kevin is directing for the first time, he's definitely a genius with a deep understanding of film. This ending is his idea. It's perfect. I can't think of a better way to express it. Right. Actually, I consulted Ronald, and he said that this kind of ending has the greatest impact on the audience. The previous plot of this movie has already shown the heroic way of life of the indigenous tribes, and I think keeping this memorable ending is the best. Costner reacted quickly and immediately changed his tune. The next day, the interview made the newspapers. Ronald Lee says he can't think of a better ending than Kevin Costner's version. Kevin Costner was about to catch a plane to do promotions elsewhere when he saw the report and laughed non-stop with Ronald, who had come to see him off. In any case, the free publicity had worked. Costner, who had initially worried about the marketing budget for Daydream, was now completely relieved. Is there a chance for our distribution? Some of those small-town movie theaters are quite dilapidated. Kevin Costner had heard rumors that Ronald was in talks with distributors. He wondered if any major studios would be willing to take over midway through. The box office momentum of Ronald's Ghost was simply too overwhelming. Now, studios had realized that the resurgence of romantic films and the rising box office appeal of female stars were primarily due to Ronald. The reason romantic films hadn't worked before might simply be that geniuses like him weren't interested in making them. Genre films are created by great directors, not the other way around. Don't look down on these markets, Ronald explained with a laugh. It's a forgotten market. Do you remember when we were students, driving a beat-up car and taking a beautiful girl to the drive-in theater? That's right, Kevin Costner nodded with a smile. Back then, drive-in theaters were indeed an affordable dating spot for poor kids. Having a beat-up second-hand car bought by his father meant he could easily meet up with female classmates, buy 2 tickets, bring some food and drinks, and watch 2 movies. The enclosed space of the car made it easier for young people to fall into passionate kisses compared to watching in a movie theater. Nowadays, new movie theaters are all multi-screen cinemas and shopping malls. Tickets are expensive, and you have to eat in the mall too. You also have to buy 2 big boxes of popcorn and Coke before entering the theater. A movie ticket can actually be quite expensive, Ronald described the current situation. Movie theaters these days aren't the kind that are close to home. You have to drive to a relatively far-off modern shopping center, where prices aren't cheap. For students, it's not an easy expense. These old-fashioned movie theaters in small towns, due to outdated equipment and inconvenient scheduling in the lobby, now only show second-run or third-run movies, just like Ronald on Staten Island, who only saw films from last year or even 1,000 years ago. This time, Daydream used its own distribution method, contacting the operators of these old-fashioned theaters, who were very excited to see Ronald's new blockbuster. Everyone expressed their desire to give Dances with Wolves the best possible screening time. In fact, they didn't have any other films to show. That's true, but Costner acknowledged the hard work of Ronald's colleagues, but if a major distributor could take over and release it simultaneously in theaters with advanced equipment, after all, that's how you get on the news, in film critics' columns, and in the running for awards, right? Don't worry, we can also have top-notch theaters on the East and West Coasts ourselves. Ronald was referring to Palm Tree Theaters, owned by Middle Eastern investors, plus the Chinatown theaters with which he had maintained a good relationship for many years. As for the co-distribution, I'm still negotiating it. Maybe we'll have good news after you finish the test screenings. The audience ratings and opinions after the New York test screenings of Dances with Wolves were compiled into tables and documents and sent to Ronald. Due to some procedural issues with a production company and the lack of a confirmed distributor, the studio logo wasn't displayed during the test screening. Whether the Orion 7-star logo will remain at the beginning, whether a new distributor will take over, and the inclusion of the opening sequence are all still undecided. The film's overall length is a few minutes shorter than the final print. However, at nearly 3 hours, it's still significantly longer than a typical 2-hour film. This is a very difficult length for theaters. Whether it's a multiplex or a traditional theater, they can only show it 4 times a day, instead of the standard 6 screenings, 120 minutes, or more, 90 minutes. Ronald Reagan's Ghost and his produced Pretty Woman still delivered a shock to major film distributors this year. 1 might be luck, 2 is skill, and if there's more, then Ronald Reagan must have been kissed by the muses. Therefore, they all proactively contacted Ronald Reagan to see if he could allocate a few hundred theaters at the end of the year for co-distribution with Daydream. Every year during major film seasons, some movies underperform at the box office. Drastically compressing those films and releasing Ronald Reagan's Dances with Wolves is a good way to salvage the situation. However, the initial enthusiasm of major studios wavered after seeing the length of the film. A 3-hour blockbuster is a bit too much of a thriller. According to research from the University of Southern California, under emotional stress and with a surge of hormones, an adult male can only hold his urine for a maximum of 2 hours. Even if a 3-hour movie is exceptionally well made, who has such a powerful bladder? It's common knowledge that going to the bathroom interrupts the plot and breaks immersion, and research shows that viewers who go to the bathroom are much less likely to recommend a movie to friends. However, it's not like no one is interested. Disney, which didn't have any more release slots next year and directly allocated them to Ronald Reagan's, showed greater interest in Dances with Wolves for the New Year's release. What's going on? All 3 Christmas releases this year gotta be in test screenings. Jeffrey Katzenberg was furious in his office. Was he really going to have to bear the brunt of Eisner's wrath? Ever since the success of Pretty Woman, Eisner had become increasingly domineering and autocratic within the company. On one hand, The films were doing well at the box office. On the other hand, the screen fund was practically under his sole control. Peter Weir, who directed Dead Poets Society, paired with German star Gerard Depardieu, and Andy McDowell, who rose to fame with Sex, Lies, and Videotape, and hired the expensive composer Hans Zimmer, directed Green Card, which received poor reviews in test screenings. The lead actor, in particular, with his large nose, received generally low scores. This new Touchstone Pictures production completely failed to resonate with American audiences. And then there was Mr. Destiny, also produced by Touchstone, starring comedian John Belushi, actress Linda Hamilton, and supporting actor Michael Caine, among others. Its audience ratings were even worse. As for Hollywood Studios, another label Eisner supported, their production capabilities were even weaker. They also hired John Belushi and invested even more in The Rise of the Thieves, a film with a C+ rating, which received the worst audience reviews. It had far fewer stars than Mr. Destiny and lacked any exciting scenes. It's unclear where the extra $3 million went. It seems the factions Eisner is supporting aren't competing on film quality, but rather on their money-making abilities. In short, Eisner is safe, no one is challenging him. However, if the film fails at the box office, his KPIs will suffer. Looking at the entire Christmas season, only one film, the sequel to Three Dads and a Kid, directed by Imo Itorino, a director brought in by Ronald, received a decent audience rating of B+. However, the three male leads from the original film demanded exorbitant salaries. If next year's financial situation isn't good, they'll still have to bring in Ronald. With his film as a foundation, it's not my responsibility if it fails. If it succeeds, it's my credit. Please connect me to Mr. Eisner's assistant, Katzenberg cautiously dialed his boss. Chapter 1222 Dancing with Wolves, popular even before airing. Does this film have award-winning potential? Eisner had no doubt about Ronald's judgment. The film was sure to be a hit. However, he did have doubts about its award potential. Co-distribution involved not only distribution costs, but also the costs of public relations with critics and securing funding for next year's Oscars. He needed to consider the appropriate level of public relations investment and the potential benefits. Does this film have the potential to win awards? Katzenberg, annoyed by his boss's question, immediately called Ronald with the same question. I can't say for sure. You know, I'm still clueless about the Oscars myself. I don't know how to please the judges. Ronald thought to himself, even if I said a western like this could win over the judges, you wouldn't believe me, especially coming from me. We'd be happy to co-distribute this film with you, but the Oscars have fixed budgets. We can only cover a portion of the normal marketing and PR costs. If you want to push for awards, Katzenberg implied that Disney was only willing to pay the normal amount. If they wanted to push for awards, they'd have to pay for it themselves. No problem. My PR consultant has already made excellent arrangements for Dances with Wolves. It won't cost much extra. Ronald felt that their considerations were quite normal. It's about getting what you pay for. He happened to have some marketing plans from Michael Gray, so he gave Katzenberg a brief introduction. Ronald originally planned to distribute the film himself through Daydream, but with a small company and limited resources, they needed to be creative and avoid the massive, money-driven PR campaigns of Rain Man. First, they partnered with the largest Native American organization, the National Indian Education Association. This cross-tribal and cross-regional organization aimed to improve Native American education and preserve Native American culture. In the minds of Native Americans and the general public, this association, dedicated to children's education, had a much better reputation than other Native American associations. The first round of hype for Dances with Wolves came together with him. The first step was to publicize the participation of the Sioux people in the film. More than 150 Sioux were hired as extras. To authentically portray Sioux culture, this film avoided the Hollywood practice of having white actors with painted faces portray Native American characters. All the Native American roles were played by pure-blooded Sioux from the Rothschild Reservation in South Dakota. The Sioux costumes were truly traditional, made from real deerskin. Buffalo hide, feathers, and beads were used for accessories. Kathy Smith, a 19th-century Plains Indian expert from Black Hills, South Dakota, was consulted on costume design and production. This content was first broadcast extensively on Native American radio programs, and then distributed nationwide through radio and television networks. Kathy Smith appeared as a guest on television to showcase the traditional costume culture. Kathy Smith was very cooperative, as she needed this opportunity to secure a university teaching position, a win-win situation. The second public relations effort involved collaborating with the Nature Conservancy of America and the World Wildlife Fund, having Kevin Costner and Mary McDonnell film public service announcements for them. The Nature Conservancy aims to protect plants, animals, and the land and water resources to maintain natural communities representing biodiversity. While not as well known as the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, this charitable environmental organization enjoys a strong reputation in America. Over 88% of their donations are used for actual conservation efforts, with only 12% allocated to operations and staff salaries, a remarkably low percentage among charitable organizations. The WWF, on the other hand, is widely recognized, featuring the iconic black and white panda as its logo, making them a household name among most American children. Both organizations needed Hollywood stars as spokespeople. The film Dances with Wolves, with its theme of harmonious coexistence between humans and animals and the Sioux Indian attitude of moderation and animal welfare, perfectly aligned with the missions of both organizations. With both sides needing publicity, the collaboration was seamless. The two actors, dressed in Sioux costumes, used the Sioux philosophy of harmonious coexistence to promote environmental and animal protection. The third public relations attempt was a collaboration with PBS, the network where Helen Slater's father worked, to produce a documentary about Native Americans and early American settlers, titled Searching for the American Frontier. The so-called American frontier was the slogan of the mainstream American narrative during the westward expansion. In the first half of this century, the public was heavily influenced by Hollywood westerns, and the slogan had become conditioned to them. Hearing it immediately conjured images of cowboys, the West, defeating the Apache or Comanche tribes known for their scalping practices, and making a fortune by trading goods cheaply with a peaceful Sioux tribe, ultimately winning the heart of a beautiful woman. This slogan was so deeply ingrained that even in the most influential American science fiction series, Star Trek, Captain Kirk's famous line, "Space, the last frontier, that's the mission of the Enterprise," was transferred to the commercial arena, becoming America's most iconic spiritual force. Helen's Rediscovering China documentary series received critical acclaim after its PBS premiere. Gerald Slater is poised to capitalize on this success by filming documentaries on all civilizations in the world, with a second series following China focusing on the numerous indigenous tribes of America. This documentary borrows the concept of the American frontier, but is filmed from the perspective of the indigenous people, perfectly aligning with the theme of Dances with Wolves. Besides cameos by Kevin Costner and Mary McDonnell, Daydream Pictures is also holding a raffle, awarding 5 lucky viewers a 7-day in-depth tour of indigenous villages in southwestern America, worth $3,000. The draw will take place on the scheduled release date of Dances with Wolves. In addition to the tour, viewers will have the opportunity to meet the stars up close. Kevin Costner has a large female fan base, and the event received numerous applications. Katzenberg was immediately relieved. This approach of achieving great results with minimal investment suggested that Ronald hadn't spent much time on Oscar lobbying. He was no longer a laughingstock for missing out on the Oscars and promptly signed the joint distribution agreement. "Your plan is quite good," he said, "unlike the big studios I have worked for, whose plans all had one purpose, to make money. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Katzenberg," Ronald said, taking the agreement and handing it to Michelle Cannell beside him. He turned back to grab his coat, inwardly grumbling, "If I had your money and resources, would I resort to this kind of PR? Free media coverage is good, but it's completely uncontrollable. How many times can you get on screen, and what kind of coverage? How many minutes can a TV host give you? How many times can you rebroadcast it? Unlike Disney, where if you pay enough, you get as many times as you want. We're delighted to have Tantwa Cardinal and Rodney Grant, 2 Sioux Indian actors, here. They're from the recently completed film Dances with Wolves. We heard that in this movie, you're riding horses naked, right?" The chubby host began his show in the New York studio. "Ha ha ha," the audience burst into laughter. Ronald's former assistant, the chubby Rich Lake, had invited 2 Sioux actors from Dances with Wolves to his talk show. Their opening line was a suggestive joke. Because in the movie, Sioux Indian warriors all rode bareback horses. There are many jokes about Native Americans riding horses in America, and Lake was referring to the most famous one. "Actually, we all wear traditional tribal clothing. The idea of riding horses naked, that's all a myth," the 2 Native American actors, feigning seriousness, debunked the myth before bursting into laughter. The atmosphere on set was excellent. I heard that the lead actor and director of this film, Kevin Costner, is very respectful of Native American customs. All the costumes, decorations, customs, and houses are based on the Sioux tradition of South Dakota. Lake began praising the film. After all, spoilers weren't allowed on this kind of show, so praise had to come from the surrounding context. Fortunately, Ronald and his team had set a public relations tone based on respect for customs, so this kind of guiding question was a win-win situation. No, actually, there are some inaccuracies. In the film, Rodney Grant plays the most powerful warrior of the Sioux tribe, his hair flowing in the wind. He smoothed his long, flowing hair and said something unscripted. Huh? Is there anything inaccurate? Can you reveal it? Ricky Lake enjoyed this kind of improvisation. If everything was scripted, the audience wouldn't really like it. Controversial answers like this were much more entertaining. You'll see it in the movie in 2 months. If you don't want to wait that long, you can go see the preview screening next month. Rodney Grant didn't forget to promote the release date of Dances with Wolves. In the movie, there's a Sioux child who makes a mistake, and he's afraid his father will punish him by breaking a bow on his back. What? Doesn't that contradict Sioux punishment? Ricky Lake followed up, knowing that the predominantly teenage audience loved this kind of juicy gossip. No, we Sioux never had children. Only the Pawnee do that. Ha ha ha. Oh, the teenage audience in the audience was delighted to hear this. Although there are laws preventing child abuse, mild corporal punishment is still permitted in many states. The teenage audience, both in the audience and watching on television, resonated with this. That evening, Rich Lake's talk show drew huge viewership, and it was rebroadcast on national television networks for daytime the following day. Later that evening, Ronald received a complaining call from David Letterman. Ronald. I thought we were good friends. Of course, Ronald was bewildered. Then why don't you send your people on my show for an interview? David Letterman was now extremely eager for any program that could boost ratings. Hey, I'd love to be on your show. Ronald thought he had somehow offended his old friend. Being on Letterman's evening show would be a great opportunity. Send your 2 Native American actors to my show, Letterman specifically requested Tantwa Cardinal and Rodney Grant. Huh? I thought you were going to invite Kevin. Now Ronald was confused too. Why would Letterman invite 2 supporting actors instead of a big star like Kevin Costner? They're Native Americans, and they're quick-witted. The audience will love that, David Letterman insisted, determined to have them both. Okay, but can you tell me why? Ronald was naturally thrilled to be on Letterman's late-night show promoting his film, but he also had a hunch he'd found a promotional angle. Didn't you know? There's a bill in Congress targeting Native Americans that's being hotly debated. Good heavens, Ronald was completely unaware of this social issue. The bill was called the Indian Arts and Crafts Act. It was actually advertising-related legislation. In the minds of ordinary American people, Native Americans were a mysterious, ancient, and alien group. In the 1980s, many businessmen capitalized on this perception, selling Native American jewelry, pottery, baskets, stone sculptures, woven carpets, clothing, and so on. With the economy booming, these decorative items were very popular with housewives. And Native American herbs were centuries-old products used to enhance male virility. These products, simply by being labeled Native American, often saw a significant increase in sales. This sparked discontent among many Native American chiefs. Under the reservation laws of the time, chiefs owned property rights to their tribes, which was tantamount to taking money out of their pockets. Therefore, after years of struggle, it was finally put on the legislative agenda this year. The bill has a broad scope. Anything whose packaging or advertising implies made in Native America, Native American product, or a product of a specific Native American tribal arts and crafts organization will be subject to regulation. All Native American products manufactured after 1935, those before are considered antiques and not regulated, must be produced by a government-registered Native American or an artisan recognized by a Native American tribe to bear the Native American name. The penalties are also severe. Individuals who violate the bill for the first time may face civil or criminal fines of up to $250,000, or 5 years imprisonment, or both. Businesses that violate the bill may face civil fines or be prosecuted and fined up to $1 million. Unexpectedly, Ronald quickly arranged for 2 Native American actors to appear on David Letterman's show. The 2 actors also donned traditional Native American clothing and performed their hit song, "Come and Get Your Love," with current members of the famous Native American rock band, Redbone. The show was a huge success, leading to numerous offers for the two actors. Current Native American legislation has sparked a surge of interest in Native American culture, but there are few television programs about it available for broadcast. Seeing this, Ronald and Michael Gray decided to re-edit the documentary Dances with Wolves. Originally intended for release after the film's premiere, focusing on tribal clothing, settlements, and hunting culture. They then sent it to various television stations ahead of schedule without revealing any spoilers. Dances with Wolves quickly gained popularity even before its release. Chapter 1223 Panasonic's acquisition of MCA encounters setback. George, long time no see. Do you still go to church every weekend? Ronald, who was continuing to prepare for his new film in New York, was suddenly interrupted by a phone call from young Douglas. He said that the president's son, George Jr., had something to discuss with him in person. Because the president's son's identity was sensitive, they arranged to meet at church on the weekend. This Quaker church, donated by Aunt Karen, had a certain number of members. Every weekend, people would come to pray and talk about community matters. Ronald was highly respected there, and there was no worry that his meetings would be leaked. Yes, ever since I went to church with you and was inspired by God, I go to church with Laura every weekend. I haven't drunk alcohol in a long time. God has blessed me. Do you go every week now? George Jr.'s family was Anglican, but after he married Laura, they converted to Methodism. His religious devotion wasn't limited to any particular denomination. After getting married, he would still attend activities at his parents' church, and coming to Ronald's Quaker church was also common for him. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere made him feel good. I'm ashamed to say I'm too busy with work, but since having little Roger, I'll spend more time with Diane whenever I have time. Ronald scratched his head. Actually, there are many religious people in America, so should he come more often in the future? Great, family is very important. George is now interested in politics, and family is indeed very important for a politician's image among voters. The two walked to the lawn behind the church and talked about private matters. I heard your company made a movie about Native Americans, George asked directly. It's actually a Western, about a lieutenant in the Union Army during the Civil War, but compared to traditional Westerns, there are more scenes with Native Americans. You know, people don't like old-fashioned Westerns anymore. Ronald didn't understand what George meant, so he gave a general answer. Very good. My father will be speaking out in support of the Native American Arts and Crafts Act in Congress. Your movie is just in time. Oh, really? It's great that it can help the president. Ronald didn't expect George to bring good news. Old George, nicknamed Mr. 80%, only speaks on television about things that 80% of the public agrees with. He's very careful about his reputation. Young George explained that while most members of Congress tended to support the bill, it was still divided. Donald Party members advocated for its full passage, while Elephant Party members questioned the recognition of Native American identity. Under the original draft, only those officially recognized as Native Americans by the government could sell products bearing the words Indian, Native, or various tribal names. This would deprive mixed-race Native American descendants, or those with strained relationships with tribal chiefs, of their livelihood. Some Elephant Party members preferred not to strictly certify Native American status, but that could be abused by unscrupulous merchants. The final compromise might be allowing long-term sellers of related products to provide documentation for exemptions and recognition of tribal elders' approval. When do you expect Congress to pass this law? Ronald hoped for inside information. The outspoken Mr. 80% would surely have an idea. Around mid-November, George Jr. said with a smile. This was a gift Lee gave to Ronald. Thank you. God bless. Ronald happily made the sign of the cross, which coincided perfectly with the schedule of the large-scale release of Dances with Wolves. However, I'm here for something else. George Jr. had learned his father's way of doing things very well over the years. The political and business worlds were like a revolving door. Those inside got information, and those outside got greenbacks. Please speak. Ronald glanced at his bodyguard Dan, nodded to indicate understanding, and stood a little distance away from the outsiders along with his former colleague from the Special Operations Unit who was protecting George Jr. The trick we played last time when Sony acquired Columbia, now we have the chance to do it again. George Jr. lowered his voice and revealed the real reason for his visit. Last time, in the lobbying efforts to secure the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, for Sony's acquisition of Columbia, He acted as a bridge between the Japanese and both houses of parliament, gaining benefits and establishing connections with many influential figures in the political world. Moreover, these connections weren't assigned to him through his mother Barbara's network, but were exclusively his, George W.'s. He didn't need to please his mother, nor compete with his annoying brother Jeb. These were resources he earned himself, and these contacts only recognized him, a young political prodigy who brought them immense wealth through the goodwill of a wealthy Japanese businessman. From that time on, he successfully connected various political and business forces. Unlike his father's reliance on Middle Easterners, he witnessed the discipline and industrial capabilities of East Asians, and the enormous wealth they could generate. Perhaps for future politicians, uniting this force would be the most solid foundation for their political careers, even for the presidency. But I've already promised Mr. Oga that I won't get involved in this. Ronald thought to himself that this deal was indeed profitable. Through this major lobbying case, young George had achieved financial freedom in one fell swoop, effectively stepping one foot into politics. But what you think is one thing, I don't have many connections here, Ronald started to say, then realized that George had come specifically to see him, so he guessed that there had been some progress on the matter. He certainly didn't know as much about Hollywood connections or the true thoughts of Universal's shareholders as George did. But his advantage lay in his political connections with the White House. George must have grasped something important. Sure enough, George said to him in a lower voice, "This time we've hit the sore spot of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, and we'll definitely make them submit. As for Sony, which is affiliated with the Ministry of Finance, they'll understand, unlike Sony, which grew up after the war, based on the international market, and had good relations with the Ministry of Finance. Panasonic was actually a long-established company that had become a powerful enterprise before the war. They had close ties with MITI, which advocated industrial development, provided industrial guidance to the Japanese market, and preferred the closed Japanese market as the foundation of its businesses. These two groups of companies actually had diametrically opposed strategies. One group hoped for free trade, open markets, and to find its core competitiveness in international competition. Another faction relies on industry guidance to create a domestic monopoly, then builds its core competitiveness on this foundation before expanding into the American market to intensify competition. Panasonic, a proponent of the MITI faction, acquired MCA largely because Sony's acquisition had sparked considerable discussion in Japan, and the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, feared the Ministry of Finance would steal the spotlight. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, raised even more questions about Panasonic's acquisition. The reason is that MCA comprises two main entities, Universal Pictures and Universal Music Group. Unlike Sony's two separate acquisitions of Columbia Records and Columbia Pictures, all antitrust concentration calculations must be based on a single entity. Individual film and record companies don't have much concentration in America, so acquiring one wouldn't be too conspicuous. However, MCA controls two companies, providing numerous avenues for calculating market size. If the degree of monopoly is strictly calculated based on the media group's positioning, then, upon hearing this, Ronald, despite having promised Oga Honorio, couldn't help but feel a surge of interest. This is truly a shrewd business. Like Columbia Pictures, Universal also owns numerous local television and radio stations, as well as a large non-film and record business, many of which are prohibited from foreign ownership by American law. If they could acquire a piece of this while Panasonic is selling off assets, it would be incredibly lucrative. Besides this asset package, dealing with the obstacles posed by lawmakers and committees during the acquisition will incur substantial consulting fees. He could transfer some to George Jr. through an investment fund, and George Jr. could use this to cultivate relationships with influential political figures, paving the way for his political career. He could also buy stocks. Among these, television stations are extremely difficult to acquire. Even if he offered double the valuation, no one would be interested in buying them without this opportunity. I need to get Mr. Oga's approval from Sony first, George. I hope you understand. These Japanese do business differently than we do, Ronald said after much deliberation. The fact that Ronald's interests were intertwined with Oga's was not widely known, and it was built up gradually through a long period of interaction and mutual assistance. The Japanese dislike being betrayed by their partners. Although Ronald found the assets tempting, losing Oga's trust at the cost was not necessarily a worthwhile deal. Don't worry, things are different now. He'll agree. My father is having in-depth discussions with their prime minister. Even if he's unwilling, in the context of such a major event, a little personal opinion and the interests of a company are insignificant. George didn't elaborate further, only implying that as long as they communicated with Sony, there would be no obstacles. Huh? Really? What's so important that it's more significant than a $6 billion acquisition? Hey, you should read more international news, Ronald, especially about West Germany and the Middle East. George smiled, leaving with a wave before joining his wife Laura and Diane's parenting discussion. West German news? Middle East news? Ronald switched between channels with a remote control. Only CUU, which played news 24/7, quickly found the German-related content. East and West Germany signed a national treaty. The treaty stipulates that the 5 newly re-established states of East Germany will collectively join the Federal Republic of Germany in accordance with Article 23 of the Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany. This treaty will take effect after being ratified by both parliaments. It turned out that a year after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the two Germanys, disregarding opposition from America and Europe, restarted the reunification process. Previously, the two countries had signed a treaty allowing free exchange of the German mark, with the West German government giving East Germans a much better exchange rate than before. A large amount of East German wealth was preserved. However, this national treaty disadvantaged East Germany. Instead of merging with West Germany into a new country, they were dispersed, joining West Germany as separate states. In effect, West Germany annexed East Germany. East German bureaucrats and civil servants did not share the same good fortune as their people. What does this have to do with Japan? Ronald was completely baffled. Politics was too complicated. There wasn't any particularly noteworthy news from the Middle East, except that President George H.W. Bush addressed the federal budget deficit at a joint session of the House and Senate, reiterating that Iraq must withdraw from Kuwait, and that France and Britain had announced the deployment of troops to Saudi Arabia. Speaking of Firebird, its stunt coordinator had already been deployed to the Middle East with his helicopter, doing nothing but protecting Saudi Arabia at the airport. The current war wasn't in Riyadh, but in Kuwait City. It was a real waste of such a good helicopter and pilot. If only they were still working on his movies. Mr. Lee, your phone. The maid came to inform Ronald that a transoceanic call had come in. It was already late, and Ronald was still waiting for Dago's call. He was working in his office in Japan, waiting for him to get up. Ronald-san, Dago's voice came from the other end of the line. Oga-san, I have a favor to ask. If you don't agree, I won't complain. Ronald subtly recounted to Oga how Panasonic's acquisition of MCA had failed, and how he had been asked by the president's son to lobby for this project. Sigh, Oga Honorio sighed on the other end of the line. I didn't expect Ronald-san to call me. Ronald blushed. Although the situation was different now, he had still broken his promise. I didn't expect Ronald-san to be such a gentleman. Ahem. Ronald cleared his throat. He was still too thin-skinned, unable to adopt the Jewish moral principle of not seeking personal gain. Even at a time like this, you still think of me, the feelings of a small-time businessman. I'm truly touched. Ronald-san is truly the best friend I've made in America. Ronald's mouth gaped open. Wait, Oga Honorio wasn't being sarcastic, was he? How did I become the good guy? Those guys at the Ministry of International Trade and Industry have finally bowed their heads. This is the price we have to pay to ensure that our Japanese companies won't be deliberately obstructed when acquiring assets in America and other markets in the free world. As Japanese, we can let go of this little bit of face. After all, Panasonic is also a Japanese company, so we'll help if we can. Ronald was even more confused. What did the price we have to pay mean? Politics is so profound, and Japanese politics is even more profound. If you need some information about Panasonic, I can have my assistant in the New York office come over and do some support for you. Please, Ronald-san. Ronald hung up the phone in a daze, but one thing was clear to him. Oga didn't really approve of Panasonic's acquisition of MCA and had specifically sent his confidant to thoroughly expose Panasonic's true intentions. George, I've already bought the fishing rod and prepared the bait. Whenever you're free, we can go fishing. With the help of his assistant, who was familiar with Japanese corporate culture and Panasonic's business situation, Ronald quickly came up with a plan. Great, let's go fishing this weekend. This time, we'll bring along enough fishing line. Chapter 1224 Sugar-Free Donuts. Swish. Across from the large house on Staten Island where The Godfather was filmed, lies a nature reserve, crisscrossed by streams and shallows that slowly flow into the large lake directly opposite the house. Two white men, wearing sun hats, vests with many pockets, and high-top boots, stood in the stream, attaching plastic baits simulating insects to the end of their fly fishing lines and casting them far away. Swish, little George imitated Ronald, casting his bait as well. He was quite athletic. After watching twice, he learned it too. I've contacted Panasonic's CEO, Akio Teni, through my agent. Chairman Masaharu Matsushita is very dissatisfied with the previous negotiation team's work and is very pleased with our offer. The bodyguards were quite far away while the two were fishing. Ronald slowly recounted the progress he had made in contacting Panasonic over the past few days. The support personnel sent by Sony were indeed effective, immediately revealing to Ronald the most troublesome internal conflict within Panasonic. Unlike Sony's international operations, Panasonic still maintained a family business management model. Sony's CEO and president are frequently in the media spotlight and often endorse their products and services. Panasonic, however, is different. Few ordinary people know the names of their CEO and president. The public only knows the chairman of the Panasonic family, Masaharu Matsushita, the son-in-law of founder Konosuke Matsushita. He had initially chosen Michael Ovitz as his mergers and acquisitions advisor, aiming to surpass Sony and become the owner of the largest Japanese acquisition in the United States. Even when Ovitz offered exorbitant consulting fees, he was unconcerned, saying the higher the better, to make Panasonic appear more authentically Japanese than Sony. However, news from the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, made him feel cheated, that he had trusted the wrong person. The Americans were indeed very cunning, deliberately drawing him in first, then introducing huge difficulties at the crucial moment of the acquisition, demanding continuous investment. The cunning Jews became a phrase Matsushita Masaharu frequently uttered recently. At this time, Ronald, representing the president's family, extended an olive branch, pointing out a shortcut. Matsushita Masaharu, who had always cooperated well with the Ministry of International Trade and Industry's industrial guidance in Japan, suddenly felt much more relaxed with the president's family leading the way, as if he were back home. These past few days, Matsushita Masaharu had been telling everyone he met, those consulting firms all say that Americans and Japanese think differently. I've seen the top levels, and everyone's pretty much the same. Hey, little George chuckled upon hearing Ronald's retelling. These Japanese businessmen, without politicians whipping them, we're still getting used to it. How should we receive Mr. Matsushita? Little George retracted his fishing bait. This time, no fish took the bait. Panasonic and Sony are completely different types of companies. Sony's management philosophy is more like that of private companies in America, prioritizing profit above all else. But Matsushita is often different. They cut costs, wage price wars until there's no profit left, and then continue the cutthroat competition. So for them, winning in terms of face is more important than the value of the deal. Ronald, immediately putting his knowledge to use, relayed the advice from Sony's assistant to little George. The key to dealing with Masaharu Matsushita is to make a grand spectacle, far more extravagant than when hosting Sony CEO Norio Oga. Really? The US Open is coming up soon, we can invite him to watch it live. Then, at the Capitol Hill Golf Course in DC, we can sponsor some congressmen's golf games in his name, with the proceeds going to the charitable foundations of their respective states. Upon hearing about the need for a grand spectacle, George immediately thought of a high-profile event to get him to foot the bill. I see, Ronald thought George seemed a bit too greedy. He'll gladly agree, it's just a small episode in a larger symphony. He's just here to give away money. George was confident, not worried about pushing too hard and causing a backlash. If I could have a meeting with your mother, Mrs. Barbara, I'll arrange it. George Jr. cast the bait again. By the way, how much is the consulting fee this time? That Ovitz is asking for a fortune. He squeezed out a hefty consulting fee, but he can't handle the reviews from the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, and the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. We can snatch up the latter half of this big project, and you'll get about this much. Ronald held out his palm, fingers spread, and flipped it twice in front of George Jr. Originally, the lobbying firm Ovitz hired was quite confident in securing approval for the merger. With the Sony acquisition as a precedent, the committees shouldn't have obstructed it again. However, just before the merger was due for review, the lobbying firm suddenly informed him that the congressman's attitude had drastically changed, and it was very likely to fail. This was, of course, the result of a conspiracy between George Jr. and those key congressmen he had dealt with in the previous Sony acquisition. Why would a simple approval be as satisfying as a delay and a greater gain? George Jr. whistled loudly. $10 million far exceeded his expectations. He needed friends like Ronald, efficient, well-connected, and resourceful. This was money he could acquire without lifting a finger, far more than his previous film fund investment. I'll transfer this money in several installments through an anonymous Delaware corporation, small amounts to your designated account. It might take some time, no problem, you can leave it there temporarily. I don't need the money right now. When I need it, George Jr. whistled happily again. His father was currently in the White House, and his every move was being watched by the Democratic-controlled media. It would be best to wait until his father served another term and retired before taking the money. Then, Ronald gestured for him to be quiet. The trout had taken the bait. Sure enough, things progressed as smoothly as George Jr. had predicted. Matsushita Masaharu didn't haggle over the price. He completely complied with George Jr.'s demands, donating a large sum to the charitable foundations of the key congressmen's home states, securing the support of key members of 2 committees. Furthermore, Panasonic has sponsored numerous sports and cultural events on the East Coast. Besides attending the U.S. Open tennis tournament and the men's singles final between Sampras and Agassi, he also donated substantial sums to various charitable organizations in Washington, D.C., particularly women's groups led by Barbara Smith and several Native American cultural centers. He also made headlines in multiple media outlets, although his English was far inferior to that of Norio Oga, requiring the assistance of a translator to accurately answer reporters' questions. However, these interview videos and newspaper reports were translated and circulated back to Japanese media. Perhaps due to poor translation skills, the reports were inadvertently translated as Panasonic chairman Masaharu's triumphant journey to America. He not only appeared on television during the U.S. Open final but also received a standing ovation from the audience. Afterwards, they went to the American capital, the United States, and chatted amiably with the First Lady. However, these reports, though haphazardly published by local media outlets belonging to the Panasonic Group, didn't cause much of a stir. They only greatly excited Panasonic employees, who discussed the chairman's brilliance daily. Especially noteworthy was the remark from the former chairman's son-in-law that even better news was coming soon, pushing Japan-US cooperation to a new level. In this whole affair, everyone got what they wanted. The congressman gained charitable support and more voter approval. Mrs. Barbara was also delighted. The Japanese were known for their generosity, and the charitable foundation received more donations in one go than at several previous White House dinners. She repeatedly praised Ronald to her eldest son and daughter-in-law, and even seemed to find the younger George more agreeable. Panasonic, having received hints from the congressman, launched another lobbying campaign. They found the committee's tone had softened considerably this time, and with a little more effort, they could potentially secure approval before the merger was publicly announced. Even Ronald, besides receiving huge consulting fees, saw his dances with Wolf's partners, Indian cultural centers across the East and West Coasts, received designated donations, allowing for more theaters to screen the film. Throughout this whole affair, only Michael Ovitz, the head of CAA, inexplicably suffered losses. For some reason, Matsushita suddenly abandoned him and sought new lobbying channels. They actually achieved significant progress that even Ovitz himself couldn't have accomplished. If there's any weakness of Jews in America, it's that they don't actually have much direct political influence. Media, finance, and wealth can all contribute to a politician's election, but Jews are at most the ones who create a king. At least in the foreseeable future, America is unlikely to produce a Jewish president. This aerial combat scene is pretty good. That pilot must miss being able to do all sorts of aerobatic maneuvers during filming. Now he's in the Middle Eastern desert, all he can do every day is wax his Apache. Emo Adelino's film Firebird had finished shooting, and he specifically brought the rough-cut film to Ronald to have him review it and see if any parts needed reshooting. After all, Ronald was the respectable director of Top Gun, and the quality of his helicopter version of Top Gun was ultimately up to the original creator to judge. Hearing Ronald praise the film's aerobatic flight meant that at least the aerial combat scenes were acceptable. The scenes in the Apache cockpit were also created by combining actual aerial shots with footage of stunt props on the ground, edited together. Brooke Shields and Nicolas Cage both actually piloted the helicopter in the air for a while, then performed in the ground stunt cockpit using their imaginations. Cage is adept at this kind of performance that relies solely on the actor's imagination, so there's no need to worry. Brooke Shields' acting has always been criticized, but this time it's passable. The main improvement is that she's no longer playing the naive little girl. Instead, she's incorporating the harsh realities of her own life, emotions honed through experience. This allows her portrayal of the communications expert and helicopter pilot to resonate with many office workers. Which female office worker hasn't been the subject of suggestive remarks from colleagues, superiors, and clients? Beauty is an advantage, but sometimes it's also a disadvantage. While you enjoy the benefits of beauty, you'll also encounter various advances from men. The female office workers at Daydream Company who came to see the film, seeing Brooke Shields as a beautiful but incompetent woman who relied solely on her looks, were overjoyed when she personally dismantled the missiles from the helicopter and shot down the piracy fighter jet. After being polished by Emil Itorino, the script for Firebird lost a low-budget feel typical of B-movies and gained a greater sense of realism. In particular, the Apache pilot's commands, actions, and stick-pulling habits were all corrected by professional Army helicopter pilots to be as realistic as possible. The training methods used in most Army ground simulators and flight training also incorporated many realistic elements. For example, the learning of aircraft mechanics and the preparation and debriefing before and after each flight made the two handsome male and beautiful leads look less cheap than typical B-movies. Besides real pilots and engineers, ordinary viewers, especially younger viewers, found Cage and Brooke very convincing as pilots after seeing these details. After reviewing the rough cut, Ronald felt there was nothing that needed significant reshooting, except for the aerial combat scenes, missile flight, and explosions that required both props and computer-generated special effects. Because the helicopter prop was much easier to make than the F-14A fighter jet, the time and budget for the subsequent special effects were kept within budget, and the few continuity errors could be fixed with computer-generated effects. Very good, congratulations on making another great movie, Ronald congratulated Itorino. His sequel to Three Dads and a Kid, which he made last year, had received top priority for the year-end release within Disney, indicating that Itorino was poised to become a new Hollywood commercial film director. Ronald, you're here. Just coming out of the screening room, Ronald saw Tom Hanks in New York. He was holding a box of donuts and was putting one in his mouth. Want one? Hanks handed him the box. Ronald took a bite, found it too sweet, and silently put it down. Tom Hanks plays Garfield, a donut enthusiast. The three most important things in the script for this Jewish banker character are launching a takeover of the New England cable company, pursuing lawyer Kate Sullivan, and eating donuts. Of the three things, only eating donuts is something he can decide for himself. So many of his solo scenes in the movie feature him eating donuts. Have one, a donut will never betray you, Tom Hanks calls out to everyone, urging them to try one. Ronald realizes that Hanks is already halfway into character. This kind of role is actually quite difficult to play. On the banker side, Garfield is a very shrewd businessman. But in other aspects, he also has a comedic side. Making both believable requires considerable acting skill. Tom Hanks' behavior isn't like that of Dustin Hoffman, a representative of the method acting school, who only allows others to call him by his character's name on set. Rather, he's controlling his incomplete immersion in the role. He's actually searching for that delicate balance between the banker and the comedic buffoon. Won't you eat less? Won't you get diabetes from eating too much of this? Ronald is horrified to see him put another one in his mouth. How can he eat so much of this cloyingly sweet food? No, diabetes isn't caused by eating sugar, Hanks says nonchalantly. Sandra, Ronald called out to Sandra Bullock. This beautiful actress, whose career was stalled, had come to the film set temporarily to be Ronald's assistant when she had no acting opportunities. Go find Polly and tell her to find a donut shop in New York and have them make sugar-free donuts as props. Chapter 1225 Great art is not cheap. Giggle, Diane laughed heartily, then tossed her hair and winked at Ronald, exuding charm that left him momentarily stunned. Darling, how do I look? Diane put down her script, reverting to her dutiful wife persona. She was preparing her lines, waiting for Gregory Peck's script reading on set. Another unexpected event occurred on set. Gregory Peck, due to his age, suddenly felt unwell, coughing severely. A hospital checkup revealed some lung problems, requiring rest. Therefore, all matters related to other people's money were postponed for 2 weeks. The participation of an elderly star had both advantages and disadvantages. Ronald found a retired doctor who had previously worked as a studio medic at an old Hollywood studio, learning many precautions for filming with elderly stars. To minimize delays caused by Gregory Peck's health issues, he modified the crew's trailer and lounge, added oxygen equipment for Peck, and hired a nurse massage therapist to care for the elderly man throughout the shoot. He also modified the trailer's soundproofing, allowing the actors to rest comfortably. This gave Diane and Tom Hanks more time to familiarize themselves with the script and understand their characters' psychology. From this perspective, it was actually more beneficial to their performances. Well, Kate Sullivan is actually a smart and hard-working woman who made her way out of a small town on her own. Someone like that wouldn't be doing well in Manhattan. She wouldn't be so easily swayed by Garfield's pursuit. She might admire the pursuit of such a successful person, but she wouldn't immediately want to quit her job and go all out to hook up with this Jewish billionaire. That makes sense, Diane thought for a moment, then changed her expression. Now she looked like an elite like Catherine from Working Girls, seemingly giving a "how annoying, if it weren't for helping Jorgensen solve his problem, I wouldn't bother with you" look on the phone. Then her expression changed again, becoming somewhat smug, as if to say, "A billionaire like this is pursuing me. It seems my charm is still quite good, very good." Ronald thought, this was the right style. A Wall Street elite female lawyer had to have that kind of presence. She could be cute in private, but she had to maintain her composure in public. Giggle, Diane laughed incessantly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing. I just thought of Tom Hanks' expression when he ate your custom-made sugar-free donuts." Diane changed the subject. She suddenly remembered that back then, she was only focused on marrying Ronnie, and didn't care about her acting career. "I'll go pack your luggage." Diane put down the script and went to drag Ronald's suitcase out. She always did these things herself and never asked others to do them. "Thank you, darling." Ronald kissed his wife on the cheek. The delay was just in time. He received a call yesterday from Mario Casard, president of Caraco Films. The budget for Terminator 2 had run into serious problems again. After Cameron's storyboard came out, the estimated cost of the special effects shots was going to break Hollywood records. So he convened a meeting with all parties to decide on the amount and share of additional funding. Jim, stepping off the private jet, Ronald saw Cameron waiting to pick him up. "Ronald," Cameron hugged him. "Mario Casal is at the hotel. Let's go together, the investors are all there." "How did we go over budget so much again?" Ronald asked Cameron as soon as he got into the car. $60 million was already a top-tier Hollywood investment. Last year's box office phenomenon, Batman, cost about that much? I did all the storyboards, and then calculated the time based on the special effects shots. It's no less than that. Cameron handed Ronald a thick spreadsheet, detailing over 800 shots involving special effects personnel or requiring post-production processing, including stunt performer hours, special effects model production costs, and post-production computer effects time. Ronald glanced through it under the car's lights and understood. The expensive special effects were all in the shots related to the T-1000 liquid metal robot. For example, the shot where it could transform into any other person required a huge amount of computer CPU time for rendering. His hands can transform into metal weapons or liquid, passing through gaps in a fence gate before reverting to human form. Cameron experimented with the software needed for these shots in the abyss, using footage of a humanoid form formed from seawater. He's now certain it can be done and can estimate the cost relatively accurately. However, for some shots, even Cameron isn't sure how much time and money will be required. He has to estimate a number first, then write in parentheses that it might increase at any time. For example, the shot of the T-1000 liquid metal robot being frozen by liquid nitrogen leaking from a truck on the road and then shattering into pieces. This requires a long shot composed of dynamic footage of a human body turning into liquid, then solid, and finally shattering. The special effects cost here is difficult to estimate because no one has ever done similar footage before. Another example is the scene where the T-1000 transforms into Sarah Connor, played by Linda Hamilton, and her foster family, with many shots of two identical people appearing in the same scene. Whether to use two separate film shots and layer them in post-production, like Ronald's ghost, or to use special effects makeup to create two Sarah Connors for long shots, is still being experimented with. Mr. L. Arnold, Gale, hello. Upon arriving at the hotel suite, Mario Casal was already seated with numerous investors. Ronald shook hands and hugged each of them. Hollywood etiquette is like that, even if money is going to be discussed later and it might hurt feelings. Since it was a funding increase meeting, not only were investors like Ronald who actually invested money present, but also Gale Hurd, who used her copyright as collateral, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, who contributed a portion of his salary as investment. Today, we mainly want to discuss the amount of the funding increase and how to distribute it. After everyone was seated, Mario Casal set the tone for the meeting in his opening remarks. Immediately, the investors, especially those in the second round of funding, began to complain. They all had to wait until the first round investors, such as Ronald, Gale Hurd, and the main creators like Cameron and Schwarzenegger, had received their share of the profits before they could receive any more money from the remaining profits. The more capital they invested, the greater the risk. The first round investors weren't affected much, but the remaining profits available for the second round of distribution would undoubtedly decrease. They were the most dissatisfied with investing more and receiving less. Gale Hurd, the copyright holder, and Schwarzenegger, a star who continued from the first film, didn't want to invest more but wanted to maintain their share. Their reasoning was simple: without them, the film couldn't be made. Gale held a quarter of the copyright, and Schwarzenegger was the absolute center of the script. They didn't want to invest, but without their money, the special effects would be questionable. Therefore, it was up to the first-round investors like Mario Casal and Ronald to lead the way in investing more. We at Caraco are prepared to increase our investment by 10 million, Mario Casal stated the number first, then looked at Ronald. I'll add another 5 million, Ronald didn't hesitate. He was sure the film would be a box office hit, and he was honestly curious to see what his good friend Cameron would achieve with his unrestrained creativity. Hollywood should support directors like him, letting them push the boundaries of genre films. How much they made was secondary. However, the other two remained silent. Their ideal solution was for Ronald and Mario Casal, those two suckers, to cover the increased investment, and they could just hitch a ride. Then let's adjourn. Mario Casal still felt this wasn't right, so he stopped the meeting and consulted with Ronald and Cameron. The budget had already increased to 75 million, but the paper cost was over 80 million. And based on Cameron's experience filming The Abyss, this money wasn't very secure. They needed a 10% to 20% reserve fund in case of unforeseen circumstances. Unforeseen circumstances almost always occur with these pioneering special effects. What do we do now? Can we reduce the special effects? Mario Casal asked Cameron. Cameron slowly shook his head. The current special effects setup was the most economical. Reducing the special effects in certain scenes would significantly diminish the audience's experience and greatly impact box office revenue. Can we try a different approach? Ronald suggested, mentioning Kevin Costner's decision to allocate all of his salary and director's fee to Dances with Wolves. Mario Casal slowly shook his head. Schwarzenegger was different from Costner. He was currently the most popular action movie star. He was also one of the first two stars to break the $10 million mark, the other being Stallone. His agent couldn't allow him to make such a compromise. Compromising on commercial film salaries would lead to a drop in salaries for the next film. If you lower your price, shouldn't you lower yours for our film too? Besides, Schwarzenegger had said that he was the one who first proposed the sequel. Without his efforts, how could Cameron have been brought in as director? How could Ronald have been brought in to mediate the conflict between Cameron and his ex-wife Gale and secure the rights? Schwarzenegger's $12 million salary, plus a conditional $3 million bonus, was well deserved. Anything less would be disrespectful to the film itself. For a moment, the negotiations reached a stalemate. Ronald and Cameron decided to leave temporarily and go to the office to rest and let everyone calm down. Arnold. Linda, inside the office, the main cast was all there. Ronald saw many old friends from the first film and shook hands with them one by one. Why isn't there an actor for John Connor? We haven't found one yet. Ronald thought to himself that Cameron's filmmaking methods were far more intense and exciting than his own. Such a large investment was something he truly lacked experience with. On one hand, the money hadn't arrived, on the other hand, the special effects hadn't been developed yet, and with less than a month until filming began, Even the minor actor for the second male lead hadn't been finalized. However, such a large-scale production that broke existing boundaries probably required such drastic methods and such a daring director to make it happen. "Linda, what are you doing?" Ronald, still marveling at the situation, saw the female lead, Linda Hamilton, using a safety pin to pry open a pair of handcuffs. Snap! Linda Hamilton pried open the handcuffs and tossed them over. "My goodness, your crew's script reading segment is truly unique." Ronald looked at the handcuffs. They were indeed genuine stainless steel. "I've been practicing for weeks." Linda Hamilton came over, took the handcuffs back, and then practiced again with the safety pins. Wow, Ronald was still impressed with Cameron. These big stars did whatever he was told. Schwarzenegger was practicing changing a shotgun shell with one hand. The move was very stylish, but also very difficult to master. After only a couple of tries, his fingers were caught in the bolt, almost making him cry out in pain. A crew like this is truly rare. Ronald was quite envious. He had never made a movie with such a large scale of special effects. Maybe he should just supplement the remaining budget himself. It would be such a waste if such a movie, with such dedicated actors and crew, wasn't made. This movie might very well change some things in Hollywood. Linda, lost in thought, Ronald heard a woman's voice outside the door calling for the lead actress, Linda Hamilton. Huh? Ronald's mouth dropped open. It was an actress who looked exactly like Linda Hamilton. Had Cameron's makeup skills reached this level? "This is my twin sister, Leslie." Linda Hamilton, clearly aware of Ronald's misunderstanding, came over to explain. "She's also an actress. Haha, I'm actually a nurse, living in New Jersey," Leslie explained. The actress label was just the sister's way of embellishing her image. Cameron had invited her to audition to see if she could play the T-1000 possession scene, saving them some money. Perfect, Cameron thought after seeing the scene of the two of them together. Although Leslie Hamilton wasn't an actress, she looked remarkably like Linda. One shot shouldn't be a problem. "It's a pity not all actors have identical twins." Cameron shook his head. He could reduce the budget a bit, but he couldn't extend that to all the actors transformed by the T-1000. You could audition twins, right? If no actor has a twin, you can just find twins specifically for the role. Huh? Cameron glanced at Ronald. This idea, why hadn't he thought of that? Do you remember when you were a special effects engineer at Roger Corman's studio, you could build the interior of a spaceship using McDonald's plates and trash cans? You haven't forgotten how to make movies like a guerrilla force, have you? Ronald joked with Cameron. Having made so many big-budget films at major studios, sometimes you might forget where you came from. Let's do it this way, let me think. The scene where liquid nitrogen freezes the T-1000 can be done the same way. Cameron recalled the street smarts he'd honed as a truck driver, making do with whatever was convenient and easy to film. The scene where the T-1000 is frozen in liquid nitrogen and shatters into pieces was achieved by using real metal pieces and then editing them together. It's that scene where the T-1000 rises from the frozen metal fragments. Cameron quickly sketched the storyboard. Using traditional special effects methods, it's difficult to create a scene where a person with limb deformities rises from the ground. Find a disabled actor, then use Photoshop on the computer to create a mask similar to the old plastic sets. Ronald took the pencil and drew a diagram on the board. The shooting method used in the airport scene of Die Hard 2 could also be used here, using a green screen to cover the legs of Robert Patrick, the actor playing the T-1000, would be sufficient for a medium shot. Close-ups would be shot using the legs of a disabled actor, then edited together. Cameron reviewed the footage and decided that as long as the computer-generated effects met his standards, he could achieve the desired result. So he asked Ronald, "Can anyone do this method you mentioned?" "Of course, I'll give you Van Fleet's phone number." Having decided that there were cheaper ways to film, actually, it wasn't cheap at all. The film's budget might break Hollywood records. Cameron and Ronald returned to the hotel and told Mario Casart about their plan. "Great, everyone, I have good news to announce. The director has come up with a better way to save on the special effects budget. Now we only need an additional 25 million, no, 20 million. We're still short 5 million. The second-round investors, seeing the change in circumstances, exchanged glances. These people weren't stupid. It seemed the main investor was going to ditch them and solve most of the funding problem themselves, indicating their strong confidence in the film. Then they immediately rushed to speak up, saying they could invest the remaining shares. Those who didn't get a share were very dissatisfied and collectively demanded that the $25 million additional investment be reinstated. Great art is not cheap. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.